Do a mic check. Mic check. Yeah, man. Big mad. Big mad ain't the word, bruh. It's fake outrage. As I explained 2 days in a row, it seemed like every time some oh, hold on. Can't get the double. Okay, it's like every time something happens to a foreigner, whether it's a tropical storm in Jamaica, FBA's help us. We like, what? Like, what you want us to do? Rent a helicopter and come out there and save you? Whether it's the Latinos getting deported, FBA's come help. Remember the whole Palestine Israel thing? Hey, FBA's, where do you stand? Like what? Um, Iranians, Afro-Iranians coming out. We we shall overcome. You got the Somalis, FBA's, but all of them would gaslight us and say that we don't have no power. We're insignificant. We ain't do nothing. We're just people nobody cares about. Our opinion means nothing. Delineation is effortless, is useless, is fruitless. All this stuff. And then when it hits the fan, FBA's, where are you? So now Haitians' temporary status has expired. Okay, the Reaper is coming home, right? Well, the Reaper is coming to return you home. The chickens are returning home to roost. FBA's, I mean, like, really, what about that volcano eruption? Even it was like, FBA's, FBA's. You're like, yo, what? Who do you think how that song go? Who do you think we are? Who do you think we are? Yo, no. Whatever you got going on with immigration, whatever contract you signed, whatever form you filled out, they told you that TPS does not stand for the permanent stay, but instead it stands for the temporary protected status, right? And your temporary protected status has is up, and when it's up, it's stuck. You feel me? Your temporary status is up, and when it's up, it's stuck. So this is something you got to negotiate with immigration. This ain't a FBA. This is a libtard thing. You dig? But they are even they can't do much because this ain't a libtard administration. So like the people you guys really gotta cry to is those red folks. Is those Republican conservatives. Those are the folks I gotta start crying to. Okay? Nobody can save you. Expiration is expiration. All right. But that has nothing to do with the FBA. Most of us talked about it. We didn't even clown, we didn't troll. We just reported the current news. That's all. Haitian temporary status is up. What happens next? Then we were told what's going to happen next. They'll be deported, or the deportations will start within 30 days of that expiration date. That's about now. You feel me? The Donald Trump administration was very fair with them and very open and honest. Hey, and very charitable. He said, hey, I will give you guys, if you guys choose to self deport, he said it can be up to 350,000 Haitians. You know what's interesting? I think there's about 350,000 total Haitians in America. That's the interesting thing. I want somebody to Google the total population of Haitians in America. Right? It just might be 350,000 or something like somewhere around that number. So this deportations, almost all of them are going back. Anyway, the administration, the thoughtful, considerate administration of Trump said, "Hey, if you choose to self-deport, we'll cover your flight. We will get you a corn dog. We know how much you love corn dogs. We'll get you a hot dog. We know how much you like hot dogs. Okay. And $2,600. That you should be good in Haiti for about 10 years. Considering nobody extorts you. But $2,600, this is guaranteed 10 years if you spend it wisely. But really, you set up for life, because the American dollar, one American dollar is like 100,000 Haitian dollars. So you out here with 2,600, you balling out. Like, you become the man, the one man, as soon as you get there, right? And then the Trump administration said that because you did that, because you chose that way, the honorable way, if you was to apply for a future temporary status, which we know you are, nobody dislikes your homeland more than you. So you will definitely, you fly the Haitian flags all day over here, but you don't fly it in Haiti. That Haitian flag is nowhere near you. You get away from me. Get the flag away from me. Yeah, they fly flags over here hard, gaslighting us, pretending that, oh, I love my country. When they're back home, they're like, yo, get that flag away from me. Do not call me Haitian. I'm American. The same thing they tell us. Where you from, America? You know what I mean, man. Why we gotta do that? You're not American. If you were, you wouldn't be getting deported. I'm American. Okay. I was born here like you, Papa. Voice, accent deep as hell. It's like, yo, I highly doubt if you were born in America, my guy. With an accent like that, I highly doubt it. You guys want to assimilate to whiteness, and you don't want to stand out like that. Whitey people are very racial, and that thick accent will guarantee you no tolerance on their part. They're going to always look at you as something other. Okay. So they'll do anything to stay. They're going to claw, bite, climb. So I said a fact. I've been saying this fact for over a year, that Africans, Haitians, and Jamaicans, they're not black. And when I say that, people think I'm saying something crazy. It's like, no, I'm saying something real factual. So then I had a guy from Haiti call in yesterday. I explained why they're not black. This guy, and I ain't gonna lie, like sometimes, so he comes on here and says, we're black. Well, first of all, he took what I said, and this is what they do too, which is why I say it goes back to IQ and things like that, comprehension. Everything I said about how they're not black, ethnically, all that type of stuff, originally, all that, and the way we use black Americans, we use black as a name of a people, like they use Haitian, Jamaican, and Nigerian as a name of a people. That's how we use black, and black is a name of specific people like Haitian and like Nigerian, like Jamaican. It's like, yo, black ain't this blanket where all nations of Africa and islands could just come under the blanket and seek shelter, warmth. No, it's a blanket just for the people who we said are black. All right. So I said that a guy comes on low comprehension, and look, it's low comprehension and a little bit of trolling, because they'll come on and say, you said nobody said they were black. My guy, I wouldn't say that, because you say you're black and I'm saying you're not. So I'm not saying nobody doesn't say they're black. I'm saying you can say whatever you are. You're not black. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you're not black. I didn't say you didn't say you were black or weren't black. I'm saying regardless of how you profess it, you are not black. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying call in to prove you are black if you're from the island, Haiti, or Africa. Call in and I will demonstrate and prove how you're not, illustrate how you're not black. Okay? Nope. He calls in, Frederick Douglass called us black. I'm like, yo, what do you mean? So again, I laid the context of how what I'm saying they're not black. Okay. I'm like, Frederick Douglass didn't say he was black. Again, my context, not the context you come up with. My context. Frederick Douglass ain't black. Oh, yes, he is. He's black. I'm sorry, I said Frederick Douglass never said y'all was black in my context. Yes, he did. He said the word black and he pointed to Haitians. So I'm like, my guy, he didn't even call himself black, like the way I'm explaining black, right? So I said, bro, if he used the word black, I guarantee you it was something like skin color or something like that. No, he called us black. We look it up. He said, no, I got the document. I'm gonna send it to you. So I get the document. Frederick Douglass is saying the Haitians are black color wise, like the skin color. And, Haitians are very dark skinned. I said, okay, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, he's calling you guys black, your color. He's not calling you. Well, first of all, he identified you guys as Haitian. Let's not get past that. So he recognized your identity, Haitian. Okay, there you go. So your article agrees with me right there. And then he describes your skin color as black. You're very dark, right? Dark and black is interchangeable words when you're describing people, right? How they look, just like white and light. Those things are interchangeable. Okay, so yeah, he described the skin color of a Haitian. But what that got to do with what I said, and don't forget, and let's even play devil's advocate. Let's say if Frederick Douglass called you guys black, okay, he's imposing something on you that you didn't impose on yourself, right? That's not your national. Okay, uh, what does that mean? Like I'm talking about yourself. You didn't self-impose black. You self-impose Haitian. I mean, like the conversation gets wiggly like that. It gets all over the place. It's like, okay, all right. You, okay, we start. You didn't mess this all up. It wasn't you black. It was about are you black, and not skin wise. Are you black as an ethnicity? And I can't like family like these folks really just go back. Okay, let me change it to Freddie Douglass said he was black. So that's why I be very clear. Listen, what do you say you are? Okay. So you got to bring it back to Saint Domingue. Like, yo, Toussaint was revolting against the French in Saint Domingue, right? Yeah. So when you try to get these facts established, they start to act like I don't know. Or they start to like try to trigger you. They start to chimp out a little bit. Okay, let's start from the beginning. Toussaint led the revolution, right, against the French. Yes. At that point, your island was called what? It don't matter what name you come up with. Haiti, the indigenous word, um, Saint Domingue, whatever, Hispaniola. I'll take all those. But it wasn't Haiti as we spell it today. Cool. All right. So he revolted. And at that point, what were you guys called? You'll get crickets. What did you call yourself when he was revolting? Because the word Haitian, how we spell it today, didn't exist. Your flag didn't exist. There was no Haitians. Okay. So when Toussaint was revolting, what did you guys call yourself at that time? You get crickets. You'll get crickets. You'll get crickets. Okay. And then okay, all right. Don't matter. But it wasn't black, right? Okay, because you guys didn't speak English. Okay, so cool. That's another thing. Like I keep reiterating, I'm using black in the English language. 5 English alphabets. That is our name. Just like other like Arabic. Like whatever they are, there's an Arabic expression, right? Of what these people are, their name. There's an Arabic way to write it. Okay. So if they're pointing to this and they're saying it in Arabic, they're saying we're the only people to say we're this. Let's say Sunnis. Before this, nobody was saying they're Sunni. And they're giving you it in Arabic. They're not saying the English word. They're giving you the Arabic word. Nobody called themselves this under this Arabic name, Arabic word. Who will argue? Like, yeah, yeah, we definitely use that word because we didn't speak Arabic. So you're right about that. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying black, Black. And I keep saying it over and over and over. And people, it like the cosplaying, it gets ridiculous. Okay. I'm like, not gonna turn green. Okay. So it's like you did hear what I said, right? Oh, nah, but they call themselves Chewbacca. Okay, that's not the word I use. Yeah, but that means black. Right. But congratulations, Chewbaccians. But I said the word black, not what it means. I said what the word I just used. You didn't call yourself this word before us. Yeah, but Chewbaccian mean black. Okay, fine. You're the Chewbaccians, but you're not the black people. Okay, so what it means, you didn't call yourself what it means. You just called yourself the word. Can we agree to that? And like somehow like we get lost in the conversation. At that point, they're just lost. You feel me? It's like, yo, you guys called yourself the Chewbaccians. I agree, but you did not call yourself um black. And like you got to do so much to get them to say that. Like, okay, listen, Black. Say it with me. I'm black and I'm proud. You guys didn't say that. You guys said I'm Chewbaccian and proud. All right. So I'm not trying to take away the Chewbaccians. Okay. The Chewbaccians were real. You were Chewbacca. You got it. That's your history. That's your language. But you were not black. You didn't speak English. You were not black. Are we? Now? Do you get it now? And they had this blank remedial look. Like, damn, yeah. I'm saying one thing. You're saying something else, and you're pretending like we're saying the same thing. I'm saying black. You're saying Chewbaccian. I'm like, yo, you do know we're saying two different words, right? How do you spell Chewbaccian? CH. Okay, wait, stop right there. My word don't start with a C. It starts with a B. Okay. And this is what you have to go through when you are an enlightener, okay? When you're an educator. So people will listen to that and hear them shuffle, act a fool, and then they'll be like, hey, man, I'm biased. Yo, that's why I don't do so and so. Right. And I don't flip burgers either. Okay. I get it. You don't do what I do because you don't have the patience, tolerance, education, right? Articulation. I get it. You don't have the eloquence, the charisma. Right, right, right. And guess what? I don't do what you do. With flip burgers, whatever you do, I don't do that. Okay. So we both have a strength and we should stick to our strengths. We shouldn't stick to our weaknesses. So if you're not good at what I do, which is teach, articulate, and all that stuff, don't do it. Just like I'm not good at what you do, so I'm not gonna do it. When they call in, oh, man, that's why I don't do. Yeah, but that's why I do it. Right, I do it because you can't do it, and somebody got to do it, and it's me. And you're actually listening to me because I'm good at doing it. You feel me? They're like, what are we doing? You call in and tell me that this is why you don't do it. Great, and you shouldn't do it. You're not good at it. You was never good at it. Nobody in your neighborhood, your family line believes you are a great communicator. So yes, you should stay out of communications. You never worked in communications. You never worked in sales. Right. You should definitely not do it and leave it to the experts. Do not try this at home. Right. I got to leave with that disclaimer. Do not try this at home. It ain't for everybody. It's for the experts. Anyway, yeah. So that is what we go through right there. And then they'll say, I'm playing semantics. Like, I don't know how you use that expression, but I'm literally telling you what I'm saying. You're not black. Okay. You're not black. And like don't worry, I got all this clipped up. I'm gonna re-upload this stuff shortly. I keep saying I'm gonna do it, but uh time. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's kind of rough. Kind of rough. Time is kind of rough. Need time. Need time. There ain't enough time. There, I had time when folks was supporting, but folks stopped supporting, so I had to, you know, get myself the support, and it took away my time. But we are where we are. The hard trials necessary to establish truth. That's the bottom line. Okay. Hold on 1 second. I'm getting a text. I'm gonna finish cooking in 1 second. I'm about to cuss somebody out in a second. Hold, hold on. All right, all right. So let me play a video for you, and then we're going to invite the TikTokers, right? They never disappoint. I renamed TikTok TikToxic because folks over there is toxic as hell. So let me share my screen.
Raise your hand if y'all got a problem with procrastinating. Let me give some game to the family because, yeah, there's a lot of procrastination. There's a procrastination spirit. I want to get that procrastination spirit off you. You do? Y'all got some problems with procrastinating? Yeah. See, we got to get that procrastination spirit because I want everybody, we all need to be thriving. I want everybody to thrive. All right? We all need to be thriving. Stop that damn procrastinating, all of you guys. You guys got talent, especially foundational Black Americans, even if you're not an FBA. Y'all got talent. Cultivate your damn talent. See, there's a myth of perfect conditions. See, a lot of people, well, when the time is right, I'm going to do this. I'm going to start my business when the time is right. I'm going to write this book when the time is right. I'm going to make this demo when the time is right. Ain't no perfect conditions. All right? Ain't no damn perfect conditions. You better stop waiting till all the damn lights turn green before you start moving. Family, ain't no damn perfect time. When you want to launch something, write a script, man, ain't no perfect time. The time is when you get started is the damn perfect time. I've been working on Hidden Color 6, dude, through raising kids, through sickness, through travel. I work on it every day, no matter what. The perfect time is every damn day. That's the perfect time, no matter what I'm going through. I make sure it gets worked on and completed. You understand? The people who dominate their fields, they execute in the middle of chaos, ladies and gentlemen. Rain, sleet, or snow, the shit is gonna get done. There ain't no perfect time. The fuck you think is a perfect time? There's gonna be a rainbow and some clouds and some bluebirds sitting on your damn windowsill? No. The hell you think? This ain't a Disney movie? Get your ass out there and grind. No damn perfect time. You get that shit popping right now. You understand? You build infrastructure when it's raining, snowing, or whatever. See, procrastinating is you just waiting for permission from the universe. The permission you never needed in the first place. You dictate the timing, ladies and gentlemen. See, and a lot of people, what they do, they'll confuse research for execution. See, some of y'all might be one of these perpetual preparators. You always preparing to do some shit, but you never do it. Well, what I'm doing, I'm gathering some information. I'm just trying to get some research. I done read a couple of books. I got some pamphlets that you ain't read, but I'm just preparing. You stop all that shit too. See, you get into a cycle of analysis paralysis, telling yourself that you're researching, you're gathering data and all that shit. Gathering data without implementing it, you're just entertaining yourself. Planning is strictly theoretical until you put the shit in practice, all right? You got to pivot from being a consumer of information to a producer of tangible damn assets. Get out here and get this thing done. You understand? See, discipline is the damn blueprint. Stop waiting to feel motivated. Motivation is emotional. Motivation is temporary. Motivation is actually unreliable. See, discipline is structural. See, if you only put in the work when you feel inspired, nothing ain't gonna get built. You gotta treat your daily objectives like a mandate. You don't need to feel good about it. You just need to wake up, lay the bricks down, and that's it. Where my people who go to the gym? Y'all know sometimes y'all don't like going to the gym, but if you're disciplined, you gonna go. Where my gym rats? Y'all know what it is? Y'all ain't, well, some days, y'all gym rats know what it is. You feel like, I don't feel like going on, my bowels hurt, but you get your ass up there and go. You have to thug it out. You're going to be uncomfortable for an hour. You'd rather deal with that uncomfort than a big back. What's more uncomfortable? You working out in the gym for an hour, or you trying to get your big back in an airplane seat? You got to buy 2 seats for that big back. So what's more uncomfortable? Yeah? And yeah, you feel better afterwards. Yeah? Like, well, with this movie, The Hidden Color 6, boy, I was working so hard. I've been working on this movie. Whew. Man, there's been so much shit with the movie. We've taken people out the movie. There's a lot of shit going on. But it's a phenomenal damn film, though. It's beautiful. So now I done all the hard work. So now the fun part is promoting the movie. That's the fun shit. Yeah? But we got to do the hard, disciplined work. Don't procrastinate, man. Procrastination is actively self-sabotage. See, procrastination, that's not just casual laziness. That's strategic failure. Procrastinating is you sabotaging your own damn potential and your own development. Every time you delay your work, you're handing over your power, you're handing over your time, you're handing over your market share to somebody else who's willing to execute today. You see? You giving your competition a leg up when you out here bullshitting. You better understand, you better get out here and get it, because there's somebody else out here who's going to be running laps around your ass. Yeah? While the tethers be mad at me for the influence I have. Let me tell you, tethers, something. Y'all making marathon spaces about me and the money I got and all that. I'm not making marathon spaces whining about me. That's why you can't rub 2 nickels together. You in your Uber, and I'm over here chilling. You talking about me. because I do the damn work. You don't do the work sitting up whining about niggas, especially a man, unless you a punk. And you still ain't gonna get nothing as a punk. Yeah? And understand, time is valuable, man. Ain't no damn infinite time. Somebody in the chat room hit it right on the money, man. Time is valuable, man. You think your time is infinite. No, it's not, man. Time is the only resource you cannot manufacture. You can't negotiate for it. You can't get it back once you're spent. So you need to start operating with an aggressive sense of urgency. See, history only respects and remembers people who develop the infrastructure to put the work in. History don't record the people who just talked about what they were going to damn do. And sometimes there's going to have to be some damn discomfort. You just want to be comfortable all the time. Damn that, man. Growth and comfort cannot exist in the same damn space. Y'all know that? Growth and comfort does not exist. When some shit grows, it's uncomfortable sometimes. See, your ass is procrastinating because the work, that requires you to be uncomfortable. You got to get up, lift up, think, use brain power. Nah, I just want to sit up and just watch Zeus Network and just kind of tune out. No. No, no, no. Growth requires your ass to struggle, solve problems. You might have to face potential failure. But if you want to build some shit of real value, you got to get comfortable with the friction. All right? You got to stop retreating to what's easy. Discomfort, that's the mandatory price for admission if you want to be successful at any goddamn thing. You understand? You're going to have to be discomforted. Yeah? And look at what you're producing now. Look at what you're producing. When it's all said and done, man, or what tangible infrastructure you leaving behind, man. You got to build a solid legacy of something, projects, or you just going to leave with a bunch of good intentions. No. You are the director and the executive producer of your damn life. All right? Turn them cameras on and work and execute. Get that shit popping. I'll stop all that procrastinating, ladies and gentlemen. I ain't trying to beat up on y'all, but shit. All right. Man. Let me see. Raise those hands, family. Let's get those hands, ladies and gentlemen, up. We'll have prime time. Let's get prime time, the God in the building. Prime time. Mr. Prime Time, hop on in.
What up, though?
What's up, Prime Time? How you doing, fam?
Hey, man, look, I want to address the first guy that was from Detroit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he was a tether. He just one of those Pan-African.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, like as far as that festival, man, that festival died out about 20 years ago. like on the real, like it was popular like in the 80s and 90s. You know, when the whole African-centric thing was going on in the 80s and 90s, right?
Hilarious.
But like once, like mid 2000s up until now, man, that festival is dead. It's dead. It may be 100 to 200 people there. And Hart Plaza holds thousands.
Wow.
Okay? So yeah, that right there was some BS. The minute he brought that up, I'm like, bro, come on. You know what I mean? I'm from Detroit. I'm born and raised,
no doubt,
7 Mile West Side all day. Man. I live in Vegas now, but you know, that shit was crazy. But Tariq, I gotta ask you, man. Like,
yes, sir.
So I was listening to O'Shea Dukes today.
Yeah.
And he posted something about your boy Godfrey, and I feel like he took a little shot at you a little bit, man. Like he said something about, you know, the whole like FBA thing and like, you know, who's paying them to say this and you know, and I like Godfrey. He's always been, you know, a ride of us, but lately he's been saying some little suspect stuff about, you know, FBAs and you know, that little show that he got with the other Africans. Like he be letting a lot of shit, you know, he be letting them say a lot of slick shit about it. So I just want to know what's your take on that.
There you go. Well, Godfrey, from what I've seen, Godfrey never said anything negative about me. People want him to so they can kind of make content out of it. They want me to say something slick about him. They want him to say something. Godfrey, from what I've seen, have never said anything about me. All right. So people are just kind of fishing for content in a lot of cases. So it's what it is. I'm not even tripping on that. All right. Let me see. Yeah, I don't think, I haven't heard him say anything negative about me. All right. Let me see. All right. Y'all raise the hands. Let me get y'all in here. Y'all raise your hands. Raise your hands, family. Let's get y'all in here because we got a lot of people in here, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Man. Let me see. Raise those hands, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all raise them hands. Come on now. Y'all get them damn hands up. Let me just get in the request queue and start getting random people. Let's try it that way. How long have I been on? I've been on for a minute, it feels like. All right, we're going to shut it down if y'all don't get them hands up. What's up, Lady Millionaire? What's up, lady? I'm just getting you in here because of that blue dress. What's up, Lady Millionaire? Lady Millionaire? Is she snoring? Ma'am, I bet she's wearing that dress right now in bed with a bonnet on, with her titty out. All right, get her out of here. All right. Y'all hitting the button and then go to sleep. Come on now. Come on now. Let's get this thing cracking. All right. Man. All right. Raise those hands. The news report about there's still more information coming out about Nolan. Man. Okay. Who is that? Said. Let's get Said. Okay, Said, I'm trying to get in here. Okay, hold on. Let's get AD. Let's get AD in here. AD, hop on in, AD. AD?
What's up, Mom? What up, though, Tyreek?
What's up, AD? How you doing, brother?
What up, though, brother? Hey, I'm from the D, man. Ain't no Africans in Detroit.
Right.
They in 2 apartment buildings in Southfield off the Lodge Freeway. I swear to goodness. They in 2 apartments in Southfield off the Lodge Freeway. They not here in the city. I wanted to get on so bad, man. I was, that's why I was like, hey, let me up. When that guy said he was from here. But Tyreek, you got to start asking him, what hood you from? Where you from? East side or west side? Or Southwest Detroit? You know what I'm saying? This is how you know if it's a tether or not. Because there's no Africans. You got Mexicans and Puerto Ricans. They just starting to come into the inner city, but they normally be out Southwest Detroit. No, they ain't Africans. There's no Africans here. And then when they try to say that we trying to be close to Caucasian white tea people, only thing we got to do is drive across 8 Mile if we wanted to be that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's we all in one area. You know, we majority dominates Detroit. You know, foundational Black Americans. And then when he said that, ain't nobody representing FBA, that's a lie. Because I represent FBA all day through TikTok. I didn't kick it with you on X.
Okay.
So, as I'm on X as Foundational America.
Yes, sir.
So I didn't kick it with you on X before. But I went to the hood because I'm a family man now. I'm not, in these streets and nothing like that no more. So I'm a family dude, got a wife, 3 kids.
Love that.
But I go to the hood time and time. And I went to the hood yesterday, and it was my homeboys who is 50 and older. And it was a lot of the little youngsters that was out there. And we was all speaking on this FBA movement. So when they try to say that it's only on TikTok and only on only on over the phone or whatever.
Right.
It's not. It's in the streets for real, for real.
Oh
And
yeah.
I land my plane.
My man, respect to that, brother. Yes, indeed. Oh, yeah. These tethers know it ain't some shit that's online. If it was just some shit online, they wouldn't be so triggered. If this was just some online shit, they wouldn't be so damn paranoid, crying all day. Yeah, we got tethers shook. This thing got these people shook out of their damn boots. Yeah, you ain't shook over something that's minimal. All right? Let me see. Who we got? Who's coming out of my house? Let me see. Can we get one more? We get one more, right? We get one more. We get one more? Let's get one more. Ladies and gentlemen. Let's get one more. Raise that hand and let's get one more in here. All right? Let's get one more good one. Y'all hit them hearts. Let's get these gifts up. We got a lot of people in here. Y'all tap that screen. Everybody tap that screen. Can we do one more? If y'all want to do one more, everybody put a gift on it then. If y'all want to, we can shut it down and just keep it going. If y'all want to keep it going, everybody put a gift up. All right? Y'all want to do it like that? Let's just throw some gifts up in. Let's see what we can do. Let me see if y'all really want to get down. We can still chop it up now. Everybody put a gift up. So if y'all want to hang out for 30 more minutes, let's keep it going. Let's throw some gifts up here then. Let's see if you really want to chop it up. Shout out to the watermelon slide. Respect to that. All right. Let's keep that going. And tap the screen and let's keep it going. All right. Yeah, let's keep this thing going. Excuse me. Let's see. Hold on. Elijah, let's get Elijah Drake. Let's get Elijah Drake in here. Elijah, what's up, Elijah? Elijah Drake.
Hey, what's happening, big brother?
What's up, Elijah? How you doing, brother?
I'm good, brother. Hey, look, I just want to further build on what you was talking about, the delineation, and you was talking to that stink nasty musty bastard butt cheeks barrister.
Yeah.
All right. I want to build on. I'm out here in your neck of the woods. I'm out here in Los Angeles. All right. I'm out here on Crenshaw.
Oh, cool.
You wasn't lying at all. All right, and you never lied. But I'm just saying you told the truth and everything about how with this delineation, the city of Los Angeles been delineated from foundational Black Americans. I was downtown Los Angeles and everything like that, and I see what's happening, and especially in the financial district. They got a whole swarm. When you see Black faces down there working in those nice commercial properties down there, like on Flower Street and 6, that's not foundational Black Americans mostly. That's Africans who they imported to work in those professional jobs and everything like that. Mm-hmm. And if you are, and I see where the wave is going. If you want to still be a foundational Black American and working in the city of Los Angeles, most likely they're gonna want you to prefer you to be LGBT. Yeah. They don't want no heterosexual Black man doing anything. They'll give something to the women, fine. But as far as manhood, they don't want no straight masculine Black man. That's who they're giving it. Everything else, tethers or LGBT. That's it. So that's just to add further credence. They've been delineated from us. So I'm gonna land my plane on that. And thank you for having me up.
Respect, brother. Thank you so much, Elijah. Black Friedman. Black Friedman, what's up, brother?
What's going on with you, fam?
I'm good, Friedman. How you doing, sir?
I'm good, man. I just want to keep encouraging you to keep doing what you're doing, man. It's spreading like wildfire right now, man.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's just not no online situation, man. You know, our people have woken up, and it's a beautiful thing to see. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So, you know, I just wanted to say thank you for that. And then also, I want to find out if you're going to have a showing of Hidden Color 6 in Houston, Texas.
Oh, yeah. We definitely. I'm talking to the movie theaters tomorrow, so I keep everybody posted on that. All right, let's get Jizzle. Yo, Jizzle. All right, how about Quick? Wait, hold on. Jizzle, you ready?
Yeah, there it was, though, man. My bad, man. The only reason why I got on this TikTok stuff was just because of you, bro. I don't
Yeah,
use this stuff for nothing else but just to listen to you, bro. But yeah,
respect.
man, no. Yeah, well, I had to go ahead and chime on in there, man. No, man, this FBA thing definitely got these tethers in the choke on there. Just so upset that they can't do what we is happening, man. I was talking with my cousin, and man, we went through our whole entire family generation, man. I literally can trace my ancestry back all the way to 1804 to a brother named Nate Rideout. He was from Virginia. Then he had a son named Isaac, who was in the Civil War. He was an artilleryman in the Civil War, and he moved on out to Arkansas, where my family still currently is. We still own the land to this very day. Taxes paid up and everything. We still own it. Then he
Mm,
moved, and he had a son. Then he had a son named what was his name? John, who married a Native American woman named America. Then they had a son named Feaster, who then had another son who had then had a son and a daughter. My grandmother Geraldine, who then had my mother Sherry, who then had me. So I can trace my lineage right back down to that, right off the damn names, and they're all at the same cemetery, all the way back there in Arkansas with no problems at all.
mm,
So
okay, my man.
yeah.
Thank you
So
so much,
brother,
Jilla. I
man,
appreciate you, brother. Yeah, man, we can trace our joints back, dude. And a lot of people have a problem with that. Family, don't let nobody try to force you to ignore your family. See, that's the thing. Let me be real. This brother Jizzle hit really on the money. A lot of people have a bug in their ass about us because we can actually trace back our lineage and the people by name going back to the 1800s. We really don't have a problem doing that. And folks got a bug in their ass about that because they can't do that. Their countries ain't even that old. Dude, my grandma's house in Alabama now is older than a lot of these African countries. So this is why they try to put this whole thing of we don't know who we are. That's a projection that we're somehow lost. How the hell we lost and we can trace our damn family back to the very beginning of this country? Most of these people can't do that. Do y'all understand that, family? Most of these people ain't even got damn birth certificates, family. Do y'all know a lot of these people don't even know when they were born? This is why they have so many January 1st births for immigrants. Do y'all understand that? Look up January 1st births of immigrants. Most immigrants, their birthdays are listed as January 1st because they don't have birth certificates. They don't have accurate documentation on when they were actually born. That's not me saying this to be facetious. I'm just telling you, you Google what I'm saying to you. Like I said, there's a bunch of musty Capricorns. And they're telling us we don't know who the hell we are. We were arguing with some tether we were going back and forth with. Was it on Twitter? One of them things. He literally had January 1st in his profile. His birthday was January 1st, and trying to tell us that we hate Africa and all that. I love TikTok Shop. Dude, you are literally a January 1st baby who don't know his damn history like that, trying to school us. A lot of people really got a bug in their ass about us being able to trace our lineage back so far. And they want us to ignore those people. They want us to ignore those foundational Black Americans who were here at the very beginning. We skip over them and look at some tribe over in Africa that most likely we have no connection to. We're not doing that. We're going to pay honor and homage and respect to our ancestors on this land who specifically sacrificed for us and made a way for us. You understand? We were here at the beginning. That's why they hate when we bring up the indigenous side of our ancestry. They really don't like that. You can't deny it. Who am I going to believe? Archaeological evidence, historic evidence, firsthand accounts, or just some goofball tether on the internet? Let's be very real. The black indigenous people were here before the red indigenous people. The Siberian indigenous, they came later. When they came over, they ran into the black indigenous people, ladies and gentlemen. This is a fact. That's why whenever they do archaeological digs and they start doing reconstructions of those skulls, it's always Negroid, according to them. You understand? This is them saying this. These early archaeologists, they used to tell the truth about what they found. They had to stop doing that. You understand? Let's be very, very real. And the other day, I was breaking down different books that people could look up. I was giving names of different authors and archaeologists. Because remember, archaeology was a relatively new scientific practice starting really in the mid-1800s, where they started to do dating and carbon dating and all that, seeing how far bones and skulls go back and doing reconstructions of skulls and all that. And when they first started doing that, they would actually tell the truth. They didn't start lying yet. All of these early archaeologists, they kept saying, man, all these skulls we finding, you know they're Negroes, right? Yeah, they are. We're digging up Negroes that's been here for thousands of years. This is what they kept saying. Yeah. That's a reality. That's very, very important. And again, they had to stop telling the truth about that because, listen, there was a lot of legal problems, and I brought this up before. I brought up several cases where people who were classified as mulatto and Negro were going to court, and this is one of the reasons why they didn't want us reading. They didn't want us reading because they didn't want us learning the law. But there were some people who were classified as Negro in hundreds of cases who found out that people with an indigenous mother, you were not supposed to be enslaved. And they're like, wait, my mama's indigenous. Shit, the hell am I enslaved for? And then they started filing suits. And there were hundreds of freedom suits where people who were reclassified as black were going to court and getting their damn freedom. Just hundreds of cases. The Sarah Chalkham, I brought that up the other day. So many cases, ladies and gentlemen. So people were losing money. So they had a vested interest in keeping black people from reading, black people that really come from a far land. No, I'm not really. I'm not going to try to from the entire legal claim to the United States lies on the doctrine. See, that was a legally basically it held that Christian European nations acquired absolute title to land upon discovering it. And if these institutions recognized that there was a black Aboriginal population that was already present, and they've established international trade before Columbus, that would theoretically invalidate their foundational legal title used to seize the continent. You know, so it was real deep. They needed to justify slavery, and in order for them to justify slavery, they had to create a concept of white supremacy, and that relied on the savage primitive narrative that, yeah, there was a savage African who they brought over, and they were rescuing a savage African from a primitive, isolated existence and introducing them to civilization. Now, they admitted that Black people had already gotten here, settled the Americas, and influenced the indigenous cultures. That entire philosophical justification to create this notion of Black inferiority, that would just collapse. You see, it is deep. It's very, very deep. But look at maps. If you look at maps from the 1500s, almost all the maps that they drew up in the Americas, almost all the maps showed the Native Americans looking dark-skinned with woolly damn hair. You go look up all those 1500 maps, the maps from the 1500s. Look at those maps and take a good look at how they depicted the natives. Take a good look at how they depicted them. Yeah? Man. All right, Quick, you in here, Quick? Mr. Quick. All right, let me get Quick out of here.
Great.
Oh, damn it, Quick. I took you out right when you were talking. Let me get you back, Quick. I get you back up. I get you back up. All right, he didn't say nothing and I started taking him out. My bad. Y'all raise your hand. Let me get y'all in here. Y'all raise your hands. Let me get you in here, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all ready to get in here? Raise your hand. All right. Thank you so much, Lordy Lordy. All right. Quick, hop on in. What's up, Tierra Dynamite? I see you, beloved. All right. Quick, raise your hand again. Quick, where you at, brother? What's up, Kim Kim? All right. Let me see. Nursing Brain. Let's get Nursing in here. Just get some new people. Nursing Brain. Hop on in, Nursing Brain. Nursing Brain. Nursing?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
Good. How you doing? You sound better.
I feel much better. Absolutely. How you doing, dear?
Pretty good. Okay, now listen. Everybody know how you like to hang up quick. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you my little bit of list and see if I'm allowed to speak on it. I was gonna give you the name of a herbalist and for you to start talking to. She's excellent.
Okay.
Put it this way, she's so hard that she customizes your herbs to what your condition is.
Oh, okay. And what's up, Samantha? Yeah, we got to get, let's unpack this thing, man. Oh, y'all haven't heard. All right, look. That was basically an identity laundering mechanism disguised as a cultural healing project. So what they wanted to do was they would oversample specific West African populations, and the initiative basically mathematically engineers Ghanaian matches. They do some deep reach where they try to match our DNA with some DNA in Ghana, but it's so damn, it's such a reach. It's like mathematic jujitsu, because we don't have no DNA connections with people in Africa like that. We really don't. So they tried to crunch numbers and flip numbers and just do a real grimy little finesse to try to match us up with some people over in Ghana. So really what they want to do is, take, our ethnic group with a specific claim to reparations and then try to rebrand us as displaced international diasporas. You understand? So this little finesse involved a coordinated mix of local politicians, academics, some externally focused organizations. There was the Illinois House Resolution 0453, And it was a lady named Carol Ammons who was behind this, a black lady. I don't know where her lineage is. Some people say that she has some foreign lineage as well. I don't know. But this data execution was administered by some Dr. Lakeisha David, and this is the founder of African Kinship Reunion Project. So they were getting state funds to distribute these kits and doing this DNA linking, trying to legally bind genealogical paper trails to Africa somehow. So basically, sharing a genetic marker with an individual living in Ghana, that don't prove that that person was actually trafficked over here. That doesn't prove that. Again, these people are relying on 1,000-year-old DNA markers. You understand? That we would have more connection to Europe than some of these bogus little DNA markers they were kind of cobbling together. That's how flimsy it is. I'm just telling you how flimsy it is. You understand? And the woman, this Almonds lady, you know, they publicized her. She was over there doing some ceremonies in Ghana. She was some kind of queen mother of some ceremony in Ghana. And she was already under investigation for some kind of political finesse over here. Like last week, she got indicted by a grand jury, her and her husband. They were getting hit up for wire fraud, obstruction of justice, making false statements. They had a multi-year scheme converting campaign funds into cash kickbacks and all this stuff. So they were finessing already. And then they said she funneled over $100,000 to her daughter. So these people were known to finesse. You see? And this is what the ancestors are doing. When people try to use us and play a game with us and play a game with this lineage, things go bad real quickly. You understand? But understand something, man. The program was structurally biased to produce a specific outcome. If a project deliberately builds a database focusing heavily on samples from modern day Ghana and neglect comparable, rigorous sampling from the rest of West and Central Africa, you know, it's mathematically guaranteed to spit out a quote Ghanaian match. If you
I forgot I'm on mute. I forgot I was on mute. My bad. I forgot I was on mute. I'm over here talking and I'm on mute. All right. Let's get back to the finesse. I forgot I was on mute trying to talk. Nobody can hear me. Giving commentary. Okay, so now we're back.
Crunch the numbers hard enough and find just pieces of ancient DNA, you'll find something. It don't mean a damn thing. Again, you can do the same thing in Europe. You understand? The bottom line is the initiative attempts to kind of bypass the ethnogenesis that we had. We're not a displaced tribe of modern Ghanaians. We are a very distinct ethnic group here, forged inside of the United States, and our lineage was created here. So trying to attach us and our identity under a modern African national identity, that's a finesse, ladies and gentlemen. They're trying to project modern borders.
Yeah, like how do you try to undo an ethnogenesis? Like you can't. Like Mexicans are Mexicans. That's out. Oh, see, what happens is Mexicans, some of your DNA really goes to Europe or to the Spaniards. So you're not really a Spaniard. You're not really a Mexican. You're a Spaniard. And the other DNA go to the indigenous people of the land. So, I mean, what are you saying? It's the ethnogenesis. You can't undo an ethnogenesis. Like they are trying so hard to untie us because now they realize they can't. They realize they can't cosplay and sneak in. There's no back door. We close it. You dig? So now they're trying to find, okay, well, let's undo the knot. Let's undo the ethnogenesis knot. So instead of backdooring our way to them, we can get them to come to us. So we, some reclassification, paper genocide. Like, stop it. Stop it. Like, this is sickening. But these are people who claim we ain't SHIT. We ain't do nothing. We're powerless. We're useless. We're divisive. But they're trying their best. They're trying their best to get us to say we're one of them. It ain't going to happen. You're a failed nation. You gotta succeed on your own. Okay, we'll do some deals with the white team man or Chinese man, but leave us out of it. Yeah, we're focused on ourselves. We got a lot to do in America, right? We've been systematically boxed out. We've been systemically boxed out. So we're trying to get that going, right? We're trying to get progress going in America in our way before the obstacles, the systematic obstacles that was placed before us. Whatever y'all got going on abroad, look, go be great. We're not in your way. We're not trying to make you join us. Go do you, boo. You dig? We're gonna show you how to do this, son. All right, we're gonna do it with or without people. Don't matter. Like, yo, go learn, write a book, watch how we do it, and we already gave the blueprint before. No, we're not coming over there to be foundational Ghanaians. We're not going to build you up. We're not going to be foundational West Indians. We're not going to be foundational Haitians. All right. We're done with building foundations. You got to do your own foundation. All right.
On ancient history, the territory we call Ghana, that's a modern geopolitical construct. The borders were drawn by European colonizers. You understand? But the bottom line is, I believe this is a reparations hijack, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is more of that reparations hijack. Every time around, it's some shit with Ghana popping their head up. Y'all notice that? Every time we turn around, it's something with Ghana popping its head up on, hey, big head. Ghana's just forcing itself on us. This is a reparations hijack, family. Understand that. Our delineation is a critical economic threat. U.S. reparations, that's a domestic debt owed specifically to foundational Black Americans by the United States government and all of its institutions for all the atrocities that was committed on American soil. if these DNA programs successfully establish a legal or political narrative that foundational Black Americans are just lost Ghanaians or citizens of the diaspora, that provides an opening for the foreign governments to insert, they want to insert themselves as stakeholders or intermediaries of our reparations claim, which is what Ghana's been doing. They want to come in and absorb the capital for themselves. Damn that. Damn that. Look, every moment the media and the political focus is shifted towards return to Africa narratives and all that, that takes the heat off the United States government, family. Y'all know that? That's why I say, man, Pan-Africanism and all that has always been funded by the government. If you look at Pan-African movements, when people talk about some shit funded by the government, that's been funded by the government. If you look at all those Pan-African movements, and hell, the whole Liberia thing was funded by slave owners. They wanted to free blacks out of here. You understand? The first so-called Back to Africa movement with the Liberia recolonization thing, that was funded by the white tea people. They've always funded stuff like that so that we don't have to make this U.S. government responsible. You see? So yeah, we're not going for that finesse. We're not going for that finesse whatsoever. See, all of that takes the heat off of the U.S. government when we do that. Programs that emphasize international DNA connections, that's a convenient distraction. That allows American institutions to subtly distance themselves from the localized, highly specific debt that they owe specifically to the foundational Black American lineage. You understand? And all that family reunion talk and all that, having these little ceremonies, that's all a finesse. And if we rely on foreign governments, these international pilot programs and these external universities to validate who we are, we're surrendering the authority of our own lineage. We're not doing that. That's why tethers always call us trying to dictate who we are and who we're not, telling us what we're not and what our lineage is. That's a form of colonization. These people want to colonize us so bad. We don't let that happen, ladies and gentlemen. All of this is about capital extraction. These foreign governments, a lot of their aid has been drawn up, has been taken away from them. Ghana ain't getting aid from the U.S. government like that. This Trump administration cut off that paper. And these people recognize the immense spending power of foundational Black Americans. They understand the cultural influence of foundational Black Americans. They know the future reparations potential of the foundational Black American collective. Now, remember, these were some of the same people, these Ghanaians and all these West Africans, they were telling us we'll never get reparations. Remember? Y'all remember, they were telling us, stop begging the white man, nigga. You're never going to get nothing. You're not going to get anything. And we just stood on our square. We stayed focused. We kept the reparations conversation in the lexicon. Now they want to jump on board, and not just jump on board, jump in front of it. My brothers were taken from me. We need reparations. We were done wrong by the government. Ain't that right, my brothers? No, Dudu Tunde. No. No. You can't run up and try to jump in the damn driver's seat now. You can't do that. I really despise that whole finesse that they're trying to run as if they were not fully participating in the slave trade with the white tea supremacists. They're not going to get away from that. They'll just straight up lie. We did not do any slave trading. That is a lie that the white man told you. Dude, Tunde, there's slave castles still there. What are you talking about? No, that is Ghanaian Disneyland. That is in the
Ghanaian Disneyland. Hey, now that's a fact though. Like these guys just they just add injury to insult. I'm sorry, and they add salt to injury. My bad. I'm over here focused on the road. they come back and gaslight and say the white man lied. The white man just came and got you out of Africa under the thumb of the sleeping Ghanaians. They were just asleep. White man lies. Okay. This is what they all do. Okay. They call in here, they call in abroad. They will read the white man stats when they believe the stats are undermining our lineage. Okay. They'll read about black crimes, welfare, GDP, per capita, the raw data. The white man is spot on when he talks about raw data and per capita when it's negative towards black Americans. But let that white man raw data, that per capita, start pointing at these tethers, and all of a sudden, that same source is no good. Now it's the white man lies. Okay? That same source is no good. It's the white man lies. The bottom line is that there were enslaved people who were on slave ships that wrote journals. I think Equiano is one of his names. Okay? They wrote journals. Many people. You got Queen Nzinga. Her history is well documented. These folks, the people wrote their experience. Hey, African king or African guy snatched me up, enslaved me, had me sitting in the cell, the holding cell at Amina Castle, and then a whitey man came and bought me from that African man. Right. This is firsthand primary sources. Like these are the people themselves writing journals on the slave ship, describing their experience. I was minding my business in Africa, no whitey people in Africa. Okay, they're not in the interior of Africa. I'm minding my business, and some dude with a bone in his nose and an arrow snatched me up. I'm like, hey, brother, what's going on? He's like, yo, you're not brother. We're not just in the same tribe. You're different. I'm delineating. You're not one of us. And put me, bonded me, enslaved me, trafficked me, and then sold me to this pink mayonnaise whitey man looking guy. Okay? And he bought me. So the whole like when you resort to like to that level of when you resort to I'm trying to be careful with my words. So TikTok don't restrict me. When you resort to that level of degeneracy, okay? When you become that primitive, where you just can look at 400-year-old history and pretend it just never happened. 13, 15 million people left Africa willingly. They immigrated. they was talking to immigration. And they got TPS status, work visas. They were filtered out as the hyper selected of Africa and came to the diaspora to work. Like that's pretty much that's what you got to say now. Like to deny the historical truth about what happened, that we were sold by muddy people, to deny that, you have to just, when does it stop? Now you're going to say we came over here on work visas, temporary status. We refugees, we fled Africa. Like that's coming next. Oh, no, you guys fled Africa. What's coming next is that we fled Africa. Hey, you fled first. You fled from Africa to the United States. That's what's coming next. Like these muddy people just got no honor and integrity in them at all. Zero. And y'all gotta just resonate with that, man. See, for me, I'm not confused. I know about these muddy people. I know their mentality. It's filthy. Okay? Like their homeland is like a lot of dirt food, a lot of dirt cakes, dirt cookies, a lot of dirty people, a lot of musty people. I was at a children's thing not too long ago, and some people came by me. The air snatched up the scent, threw it right in my nose, and I just couldn't believe in 2026 that people are literally musty. Like, people do the joke thing, but you be like, nah, I know they conform by this time. I mean, the must smell was like on a different level. Like, so it's like, yeah, y'all can't say people are wrong when they say that. You are musty right here. Big, like you are musty in real time. This was the other day. This was just the other day. All right, I think people are inviting themselves up by mistake because I am accepting your invites, but so I'm gonna take it as you guys are mistakenly invited. I don't want to, because it almost seemed like I'm trying to invite you guys, but I'm too late. Yeah, so if y'all want to like talk about some of this stuff, yeah, you can invite yourself up. But man, oh man, the gaslight deception is on another level, man. Yeah, I got to do a gaslight thumbnail. I got
you. These people just lie. It's just nothing for them to lie.
At all.
The slave castles are just standing right there, big and bold, and they act like it ain't. What slave castle? That is a Burger King. That is a fast food restaurant, nigga. What are you talking? We sell bush meat and a goosey. What are you talking
That's
about?
a restaurant.
Oh, okay. Good Lord, these people, man.
No, that's a restaurant. You guys got White Castle. We got Elmina Castle. That is a restaurant, brother. That's not what you think it is. We serve food from there. We serve all type of bush meat, all type of stuff about that restaurant called the Elmina Castle.
Good grief. Who was this in the comments section? Cotton. Okay, Yandy? Let me see. Okay, Yandy. I see Yandy in the chat room trolling. Yandy, you want to hop up, Yandy? We got somebody named Yandy calling us cotton pickers and all that, but you pick the cotton out your bussy. All right? From those clothes donated by UNICEF. All right? It has a lot of cotton balls in it that you have to dig out your Gucci cap, right? Yandy, whatever your name is, hop on in here. Don't be all in the chat room saying stuff. Hop on in if you got something to say. Say it with your chest. Say it with your full chest. All right? That's what we do around here. But listen, you better understand something, family. The Foundational Black American Delineation Movement, that has disrupted that traditional political landscape. See, by us establishing a very strict legal and genealogical boundary around our ancestry, this delineation movement has forced the public to speak about a very specific domestic debt owed to a specific group of people. So what a lot of these other folks want to do, family, they want to blur the line that delineation is drawn. You see? They want to blur the line. You see? The power of us is our razor sharp focus on lineage. You are either a descendant of the foundational people who built the United States, or you're just not. This clarity, it terrifies the political establishment because it stops them from hiding behind broad catch-all categories like African American, minority, people of color, all that. So this Ghana DNA finesse, that's a desperate attempt to try to re-scramble the damn egg. All right? They're trying to attach a modern African nationality to us so they can dissolve that sharp legal boundary that we've drawn. And they want us to be a vague, borderless diaspora bucket that everybody can extract something from, and that's just not happening. See,
Yeah, we had a good dialogue earlier. Those who chimed in, we had the critic, we had Daniel, we had DJ Focus. The only thing, Daniel, you are too hyper, my guy. You gotta let somebody put a period behind their words. You be in mid sentence. You be like, yeah, somebody. Like, what I'm about to say is like the most crucial part of the point I'm talking, right? And he cuts in. I had to keep telling him over and over, Daniel, man, dude, you're cutting at the best time, like, dude. And then you're cutting in to change the topic. Oh, God, please, man, everybody take their medicine before you hop on the live, man. Y'all be too hyper. Take your medicine and then join me. You'll be relaxed. You'll be calm. You'll be ready to like let me at a period. Thank you.
Foundational Black American Reparations claim, that's a domestic legal claim. That's a lawsuit against the U.S. government and the sub-institutions for very specific crimes committed on American soil under American laws. Now, when these programs try to introduce these little janky DNA tests with these little janky convoluted matches that are real weak and flimsy to Ghana, they want to shift the narrative from a domestic legal injury to an international immigration or a human rights issue. Now, if they can successfully redefine us as a displaced foreign population rather than injured American citizens, that weakens our standing, ladies and gentlemen. You see, understand the play. Understand the damn play, ladies and gentlemen. You see? See, for decades, man, political establishment, they've used these broad pan-ethnic coalitions to dilute the specific voting power and economic demands of foundational Black Americans. Delineation broke that whole system by demanding separate and specific line items for foundational Black Americans. So now they want to come with this janky DNA nonsense. No, that's a scam African hustle. They're trying to breathe life into a top-down corporate version of Pan-Africanism so they can convince foundational Black Americans that our primarily political struggle is global and symbolic rather than domestic and economic. You see? See, they're trying to get America off the hook. We're not letting that happen. Yeah? True FBA delineation relies on rigorous paper trail genealogy, tracking your ancestors through the 1870 census, slave schedules, cemetery plots, Freedmen Bureau's records, vital statistics. See, there's a verifiable, legally binding process. That Ghana DNA stuff, they try to substitute hard historic data with basically generic trace ancestry that don't mean anything. You understand? So we got to understand the finesse here, man. This foundational Black American delineation movement, it treats reparations as a matter of cash, land, systemic protection, structural repair. This is a cold business negotiation. We ain't trying to do all that African dance shit and put on a kufi, none of that. See, that's a distraction. They ain't trying to do none of that. We're sitting up here looking at the U.S. government like, where's the damn check? Where's the crime bill? Let's stop playing games. We're not about to sit here and eat hottie-goosey and then roll fufu in our hands and dip them in some damn pepper stew or some shit. We ain't doing that. All right? And we ain't having Ghana represent us, nothing like that. We can represent ourselves. That's what it is. Let me talk to the family. Y'all get on in here. We got a lot of people in here. Y'all share the space. Tap the hearts, man. Tap the screen. Tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Is that
Oh my God, I can't stand this damn phone, man. This phone is ridiculous. Okay, so yeah, so Ghana, listen, man. Why everywhere on the phone is just the most sensitive button? I'm trying to touch around the case. Like, dude, I'm not even touching the phone, touching around the case. All right, this thing's just sensitive as hell. All right. So here's the thing, Ghana. So Tethers, you keep trying to make us Ghanaian. Okay. How about do this? How about for those who want to be that Ghana thing, right? How about you extend permanent citizenship with no bank account attached to it? You just, because if we're Ghanaian and you want us to be Ghanaian so bad, okay, then for those Pan-Africans that's in this country, because I want them gone, those Pan-Africans, how about you extend permanent citizen for Black Americans? And notice it's only for Black Americans. Like they don't do this Ghana DNA for the Jamaicans, Haitians, Brazilians, the Cubans. It's just us. You guys are the real chosen Ghanaians. Okay, whatever. But how about this? How about you guys give out permanent citizenship for Native Black Americans, blacks, the blacks, right? Without any strings attached. Don't say, oh, you need to bring your bank account. No, permanent citizens. Just do that. Say, hey, you guys are us, and we're giving you permanent citizens. You can prove that you are a citizen of the United States and your lineage is American, right? You're a lineage American, lineage Black American, then you will have citizenship in Ghana. Do that. Okay. But then they're not. They trying to do a fake bait and switch, like where call yourself Ghanaian, but you don't get citizenship. And by calling yourself Ghanaian, you're not the leaders of Ghana. We are. So now we get to represent and speak for you going forward. That's not good. That finesse is garbage. It's not going to happen. I don't know who y'all think you're talking to. The average Black American don't even think about Africa at all, or even a DNA test. Because I'll be just curious, like, hey, certain friends, like, you know what I mean? Like, hey, like, where your family from? They be like, oh, they give me some states. And I'm like, hey, you ever do a genealogical you ever did your genealogy before? You ever did a DNA test? And a lot of Black Americans say no. So I'll be trying to encourage them, like, yeah, go do one. I mean, it's for you, and then it's for us. Like we can look through, and you can look through mine. It's like a receipt. We verify each other backgrounds. Like, yeah, no, we are definitely foundational. We are definitely lineage Americans. You feel me? We are native to this country, 100%. Yeah, but so I'm just saying, like the average Black American don't this finesse that they're trying to do is garbage because some of us just don't even think about Africa at all. Most of us don't think about Africa. We think about getting ahead in America. We think about righting the wrong in America, right? We think about what's owed to us. We think about job opportunities. We think about police. We think about justice. Like we're so forward. We're so looking forward. Okay. If this Ghana finesse was going to be successful, Ghana will have to make sure that there's laws protecting us here. And they'll be backing a lot of ideas. If they wanted any finesse to work, you would think you'll go that far. Hey, let me protect them. Let me speak to their defense, not be our representatives, but speak to our defense. That is a real way to like sneak your way in. Oh, Ghana got your back. Not trying to make us you out of nowhere. Okay. That DNA test garbage you talking about, um, I don't know what the goal is, don't care. But you cannot undo an ethnogenesis. Okay, if you was to trace back somebody's DNA to Ghana, that means absolutely nothing in terms of identifying yourself. Okay, there's no DNA test that's going to say we're Ghanaian. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go to her website. I'm gonna go to their website live, like I'm, you know, in the background. I'm gonna go to their website, right? And we're gonna see. We're gonna see what this finesse is really about. Watch this.
Yandy people in here is still in here. KC, hop on in, KC. Hey, y'all saying.
Right. Here they come. Early in the morning. Early in the morning. Easy. Rain check. Rain check. Give me the crock pot. Heard you go with the dot, 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 dot. You there, rain check? Okay, turn my volume up. Say it again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, rain check.
I just came in. I don't even know what the conversation exactly is at hand.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'll tell you. Well,
I want to just vent a little bit.
yeah, go ahead. Well, just watch the language to make sure it's not.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes, this came from another live, right? I'm just scrolling, aimlessly scrolling, and we're not even trying to get into this conversation this early in the morning for real. But I came across a live, and it's a Jamaican guy, JD Mogul, and he's basically discussing, you know, how he how Black people, and we need to get our money together, and and I know everything that's going on right now, and I've actually been in these lives on the other nation's necks. Like I've been trying to stop doing that. I don't want to continue doing that. So I just be listening at this point. So this man, he's talking, good stuff. Everything he's saying, I agree with everything he's saying. Even though, he's an immigrant, and I know a lot of FBA are saying, like, we don't want immigrants speaking for us and things like that. But, he was talking a lot of good stuff. Up until the point, he says he lives in Savannah, and a lot of he owns businesses and this, that, and the third, but a lot of Black people that he do business with can't even read. And I'm like, why do they always have to go in on, so they always got to be shady no matter what? Like I said, I was agreeing with everything this man was saying, but then he has to start throwing shade, and it just, to me, it hit me because personally, I did used to have to read for my grandparents that came from down south. Both my grandparents that came from down south. But when my parents grandparents migrating from down south, not knowing how to read, they several homes. They bought, they had several paid for vehicles. They built up a lot, not knowing how to read. So I took that as a ultimate disrespect, and I just don't understand. Why is it that they have to always do that? Like I said, I be in these lives, I be listening most of the time, but then they say something disrespectful about Black Americans. Yeah, I'll be on their neck, and I was just like, I don't want to have that attitude anymore. I just want to listen, see what some of them have to say, but I'm still Black America versus everybody at this point in my mind. But, I don't, are you standing, with us 10 toes, or what are you doing? If you're over here, if you're an immigrant and you're over here, like, what are you doing?
Right. So
you're spending back money, or you're building
well,
out.
they definitely not doing remittances. All right. Well, look, let me speak to a couple of things why this confusion. All right. So now I heard you out completely, right? So I have a great comprehension, and I'm going to speak to what you said, right? Okay. First thing he did was he used the Black word as a blanket identity for everybody. That's what he did. In the same conversation, he then used it as a delineating term, right? So I'll tell you what you said. He said, as Blacks, we need to come together, right? So that means Jamaicans, Africans, Haitians, Black Americans. Then he said Blacks can't read in Georgia. Okay, so first I'm gonna say to the Jamaican guy, which Black? Is it Africans, Jamaicans? See, and now that question is a trick question, because then he got to say Black Americans. I'm gonna say, how do you know they're Black Americans? Yo, you got Jamaicans in Georgia, you got Africans, you got. How do you know that the guy who couldn't read is a Black American? And that's why we're. Now look, that's why we're delineating, because well, hold on. Let me just speak a little more. We're delineating because the word black doesn't say nothing. It does not identify no one. It lumps us all together where we're indistinguishable. You can't distinguish who is who. So when there's stats that talk about crime, that talk about money, unemployment, tangibles, and everybody's on that black stuff, black is actually a race. It covers many people. So there's no way to tell who this stat actually represents, right? So that's why a lot of our argument is we're overrepresented, right? And then we're underrepresented in a lot of cases. So we're asking for disaggregated data. Without that, you can never tell which black that is. That's why I am the repo man, right? That's my nickname, I'm the repo man. I'm taking black back to the and bringing it back to the original owners of the word. Jamaican man ain't black, for one. He's Jamaican. He's West Indian. He's Caribbean. That's what he is. I'm black. I'm just black. I don't have all these different names. They're Caribbean, West Indian, Jamaican. They got all these different names. Maroon. I'm just black. I'm just black. Okay, so that's one. Black is not a term. It's black is an identity. It's a name of a people, just like Jamaican, Haitian, and Nigerian. So black started for us in the 1940s. We said we're the black people of the world. You're the Haitians, you're the Nigerians. Melvin Charles had developed a flag. It's called the Black American Heritage Flag. Do you think he thought of Jamaicans when he made that flag? I'm gonna tell you, it's no. He thought of Nigerians or the Africans? No, no Haitians. He said because he was actually speaking to them. The flag was speaking to them because there was a handful of them in the country, and they had flags they would fly around. So Melvin Charles said, "I'm tired of Black Americans not having their heritage flag like these other Afro people do." So he designed a flag called the Black American Heritage Flag in 1967 for Black Americans only. Okay. So we're the only people who are black with the name black in our flag. Your flag identifies you. What your flag says, or the name of your flag is what you are. If you got a Haitian flag, guess what? You're Haitian. If you got a black flag, you're black. So I like to first start there. I will talk to the Jamaican guy and say, dude, when did you become black? All of your life you've been Jamaican. West Indian, he's been West Indian since the 1960s. That's when that term came around, and he's been Caribbean. I don't know how long that term, but he's been other things. There's no blackness in Jamaican history of them identifying themselves as black. That word does not exist as identified in Africa or Haiti. This is something they're claiming in 2024 since the inauguration of President Trump. Now all of a sudden you're trying to hijack an identity, and we're saying, bro, we can do business together without you being me. Right. So the same thing he said on his live. Yeah, we could come together and have this diaspora hug, but you're not me though. Stop saying black. If you're saying black, we can't do business because now you're hijacking my identity to misrepresent. And no, a Jamaican guy cannot speak for Black Americans in no way, shape, form. Just like we can't speak for immigrants, no way, shape, form. Right? An immigrant would not allow us to speak for them. The LGBT community would not allow us to speak for them, and neither would PETA or the women's suffrage movement. None of them going to let us speak for them. So you don't get the right to speak for us. We're going to speak for us. And we have speakers. We have people in position who can represent foundational Black Americans, Native Black Americans, freedmen. So that's my response to what you said.
Everything you just said, like, and I understand everything you just said, and I kind of been on the delineation on my own for years. You know, to just tired of going in their businesses and things like that, being disrespected and stuff like that. And but I was waiting for everybody else to really get on the same page. But even with what he was saying, like I said, I was just listening, you know, really, really just listening. And I felt like he was like speaking, because he has his Jamaican flag up and everything. He's a cosplayer, but not exactly. So he had his flag up, so everybody was aware. I was aware he was Jamaican and everything like that. But he wasn't saying anything wrong at first. He said, you know, he was talking about how, you know, just economics, you know. So I didn't, you know, but he did throw in there the black and, right, you know, try to throw the flat black out there. But then, yeah, why are you turning around? Like, why? You know, I feel like there's a few of them that want to stand with us, but don't act like just being double sided. You know.
Right. So look. So here's the first test they're going to stand with us. Join our spaces. Why are you doing a separate space? Like, if we're going to be coming together, how are we coming together if I got my space, you got your space? And don't forget, don't forget, he's joining us. We're not joining them. Right. So you got a space, and you're spilling your Marcus Garvey talk. Okay, cool. You're trying to finesse, you're trying to scam. I got it. So now, so to us, he's a suspected tether. Like, it's not really proven just yet. But the fact he's trying to do his own thing and he's not collaborating with us, which is the issue. Like, you want to get down with us, get down with us. But you're doing your own thing. You got your own space. So come to an FBA space. You see, I'm not belligerent. I'm not one of those toxic folks. I'm really reasonable. I'm logical. So come over here and let me hear this economic blueprint. Because for one, anybody who says that is already a scammer, right? I don't need to do economics with you to live in peace.
That's a fact.
Yeah, like, what if I don't want a business? I just want to work at, Walmart. I'm fine doing that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, why do I gotta do what you want to do? And that's why it's always a finesse. That's why we don't do that. Tariq don't do that. Yvette, no, nobody does that. Hey, I got this. They're all scammers. When people got this job opportunity for you, that's why I don't let FBAs come on my panel pitching that scam. I say, oh, no. Do that on your own time. Don't do that money talk over here. You get us rich. Get out of here. People don't care about that. That's the bottom line. What we're doing right now, what's the most important thing, is that we're delineating, and we got talking points within that delineation movement, and then we're still stomping hard for reparations. Anything else is other stuff, right? That you might want to do, might not want to do. But delineation and reparations, these are talking points that you must embrace if you're going along with this. But other talking points ain't necessary. And that financial talk is garbage. He owns these businesses and he gets you hired. Look, man, stop. Okay, stop. We're okay. We're not looking for employment from a Jamaican guy.
You know, like we basically are in a position in America where we can do our own thing. You know, we can pull our money out of these businesses and invest with each other. So we can do it. We don't need other races. You know, if they don't want to contribute, they don't have to contribute. You know, I feel like we're okay there. So I'm definitely not looking to none of them. Yes, and you are right. They are scammers.
And then let's talk about how he got here, right? So here's another thing. I'm actually, this is what I do. I'm a historian. I'm an educator. I study immigration of this country's history. So he got here. He's Jamaican. So I know how he got here. He didn't got to tell me. He came here as a humanitarian immigrant. So that means he came here as a asylum, refugee, or evacuee. So that means, so all that means is that he came here broke. Okay. So to have this business that he has, that means he had to tap into our resources to get it. So he had to check the Black race box, the African American box, and he was afforded tangibles, resources, housing, business loans that we can't get. So he's using our identity to get the loans that we can't get. And then he's trying to rub it back in our face. Oh, he can't read, and I got this business. Bro, you got everything on our dime. You didn't pull your bootstraps up, my guy. And most likely, he's not even a citizen. Depending on how old he is, he's probably not even a citizen. So how you gonna work for a guy who's about to get rounded up by ICE anytime? Like, nah, I'm good. Like, we can't definitely link up with people who don't have citizenship. That's a temporary look. It's a temporary stay. It's a temporary alliance. Can't do it.
Yeah, I promptly checked him and blocked him. Like, that's what I do. I don't like. I feel like it is definitely energy harvesting. Being in those lives, arguing with those people, whatever, you know. So I really do try to listen. But yeah, so at that point, yeah, I just if they as soon as they say something, anything stupid, I just move accordingly. I just say what I have to say, and I'll block after that. Like, I don't like after that point, I don't want to hear anything else you have to say. Like, yeah, wasn't considering anything, but still just don't want to hear it at all now. Right? So
Yeah,
that's what
yeah.
just energy harvest and all that.
Yeah, so that's why, like, you, like, these spaces with immigrants, you lead with questions, right? I don't even, I'm like, I would do what you did. I would come there and listen, right? And I'll see what he's saying. And then I'll say, hey, invite me up. Like after I heard enough, I'll say, invite me up. And then I'll ask questions. So a lot of them get uncomfortable with questions, and they want to be defensive. Hey, why you asking this? Why you asking that? It's like, dude, listen, if what you're saying is true, then questions are inevitable. Like, we're going to ask questions. You should be able to answer the questions happily. You shouldn't be, distraught or angry, right? You shouldn't be frustrated. So I would just say what I just said. Why do we need, there's 50 million of us. There's like a couple million Jamaicans here. Like, why do we need to do anything with you? Like, we never needed you ever in this country. Like, I'm talking about to get stuff accomplished for us. We never needed a Jamaican. So why do we need you now? Like, so he's trying to flip it as though we need him. Dude, you need us. We're 50 million. You're about 1 million something deep. You need us. Yeah, so you ain't about to trick us, make us believe we need you. Matter of fact, I don't want to do nothing with you. How about that? I'm 48 years old. I've been doing great without Jamaican help.
That's a fact.
Okay, so I'm gonna be great going forward without Jamaican help.
Supporting their businesses. Wow, because I go in these spots, get a Jamaican plate. Like,
Yeah, it's food.
As far as their food, but I know they're really prevalent in New York. Jamaican food. I'm from upstate, so Haitians not so much upstate, but yeah, Jamaican food very prevalent up here.
Yeah.
But yeah, we even supported y'all businesses as well throughout the years. Like,
we be the whole line. Big. But you would think because I'm from Jersey, so I been at the restaurants, but you would think that since we're their line, that we get a smile. We'll get, hey, how's it going, brother? Yeah, all right. Who's next? All right, is that it? Like no special, nothing. Like they're like they feel entitled. Like, hey, get your food and get out.
Right. But yeah, that's why I had to exactly why you have to start delineating. Been started delineating. Last time I went in there a couple of years ago, lady didn't put cabbage on my plate. Then the cabbage wasn't done, so I didn't get cabbage. The cabbage was being done as I was being wrung out, and I asked for my cabbage, and she's trying to charge me another $5.
Oh my God! For the cabbage that was owed to you, that's hilarious.
So I'm like, after that, I'm like, okay, I'm done. That's it. Like, I'm finished. The braiding shops. Every time you go in there, it's a different price.
I heard about that.
They tell you one thing on the phone. You get there, the price change, everything change when you get there. Oh, your hair is thick, so we gotta charge you more.
Yeah.
Your hair is long, so we gotta charge you more. Oh, you want your braids longer, so we gotta charge you more. Like, what? I've been done.
Yeah, like that. That's why when you get a haircut, they got the prices right there. It's like, all right, look. All right, so when I go in there, I say, are these the prices? And yeah, that's it. If I want to leave a tip, I leave a tip. If not, yeah. So that part is crazy. Yeah. What kind of name is that? What's up? New caller, new inviter. What's up?
Just wanted to say that is more of a cultural thing I'm finding.
Okay.
In the U.S., we really don't have a system of like bartering. It is what it is. You go in a store, whether it's a corner store, Walmart, whatever. There's a set price. That's not so much in other countries. It's whatever you can negotiate for. And so we deal with people from originally from outside the U.S. We're not used to that changing price. We don't really subscribe to that. So it's kind of frustrating for the average American to deal with that. But that's kind of expected with them. In fact, if you accept their first price, they feel like they didn't do well because, I charged too little, because if you jumped on it that quick, I didn't charge enough. So
we call that scamming.
Yeah, it's kind of like a conversation, like an interaction that, you go up, you go down. They like all of that. It's frustrating for us. I don't want you to hear my accent and immediately want to charge me more, but that they do each other like that. So it's not like, they're doing us like that because we're American. It may be increased, but even amongst their own community, it's kind of like that. Depending on where you're from, how you look, you're well dressed, you're going to be charged a different amount than, Joe average.
Right. But here's the problem with that. The problem is that we're not in Africa, we're not in Jamaica, we're not in Haiti. We're in America, where we do have set prices. And when you come to our country, you're supposed to assimilate to the way we do things. It ain't vice versa. So at some point, I get it. It might be confusion at first, but at some point it becomes disrespectful when you don't adjust to how the Americans do things. We have set prices. You say a price, they call it a gentleman's agreement, a gentlewoman's agreement. You say that's the price, that's the price. We get there, this whole finesse, oh, you agreed too early, so I can get more out of you. Yeah, that's scamming. And people should get their hair done and walk out.
Yeah. It can also be to your advantage if you're like, look, I got $20. Can you braid my hair? They're not gonna let you walk out the door.
No, but you could do that. You could do that anywhere except for like an established business. Like you can't do that at Quick Check or Walmart. But any mom and pop, we talk about Jamaican store, any mom and pop store, computer store, you can do that with anybody that don't have an established, franchise, whatever. You can do that with any. So you can go there and say, hey, I only like any bodega. Hey, I only got 15, and they'll work with you. That's anywhere though. That's Chinese restaurants. That's anywhere you can do that. So like that's a given regardless. But the price has got to be the price because the last thing I guarantee you, if whitey people could get their hair done by these guys, and they go there and they set a price, they ain't paying nothing extra. They're gonna say nope. You give me a price of the phone, and that's it, and that's what they're gonna get. But go ahead.
Yeah, I think overall, as I've studied it, I'm a Black American woman that married a Nigerian. I get to see both sides of it. We've been married for 11 years now, and I see both sides of the coin. I think collectively we would be stronger, but the whole FBA movement is like a reaction against kind of like the disrespect of immigrants moving here. And it's like, oh, to be part of the American dream, you have to go against us. And that starts, just talking to my husband, that starts very early. Like, oh, when you get there, don't mix with them. They're the bad ones. Don't get too close to them.
Wait, so now let's start right there. So who is sending that message to them?
That's what I white people exported. Yes, it's exported.
Wait. Hold on.
And where do you get that knowledge from? Don't mix with them.
All right, well, hold on.
Okay, these are lies.
Wait, but one second. Because I'm hearing whitey people, but when I talk to Africans and Haitians and Jamaicans directly, they say it's their family members. So it's like which one is it? Is it the whitey? So there's a lie going on. First of all, that country is 100. It's like 90% them. Okay, so where's the whitey people telling you this? Like we got to stop lying. These folks. Wait. Hold on. Wait.
Culture.
Hold on.
It's not always exported by Black people.
Wait. I got it. Wait. Let me just wait 1 second. 1 second. Wait 1 second. Okay, look, I can go right now, clip for clip. I got about 100 clips of different people, melanated people across the world, giving you different reasons why they had these thoughts. For one, they'll say their parents. You guys say the white people. They don't say that. Then for two, they would say movies. And then they'll say it's the music. So it's 1,000 excuses to why they have this disrespect for the greatest melanated people ever in history. Okay, so it's like, so now watch this. The claims they have against us, that's actually projections. That's actually going on in their country. When they talk about scamming, lazy, not working, dirty, beggars, that's all those countries we just named, all those people. That's not here. Like we are the most revolutionary, more independent people, melanated people on the planet, and we accomplished the most. So wait, hold on. They're not were. We still are. Like how, okay, wait. Hold on, wait, stop. Hold on. Wait, hey, bro, you got to slow down, my guy. You're joining a conversation. You just can't start rambling. And you said 60s. We can. You're not gonna let me get a word in, all right, brother. You can go or you can stay, but you're not gonna. Your word can't be over my word.
Haven't got a chance to even say
anything. Yeah, but because there's order when you talk to people. It's called Southern hospitality. You don't just come in somebody's space and start talking. You get invited. You were next, but you don't start just talking. You dig? That's why I call you guys toxic-gers. You're toxic as hell. Like, yo, there's order here. I'm a grown man. So now let's talk about the 60s and slow it down. Don't say a lot of stuff. Say a couple things, Lang, and then we'll speak on what you're saying. So you said the 60s. What happened with Black American men?
So all those organizations that we had in the 60s.
Name one. Name one. Wait, name one. Don't say. Okay, name one. Name one organization. Name one. Name one organization you're speaking about, my guy. Don't just say organizations. Name one.
This was dismantled by the FBI.
Wait. Stop. Hold on. Okay. Hey, bro. The book.
You want to hear yourself talk.
You're right. Because I'm in story and you about to start lying, so I got you out of here. So that's the thing.
I was interested in hearing more about what you were saying about different groups saying the reason for their negative views on Black Americans before they previously to moving here. Like, where did they get those ideas from originally?
Right. And this is where you got mixed messages, because most of them would say their parents told them that. Okay. And then you'll hear people recently say, oh, it's the white team man. But I'm like, wait a minute. The white team man ain't even there. It's just you guys. So if the other sis can, like, she got a Nigerian husband, I would like to get what he said the people was incepting this misinformation in them.
I just think media in general, like he said, one of his favorite things to watch growing up was Good Times. And even though there was a mom and a dad in place in that household, they're still living in like the heart of the hood. Like you, if you see too much of that, you're like, oh, okay, that's how Black people live.
Wait, stop. Okay, stop right here. So okay, now here's the lie. So he watched Good Times, but he ain't never watched the Cosby Show. He never watched A Different World.
Oh, I don't know. He just said that Good Times was his favorite TV show.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's what a tether would say, right? Okay, so what happens is they're going to find excuses to justify their vitriol, disdain, and jealousy. So now he's saying Good Time. Now, Good Time showed a poor people. Now, all of Africa's poor. So again, it's a projection. So you're looking at poor people in the hood. Now, by the way, our poor is through exclusion, race riots, and WAR against us. We have money. We have business districts. That never happened in Nigeria, right? So we Nigeria right now, I think they make a $1 a day, something ridiculous, right? And hold on, hold on. Oh, no, wait. No. Yeah, but racism ain't colonialism. There's a big difference between colonialism and racism. Colonialism means it is a colony, right? And you got colonizers. We didn't have colonizers. 1776, this country became independent, so there's no more colonizers. There's enslavers going forward. So most of our history in this country, we dealt with enslavers, not colonizers. So let's get that straight. Now, let's get back to.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Your volume is going like you sound really low.
Okay. All right. So for the buddy who was up here, dude, kick rocks. Go somewhere else. Once I kick you off, that's it. All right.
Yeah, I just think that they don't understand that it's different forms of the same.
Ma'am, it's not. Okay.
We've experienced racism. They think that, because they haven't experienced racism, like, oh, it should be easy until you get here and you're like,
wait.
That's the only thing I like about.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Stop. Wait. Hold on. Wait, stop. We doing too much revising history. Okay, so in 1882, you had the Berlin Conference, right? White people came together and decided to carve out Africa for themselves, right? Belgians, French, France, all different type of the British, obviously. Who knows? A lot of foreign countries, white people came to Africa, right? So they decided to carve it up. Now, those Africans, see, I know some Nigerian history. I know about the Oni people. I know about how BP established itself over there with the oil. I know about 1960, the treaty they signed with BP, and I know when they signed it in 1901, and it ended in 1960, and they didn't renegotiate. They took the oil for themselves, and they just had BP extracted, and they just get residual income from there, right? So I know about that stuff right there. I know a lot about Nigeria. I know how they became Nigerians, all that type of stuff. So I'm not one of those guys you can say anything to. But I'm getting to there's a mentality that you're not speaking to. So Black Americans, we don't look at white people the same way Nigerians do. Nigerians look at white people as invincible intellectuals that's just inevitably smart, inherently smart, can't lose a WAR, and their words are gold, right? So when they say something is gold, they signed treaties with these white people. These people came over there to undermine them, sabotage them, bankrupt their country, their government, undermine it. They signed treaties with these people. So when you sign a treaty, that's like signing a contract. You're saying, okay, so you're saying you can do what you're doing to us under certain terms and conditions. So they literally bow down to where they are now. Like they agreed to that. They signed that contract, and all those African countries signed those contracts. The white team man never went over there and just imposed their will without them willingly being involved. They signed a contract to everything the Chinese man doing over there. Everybody, they signed off to it. Let's start right there. We didn't sign off to systemic racism, systematic racism too. So don't ever compare us. We didn't sign off to that. That was enforcing us because we were being great. We fought for our freedom. Okay, we fought for our freedom in the Civil War, and you could call that a slave uprising, a rebellion. We fought for our freedom. Okay, and we negotiated. We didn't sign a treaty. We negotiated terms and conditions where it favored us. 400,000 acres of land, Confederate land, for helping these white people defeat the Confederates. And that land turned into 40 acres and a mule, each person, 40 acres. Okay, so they assassinated Lincoln, and then they reneged on that and gave it back to the Confederates. And that's what you call reparations for the Confederates, by the way. So our history and their history is totally different. We fought for so our stuff was earned and owed to us. Nothing was given to us, and we didn't sign off to be belittled. So then after that, you had the Freedmen Bureau. You had the Freedmen Banks. Abraham Lincoln set that up for us. So a lot of us was working right from slavery. 1865 was 13th Amendment, right? We were free, and the Freedmen Bureau was supposed to guide our transition to freedom. That's what it was set up for. And they established schools and a bank for us. We went to work, and in 7 years, we accumulated money in that bank, which equivalent to 70 million today. And guess what? There were 70,000 account holders. So that's basically $1 million a person. So 70,000 people basically earned $1 million in 7 years. Right. So we are not comparable. We don't see things the same. We don't have the same experiences. We have done great, phenomenal things. And nobody else can say they had that success in 7 years out of slavery. Okay, but what happened to the money? These white people who were assigned to run the banks, they took the savings bank, because it was an investment bank, and they used our money as investments, poor, risky investments, and they withered our money away in their own pockets. So our history is completely different. Our systematic racism was enforcing us over and over and over. We didn't sign off to the Klan. The Klan came as a result of our brilliance and success and our patents and innovations and inventions. The Klan came and to get us out of powerful positions. We didn't sign off to that. You guys, your husband signed off. His people signed off to these things that came to him. That you call imperialism and neocolonialism. They signed off to that. We didn't sign off to the Klan. We didn't sign off to Jim Crow. This stuff was forced on us. So I could go over and over and over how things were forcing us, and we didn't sign on to none of it. We fought it all, and all the way till we are now. So we got two different perspectives and two different outcomes. We fought and was resilient. They compromised, signed treaties, and they accepted white supremacy. They accepted what they got. So they come over here and act like good times is enough to say we're better. Yeah, first of all, we know they're lying. That's what we call them, dirty tethers. We know they're lying. We know they don't feel like that. The average IQ of a Nigerian is like the equivalent to like a Black American 8th grader. So we know they don't feel like that. Their income is uncomparable. And the Nigerians who come to this country, ma'am, a lot of them are they're called hyper selected. That means they represent the top 1% of their country. So these muddy people come to this country representing the top 1% of their country and try to compare themselves to Tyrone with three felonies with 3 baby mamas. So the best of your country is coming to our country and comparing themselves to one of the worst of our country and trying to act like, see, y'all just lazy.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also agree with the fact that I'm not the enemy.
I never said you were.
No, not me personally. I'm saying that when immigrants of any race or ethnicity come to America, if they're not like their pockets aren't where they need to be, the first place they're going to move is in our community. We're not fighting you to kick you out of our community. I'm not saying we necessarily welcome you with open arms, but we're not trying to kick you out or get the police called on you or anything like that. And even at the job, okay, this is my new coworker, whatever your last name is. We really don't care. We're kind of involved in our own community and what's going on with us and trying to get further. We don't really take a lot of our time being concerned about other ethnicities and what's going on with them. You know, we may say, wow, that's bad, or that's, you know, but we don't march to get you deported or anything. We don't care to that level. Meanwhile, A lot of people think of us 25 hours out of the day.
Right.
Like, it's like we're the topic that's consistently on their mind. If there's anything going on, that somehow we come up. We're very popular. So I just realized that by being kind of close to other communities, and not just Nigerian, just other African communities, some South American communities, and just the topic of Black Americans always come up. Meanwhile, we're minding our business. I agree.
So I
constantly. It's after a while it does get to be frustrating because I'm not the representative of all Black Americans, and I don't want to be answering questions constantly. Why this? Why that? It's after a while it does get quite frustrating.
yeah. So to tell us to tell the people that you watch movies, you listen to music, or you were brainwashed like a zombie, like a cartoon zombie, and that is the reason why you think of a certain way. To me, that's hilarious, and to me.
I can't hear you. I don't know about you. Yeah, just a little bit.
Okay, maybe I'm blocking the mic. I'm holding the phone. Okay, so what I was saying was, when folks tell us,
To the root.
when folks tell us, they watch movies, they listen to music, or they were brainwashed by white supremacy to view us a certain way, is hilarious, and that rhetoric is dangerous, as dangerous as white supremacists who were speaking on us integrating in society, right, in American society. When we were integrating, they had the same type of rhetoric. Oh, they're troublemakers. Oh, they're this. Oh, they're criminals. Same rhetoric. Same rhetoric. So here's the thing, though. Meanwhile, they're saying white people saying we're criminals, dangerous, but they had a whole system, a criminal system called Jim Crow. They had a whole criminal system called Jim Crow. Why they calling us criminals? Jim Crow violated damn near all the Constitution, right, all the amendments. But they tell us that we're the criminals. Now, same thing with the Africans. Nigeria and Jamaica, they compete every year for the most violent country in the world for the last 60 years. They've been 1 and 2. They compete with the most paternity frauds. They can 1 and 2. I mean, almost the worst things are scamming. So almost like, so it's like, yo, you're projecting your reality on us. You're saying you look at us a certain way because of A, B, and C, but your entire country is known for that negative thing historically. Sure. Go ahead.
So I got like a wide spectrum as far as the reality in America, because I was born here. You know what I'm saying? I'm 40 years old. My mom, dukes, and pops is from Haiti.
Right.
And so at home, I was Haitian. Outside, I was American. Why I say that? Because at home, they didn't speak English. At home, outside is where I learned how to speak English. Right? So one thing for sure, we got to put it out there. The media has pushed this negative image, and only the negative, about Black American people since I was a kid. Only Bill Cosby and certain people try to represent something different for us through media, right? So why I say this is because when I hop in an Uber, or I hop in a cab, and they act funny with me, and they act weird with me, right? You hear me? And I'm like, okay, why is this person acting weird, right? Because I got to look at it from both standpoints. So I'm just trying to give y'all a little bit real quick so y'all can see how I'm seeing shit or how I see people see things. I hop in the car, Spanish lady, she's acting real nervous. I asked, I said, you ever met a tiger? She said, no. I said, but you scared of a tiger? She said, yeah. I said, why are you scared of a tiger? She said, I see what they do on TV. I said, that's what you're doing with me. You understand what I'm saying? So why I say that is some people never have the experience with a Black person. Their only experience is what they see and what they've been told and what they heard. But most people, when they do experience contact with a Black person, they fall in love. They're like, yo, I've met Asian bums. I've met people that's asking for money, and they come and acting money, and I'm like, why are you acting for money? They say, Black people are very generous. I say, wow, that's crazy. The poor, the people that's going through the worst shit, the people that y'all put through the worst shit is y'all coming and ask for money because y'all feel that we have hearts. Black people have hearts. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
So So I say that to say this. It's hell on a black man since I was born. They put this stain on the black man, and they don't want no good for the black man. You know what I'm saying? They don't want no good for the black man.
Who's that? Who's that? The they?
When I say they, I'm talking about the colonizers, the people that really took us in captivity. And it's to the point that we are divided. We are so divided.
From who?
From each other.
Well, hold on. When were we ever in unity with each other?
Okay, when I say that is Harlem, the Harlem Renaissance, right, bro?
Right.
There was a time where it was like brother man, black fist up. It was all about and togetherness, right?
Right.
Even with the Black Panthers. You know what I'm saying? Like the foundational Americans that were here that was promoting togetherness.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So what I'm saying is it's always been a challenge against that. CIA, FBI.
Wait. Before we go there, because I'm Black American, I live in New Jersey. It's a lot of Haitians, a lot of Jamaicans. Okay. So now we have organizations here as well. Activist organizations. Right. Yeah, but we never, no CIA, before the CIA, we never see Jamaicans, Haitians, Africans in our activisms ever. But you might see one out of like 30,000 people. Like so so before the CIA gets involved when you become a little powerful, but normally in the beginning they're not there because they don't even know you exist. Right. So wait. Because I want to respond to the tiger thing. Secondly, the analogy you made with the Uber driver. Okay, so when you go there, bro, if somebody watches TV, okay, and see TV, now you said TV, you didn't specify. Are they watching the news? Are they watching movies? Okay, but I don't even know what that even means when you say media. But
TV, movies.
Okay.
What you were just saying.
Okay, right. I got it. When a human being can watch Denzel in a movie, like let's say Training Day, and say, "Wow, he's horrible. Black people are horrible," and then see him in Malcolm X, right? Because I'm gonna save you time, bro. All the movies right now, currently, you could watch with Black Americans. They're evenly down. They're even down the split. They're 50% negative, 50% positive. So wait, no. Don't stop right there. Don't stop right there. Let me.
Because that was a good point you made, but I remember Spike Lee said something about that.
Go ahead.
Spike Lee and was it John Singleton? He made Boys in the Hood. They loved it. Menace Society or Boys in the Hood. But when he made Higher Learning, nobody came.
Who? When you see nobody came, who's nobody?
We, as the population, we didn't go. We didn't rush. It was a box seller. It was.
Wait. Hey, hold on. Hey, bro. I watched. The average Black American. Okay, hold on. Wait.
The writer said it.
Wait. Hey, but slow down. I'm trying to give you something. Hey, bro. Okay. Reasonable Doubt by Jay-Z. When it dropped, it was considered a bust, right? Right. But right now, I think it's diamonds. Yeah. So, bro, people don't judge things by how it started off. They judge it in its whole collective, right? So Higher Learning might have had more collective views right now, looking back, than the movie you just said, Boys in the Hood. Higher Learning, if we Google it right now, which more had more spins? I guarantee you Higher Learning got more spins than Boys in the Hood. So what I'm saying is we watched it. We don't have to go to you're looking at the box office dynamics. We don't have theatrics. We don't gotta go. I'm not a movie person. So I'm not, everyone catch me in the movie theater, but I will. That's up, bro. Peace. Wait. This is slow down. I'm trying. You're saying that a lot, and I'm trying to address what you're saying. So I want to go back. Okay, cool. And bro, I understand. I'm Black American. This is we're talking about my history in this country. All right. So I understand. Right.
Tick for tack. We're just talking sense.
Okay.
That makes sense.
But I'm gonna need you to stay quiet as I talk, like I did for you. Okay, so the tit for tat started with you. You talked in depth. You stopped. I went to respond to the things you said. So now I want to go to the tiger analogy, right? A Black American would have never said that to her. A Black American would either got out or just took the ride, right? Because we understand white tea supremacy. Like you said, you're not from here, you don't know white tea supremacy like we do. All right, so there's nothing. My guy, what does that mean? Okay, so you're born here. No, here, come back. You're born here. Come back. Come back. Are you aware of the HOLC in 1933?
Say that again?
Are you aware of the HOLC in 1933?
HOLC?
And
are you talking about those people?
People, that's an organ. Are you serious?
I thought you were trying to hide something. I thought you were trying to hide a word because they be like saying certain words here you can't say. That's all. I'm not sure what that is.
Right.
I'm not sure what that is, sir.
And I'm gonna tell you why you're not sure. Because you were born here, but you're not Black American. This has happened to us. It didn't happen to you. You were not even here at that time. All right. So that right. So you need to slow your roll. So I'm speaking about Black American history and you're learning. Okay, but you gotta listen on mute though. You're talking. I didn't bring you back in, you chimed back in. I had you on mute. I didn't unmute you. Yeah. Okay. So he told me I don't understand in my country with my history, where like my blood is here. He just got here. He told me I don't understand. And this be some of the problem why we can't deal with these guys. He would tell me I don't understand my own country, my own lineage, what my relatives went through. My guy, I live in 5 states down south. Like I got relatives down south. I live with relatives down south. Like, yo, down south is the heart of our blood. We built the country from down south. We built the infrastructure from down south. So to tell me I don't understand and I'm living in my homelands, like, is really crazy. Anyway.
Also, can I say one thing? Yeah. He said it himself that in his house, he was Haitian. Outside, he was American.
Right. Right. And I didn't know what that meant. I just let it go. But, bro, inside and outside, I'm a Black American. Okay. I don't get to run from who I am. Like, I can't hide and be something else. I'm always Black American. I live my life always a Black American. My relatives, every last member did, both sides of the family. So it's all around me. So it's an experience that you can never fathom. Because like you said, you're not Black American. You just was born here or something like that. But the tiger analogy, we would have never done that. Okay. We ain't trying to because we know a lot of these white Latino Hispanics are racist as hell and they think they're white. Right. They probably are. You feel me? They got a little Latino history in them. But my thing is, if you can watch a movie, I'm going back to this. If you can watch a movie, listen to a song, and then make a judgment on a whole nation, ethnic group, and say they're all like that, we don't need to be around nobody of such. Okay?
But that's what I want. That's my question. Where does that come from? You're not born with those thoughts. And if you haven't traveled widely, you can't say you've come across people to develop those thoughts. So where are they coming from? And you said once that some people have told you family members, those people haven't gone nowhere either. So where's it? What's the source of your ideas about who I am?
Right. And they keep lying, saying it's TV, music. And as I was saying before you cut in, trust me, our movies, I already Googled it. Whatever's negative, there's a positive side. So then when you only choose good times, that's because you want to believe that. You're brainwashing yourself. And that's why she hopped off. Her husband wants to believe those.
As soon as he started knowing a lot of people in the Black community, he's like, well, this isn't true. So he had kind of dissidence. Like, well, everything that I've been told has been drummed into me is not as I'm directly experiencing it.
Okay, but I'm saying, does that make any sense at all to watch a movie and make it? Now, but watch this.
I don't know how many movies.
Okay. No. Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. I got it. I got it. Wait, hold on. But the movie thing, that's hilarious. So now there's way more movies about white people being racist, demonic.
Yeah, I don't know how much those are exported. I don't know. Honestly, I don't.
Wait, ma'am, you can Google right now movies.
I'm not saying Google, sir. I'm saying I don't know what people grew up watching and listening to. I'm saying what is the source of their idea.
Okay. You try to listen. You got to stop lying. There's no export of negative music only. There's no export of negative music and movies only. They have access to both.
Bro, can I say something? Can I say something? Do y'all know that Lupe Fiasco tried to release a conscious album and the label wouldn't let him release it?
Okay, bro.
Do you know dead presidents got dropped off of their label because it was preaching consciousness, bro? I know these people too.
Okay, cool.
Let's not act like let's not act like the people that being against it.
Hey, bro, I don't know what a power to be is, but I do know that there are people who come to this country who ain't from this country who undermine and misrepresent Black Americans. See, what we don't do over here, bro, we don't look at color of skin and say, hey, this is the only op to us. We don't look at color of skin. We know skin folk and kinfolk either. So we look at actions and we identify people by the actions. So when a white person acts a certain way, we call them a white supremacist. When a colorful person acts a certain way, we call them a tether. So, and then if it's one of our lineage people, we call them a coon or sample. So, but we identify people because we know that our ops came in different formations and different colors. So we don't focus on one color. There's no them, they. We give names to our ops. Our ops got names, and we usually call them out by name. We don't say them, they, it, all these little pronouns, these neuter gender. We don't do that. We call folks out by their names. Now, the music industry, bro, the contract stuff, I don't know what's going on with Lupe. If you're asking that type of stuff, you're probably right. Okay. But I got nothing to do with what's going on right now. Now, you said you're Haitian, right? Or he left. Okay. He left. And this is what happens a lot too. Uh, wait, hold on. A lot of these foreigners, they pretend they with us and they do this kumbaya stuff. And the minute we call it out, they'll drop off and run to another channel and try it over there.
Right. And you talk about he brought up like hood things and trying to make that comparison. Like they don't love ratchet culture probably more than a lot of Black Americans do.
Right.
They love that culture. Like so that was BS.
Yeah. Now the person in chat who keeps saying we love xenophobia. It's funny. You guys like to just do what white people do. White people, look, I got hella videos where they was asking white people, how do you feel about Black Americans integrating and moving into some of their neighborhood, well, not their neighborhoods, because no such thing as a white neighborhood, right? Because this is land. This is everybody have a right to move where they want to go to, right? So they said, how do you feel about Black Americans having the right as you do, same rights as you do, right? And their answer was, oh, they're troublemakers, right? So they call us exercising our rights to move and work and do business wherever we want to in this country. They call that we're being troublemakers by starting a business or getting employment or living near where they're at. So that rhetoric sounds like in a chat. Oh, you're xenophobic. Yes, that's what white people do. They throw blanket statements at us when we try to stand our ground. We're troublemakers. We're xenophobia. When we out here beating our chest, saying, "Nah, I stand for something," we become troublemakers and xenophobics. But I asked the person, I keep asking the person to click, invite themselves up. Like, let's talk about how we're xenophobic because two people was on his phone and they didn't say that on this space. The Haitian guy ain't say we're xenophobic. Neither did the lady with the Nigerian husband. Now, I got rid of her because she kept talking in circles. She's married to a Nigerian man. She can get the answers from him. Now, she compromised herself, right? She did what we say don't do. If you want to date or marry a Hispanic, whitey man, or whoever, that's your business. Ain't nobody telling you who you can't marry. But what we're saying is, if you go that route, stay on code. Like keep the lineage high. She ain't do that. She ain't do that. She's believing, she's accepting any lie from her husband because she's trying to justify her husband too. Like, damn, I didn't marry a Nigerian guy. Damn. And like, I guarantee he's saying tether stuff. So she's asking, honey, why you be like that? I watch movies. Okay, that's good enough for me. But FBA's, that ain't good enough for us.
She probably can't exactly understand it, but I'm not. My sister is married to a Hispanic, and it's like the same type of thing, But like, y'all gotta really kind of pick a side. and that's what it is. Like, that's it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna allow. Yeah, so you keep saying the same thing over and over. The lady who hopped off the Nigerian husband, and I'm just giving it back to her how ridiculous that sounds. You watch a movie, you listen to music. So basically, they're trying to just blame the white tea man for why they don't like us. They're like, stop it. You are a grown human being. That's what I'm trying to get to the guy to understand about the tiger analogy, bro. If people can watch a movie, listen to music, and then condemn a whole ethnic group, 50 million people, then we don't want to be around you at all. Like if that's your logic, if that's your brain, that's how you operate, stay away from us. Because you're the right person to fall into white supremacy, right? You're the first person, you have the mind state to believe anything. Yeah, we can't be around that. We represent black excellence, black brilliance, and none of us watch movies and judge a whole nation of people on a movie set up by white people. Yo, they're actors. You don't know about film producers, like that type of mentality. Stay away. We got how you pronounce your name, Takoi?
Yes, good day. Yeah.
How you doing, Takoi?
Yes, panel, good day. Black American, yeah, Black American, Tikoi. I'm in Georgia right now.
Okay.
I was coming up, you had two interesting guests. You had the Haitian guy who made the statement, Haitian American, shall I say, made the statement of he was born here, but in his house he was Haitian.
Right.
His parents didn't speak
English.
That's a very important element that a lot of immigrants do not talk about their parents and why they fled and why they wanted a better life and why they didn't assimilate. They did their kids a disservice. They did their kids a disservice. They were only here to stabilize themselves for a better future. And they bought into the lies because they didn't know no better. And not only did they not know any better, this was a tactic that I do believe that was intentional. If they had the same revolution spirit that Haitians supposedly had in 1804, they wouldn't allow them to come over here and be with us because that would be a detrimental to the country, because we would have been able to get along and be able to undertake the system, right? But because they're in a survival mode of trying to just eat, just trying to have the basic necessities of running water and having lights on is a different kind of mentality. And that's why we didn't mix. That's why they allowed them to come over and gave them an uprooted push to even be on a level field, and they're not even on a level field of us mentally.
Right.
And though they live amongst us, they feel that gives them a code of honor. I really believe that if they are first generation and you grew up in your Haitian household, whatever immigrant household, and your parents still kept their traditions and you only came out and presented in America because that's all you had. You live in our culture. You didn't live in white tea communities. You lived in our culture. But that does not make you us. And no matter what citizenship you get, you are a citizen to the corporation. You're not an American. I'll be real quick. The Nigerian lady, either she met that Nigerian man for a visa to come over here and just stay with him for 11 years. 9 times out of 10, she could either, or I'm just allegedly speaking, be a pick-me and wanted a husband, because she made mention that she be around other immigrants because of her husband and their association, that they speak down. Either she had a disdain of her own Blackness and what she portrayed that was ghetto or whatever, and she looked down on her own community based on that. There's a number of reasons why she feel like she can't understand where they get this hatred from or this vitriol about us. Because there's no way I could be married to a man 11 years, have a whole different culture to me. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
To even listen to them talk every day is annoying. You understand?
Yeah.
And to be in the house, to me, I'm not used to it. I wouldn't be used to it. They can hear me whisper, but I can't hear them whisper.
Right.
And then men are not,
Right.
especially immigrant men, they're not immigrant men, excuse me. Immigrant men are not good with teaching American women their language if they're involved with them in any kind of aspect. That's not something that a man would do. So he's not going to be sitting down. Hey, but he'll probably tell you what he liked to eat in this country.
Yeah.
But he's not going to sit down and be trying to. Okay. And I land my plane on that. I just feel that, how dare she try to get information on this panel to figure out why her husband of 11 years just said he watched movies and feel the way he do about our culture. For her to accept that, she also felt a way about her own culture if she's fully FBA. And I believe she could be because, who knows? There's a lot of pygmies. There's a lot of people that did stuff for money to get a lot of people in during those times. A lot of Black people got a lot of immigrants here by marrying them. That was a big scam. I don't know if that still goes on, but I land my plane. I'm sorry, I could ramble. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ranger, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I agree with everything she just said. And to add to that, yes, they are still scamming with the marriages. Because I also got a sister that's with a Jamaican, and I know several girls he paid, 10 grand to come for marriage to come over here. Yeah, so yes, it's still going on.
Yeah. It that'll happen.
So they could thank a Black American for that. They could thank a Black American for that. In my Kamala Harris voice. Sorry.
Yeah. So I mean, it is what it is. But so when the person's a part of that, right? Do what you want to do. Like shit. There's money for you, and you feel like you can use it. You don't mind all that. Go do you. Now, the issue I have though, when you pretend that you don't understand, when again you're experiencing, like at some point you're married to the guy, like you're never gonna ask him, and then he give you a crazy answer like on Good Times. First of all, Good Times is not even a bad movie to make us look bad, to make people look. I'm thinking like, what in Good Times could make a person look down on FBA, like other than they were just poor. Like that was a tight knit family. Mother caring, do anything for kids. Father do anything for his kids. The kids were good, sound mind. Nobody was in trouble. I'm thinking like, what about Good Times gave a muddy Haitian a negative perspective of us? I'm finding it hard to like find that thing.
I agree with that.
I don't.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, sis.
Go ahead. I had something wrong with my connection. Go ahead.
All I was gonna say is I agree with like you about or with the host about Good Times. Like, yeah, it was a hood classic. It was a very positive show. Actually, they were poor, but they was woke. They held it together. They had a father in the household, which they always commonly saying that we don't. So I thought that was a very bad example for him to use. Like, no, you're losing the argument.
Right. So that kind of made me question like her lineage. Like, are you actually FBA? Like, Good Times, that's a good depicting movie of us, like the family structure. That's kind of like on point actually at that time.
Exactly. It shows our resilience. Like she just said, we were woke at the time. That the episode where they had a white Jesus and little Michael had to explain to his mama about the thing. So, that says a lot about us too, about our spiritual growth and our morality, that I don't see among the other immigrants. One thing about coming here, if you know and share our plight in colonialism and the whole the dominant society as they do in their own countries, because in their own countries they get over here and say and blame America for the whatever to their countries, right? But my thing is that should give you a sense of empathy to your fellow Black people over here. We've been in the belly of the beast, and I think that's one of the things that bothers them, that we are looked upon for a lot of our stuff. They want to bring up our bad, but they should also bring up the good.
Right, which they don't do.
They want to focus on the bad. Exactly. I feel like it's just the same. Like you mentioned to the lady, if you don't look at all the bad movies, there is some good movies about us. So I think these people are refusing to want to get along with us because the just being in our presence is so overwhelming that they have to project themselves to be. They are like the real essence of the fake it till you make it type of people.
Yeah.
And we're not like, I'm not going to say we're not like that, but when it comes to other melanated people, we try to be more empathetic and sympathetic to their plight, and we don't get that back is what I'm saying.
At all.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They want to believe what the stereotype is about us. They want to believe the news. They might be in an immigration office and being fed cops every day. You know what I'm saying? Who's to know that that's why cops were even made, for them to have that in the office, in the immigration office, so that can keep them away from us, instead of them being warriors and being like, oh, fuck that, I ain't buying that. Let me get with my Black people and let's make a change. But no, they're weak, so I'm over them. Thanks.
Yours. You want to comment to that?
No, like I said, I agree with everything she's saying. We here, we can't see each other right now, but we all here. But I want to reply. Well, I want Conscious Moron to come up. He's talking a lot of crap in the comments, talking about it was created by a tether, and they never made it out the ghetto. So I just wanted him to elaborate.
Yeah. Definitely explain to us why they never made it out the ghetto, and what does that even mean? What does that mean, make it out the ghetto? First of all, who put? You got to tell us who put us there. Now I know they can't, because tethers don't know our history, but they can try. They can, and they're free to invite themselves up, which they're not going to do. Yeah, but you got to explain us, how did we get in the ghetto, and what systematic barriers kept us there? What systematic barriers put us there? And what systematic barriers kept us there, and were they ever removed? And if they removed, what laws removed them? But I know tethers don't know our history and know our laws, so they ain't gonna click that link. They're just gonna run their mouth in the chat. That's all. But yeah. So the sister, or whoever she was, with the Nigerian husband, I tried to invite her back up here. She didn't accept it, because I want her to explain the negativity in good times. Now, look. Viewer discretion advised, right? Because she's going to say some gaslighting stuff. So just hold it together. Because all they do. Yeah, I don't believe she's FBA. But that type of assessment on good times, yeah. No, I don't think the FBA. I think, and the way she's going so hard, trying to defend his weird thoughts about us, I'm like, yeah, nah, this sounds like a Nigerian woman that's married to a Nigerian man who's in our space, in our business, trying to gaslight us and lie to us. But get back in here. And let's finish that dialogue. She ran off, but most of the chat probably not gonna call in, because they see three sensible Black Americans on here, that actually can speak their mind and articulate, they're probably not going to hop on.
Am I Tether?
Oh, who called you Tether? Okay, so what did you say in that? Wait, before we go there, what did you say in the comments that might have been controversial?
I said that TV show was awful, that black people never made it out the ghetto.
Yeah.
Died. It was always bleak and despair for those people.
Yeah, but what about?
It was a TV show, y'all.
Right. No, hey, bro. Yeah, all right. Hold on. Hey, yo, they always do this. They always call in. Now he's trying to gaslight us. We didn't focus on that. The Nigerian woman said her husband focused on that. We didn't mention good times.
I got to hear y'all talking about good
right.
times. It was just y'all.
Right. So,
for what I said.
Well, no. So then you ask us, how did we get there?
All right, I'm just going off of what you're talking about.
And goodbye. Yeah, I know. Goodbye. Yeah, that's not smart. I would never come to a TikTok space and just start talking because I heard a few words. What I'm gonna do is listen. Like the sister said earlier, I'm going. Rain Check said we actually listen and make sure we don't make the mistake you did. So when I do talk, I don't get cooked because I actually listen to what people say, got the context, or I will invite myself up and ask the question, "Hey, how did y'all get the good times?" And then when I get my answer, then I go in, right? But I won't just get on here and just start randomly saying stuff. But that guy didn't come here to dialogue. He came here to give a monologue. I got him up out of here. Most likely a Tether. And a musty one at that.
And that's what happens. That's what happens when, truth is being spoken. I'm up for debates or whatever, but I'm logical. I'm very logical, and I could try to see both sides of a situation. He got up here, didn't have all the information about it. His little point about the TV show, I would have loved to continue to debate it, but that shows that we know who's who and who we're talking to. That's the level of as far as they can go in their blackness when it comes to things that we've actually done organically, our music, our history, our language, our slang. Are you familiar? They always say that we don't, what's our language when we say we're indigenous and we're from America first, blah, blah, blah. A lot of our language we created, words that are so simple that we use every day. Fly, vibe.
Right.
All them old words, home, skillet. After a while, crack it down. And I'm just going back just to be funny.
Right.
But I'm talking about jiving.
Oh, she cooking right now.
Cab Calloway. Cab Calloway did a lot of music and words that we've created. These are our linguals. And we keep on revolutionizing. What was the Juvenile Boys when they came out? Bling bling.
Yeah, the Hot Boys.
Now in the dictionary.
Right.
Yeah, so to talk about our language is always revolutionizing. That's why you could tell who's the real progenitors of this stuff. They want to talk about their culture. Our culture is, we give it away so freely because we're always creating. They hold on to old traditional traditions that, when we look at their prospective countries and look at them practicing their traditions, it's so outdated and so prehistoric, primitive. It's still people in some parts of Africa that is so in the bush that they are eating things that we wouldn't fathom to eat. And I'm only just saying that just to point out the cultural differences, how the ranges go from far to extreme. You understand? But ours, when you get to our level of cultural, it's more modernized. It's more civilized. Ain't nobody give us civilization. YT ain't give us that. That's all a facade. And that is the mentality. See, they've been around their own color for so long that their own color did them in. their own people, their own melanated people did them in. So when they see white tea people and we live around them, they think white tea is the boost that we needed to jumpstart who we are, because they not used to that. So that's why they come over here so friendly. Oh, let me be the modern Negro. I'll be better than them. I work harder. No, you work harder for less.
Or they get work harder.
And they flex. Right. And then they talk about jobs. They talk about jobs, whether they are they try to say they employers now, like they hire FBAs or regular Black Americans and shit like that. This is what they say. But jobs, when they brag about jobs and houses, I be listening to them like, wow, whether I have a house or not, people in my family do. I ain't new to it. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like, houses is not new. Cars is not new. Whole fact. Jobs is just over broke. You know what I'm saying? Job meaning when they say I got a job, that's just over broke. Right. And if you got a business, we know what businesses is. Now it's coming up that all them business are not.
Right. Legitimate. Yeah.
Sketchy. Mm-hmm. I would and put my
business with quotations.
Y'all have.
yeah. Because what was his name? Puppy. What's the dude? Puppy guy. That guy had a business, and then he got locked up for 20 years for that PPP fraud thing. Hush Puppy was Nigerian. He was out here flexing on the ground. All the planes and Lamborghinis. He got a business. Quotations. And then before you know it, the FBI, Hush Puppy's locked up for scamming PPP loans and millions of dollars. Yeah, so this business thing coming from Nigerians and African people were like, y'all got to stop. We really ain't trusting y'all when y'all say y'all own a business. It's like, whatever. But yeah, so the guy that pulled up, again, we don't mind dialoguing. I don't want nobody monologuing. So he came in talking about good times, and he was uninterested to know how he got there. Even when he called in, we explained, yeah, we talking about that because so and so. So before we even get to like the get out the ghetto and the dad died, before we can touch on that, like he was saying that very hostile, by the way. He wasn't really saying it in a warm, like he wanted to talk about it. He was being hostile with it. Like, I see that passive aggression. Right. But even with that, I'm like, hey, but bro, he said, yeah, when I came in, y'all talking about good times. I said, yeah, so you don't want to know how we got there? He was not interested. He just wanted to stay from there, which doesn't surprise me because the average person is a fool. Like, I know that. I know the average person is not wise. So I don't. That's why people say, how you have tolerance? My name is Unbiased Ron on all social media platforms. They say, how you got tolerance for these people? I say, because I already know. I already know to expect some weird, goofy conversation. I don't expect more from these guys. I get surprised when I hear an intellectual immigrant. I'd be really surprised when I finally come across one. But most of them don't represent themselves as an intellectual. They come off as they're uneducated, right? Their IQ, as their IQ, their country's got a standard IQ, and when I talk to them, they normally represent that standard IQ from their country. That's what I'm trying to say. So I'm not surprised.
I just want to add that also, like, what else were we supposed to do? I wasn't even born in the 70s, but I'm just saying, what else what should people have been watching at that time other than that and the Jeffersons and the black exploitation films?
Oh yeah, and look, I forgot about the Jeffersons. That's another good one. So you never watched? You never watched the Jeffersons when he was rich as crap? I forgot about that one.
Jeffersons they was rich, good times, they was poor. To me, both positive.
Right.
And we had black exploitation, which was, the crime aspect of it, kind of the criminal aspect of it, but it was what we had. So to be able to see us get out there, to get a foot in the door or whatever. So I mean, I don't know what we're supposed to watch.
So no.
What we're supposed to be watching.
Okay, so now watch this. We're watching Good Times movie. They're watching themselves in real life, and they're doing everything they say we're doing in the movies. They're doing in real life. Trafficking, human trafficking, criminal, drugs, deleting people for the littlest things, cops, crooked, like that. They look at that. So we watch movies. They watch real life happen in front of them. Fraternity test fraud.
And then I just
Go ahead.
that Rain Check just said something about the TV shows, and I just thought about that was a spinoff. It was Good Times, and then moving on up.
Oh yeah.
You know, the next level of our transition. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
The Jefferson.
Right. Yeah, because we unfortunately came from the bottom, and then we moved up. Right. So that's an accurate depiction of Black Americans. We were subjected and marginalized, right, through Jim Crow and the Triple K, where our cities and money and businesses kept being burned down, things like that. So eventually, yeah, we got it together and we moved on up. Like that is a accurate depiction of Black American life. We started from the bottom, bootstrapped our way, no assistance from the government. We were excluded from all assistance. We were excluded from all of them, and we pulled our bootstraps up. Matter of fact, we're the only people to ever come in this country and pull up in the bootstraps. Everybody else had help. Everybody else had government help. Everybody, or some type of assistance, some type of plantation help, right? For either we were helping them, or they took our money and helped other folks with our labor, like with the 1862 Homestead Act. Like that land we cleared, they gave it to the recent immigrants coming from Crystal Garden and these Britons and these folks. Like they acquired the land that we cleared. So that's called assistance. So like we were the only people in this country to never get assistance, and everything we did, we actually did because we did. It was a sweat and blood and hard for the real hard work. Everybody else come to this country and get some type of assistance that's not owed to them, that they're not entitled to. We're the only people to never get assistance and still make it work.
Yeah. And yep, to add to that, like even you remember when I came in the chat, I was talking about the guy who was saying, oh, a lot of Black Americans claiming to know a lot of them can't read and whatnot.
Right.
Like even with that, I said like my grandparents, they came from down south. They had like they had never been to school actually, because they had to work the land. So they came up here. They didn't know how to read. They still accomplished several homes, cars, everything, built a real life for us. You know what I'm saying? A real, really, was a real live Jefferson story. And a lot of Black people come in the South and coming from the South was doing the same thing. Like, so I don't know where do they get this lazy. And my grandmother ain't never, my parents and they ain't never seen welfare. Like, I don't know where, and we was in the hood, so I don't know where they be getting this from.
Yeah, so that's another misnomer about the welfare thing. What we were also excluded from welfare. Welfare came via the New Deal in 1935, and we were excluded. And they set up barriers like the No Man in House Act to further exclude us. But white people, as a matter of fact, I know y'all don't know this. We were the only people that the Man in House Act was applied to. Nobody white tea, nobody Hispanic, nobody from the island, nobody from Africa. All these people are allowed to get welfare with an intact family. All of them. We were the only people to be told we can't get welfare if a man is in the house. That was only applied to Black Americans exclusively. So, like these type of things most people don't know, and they run their mouth and they find themselves in trouble. They find themselves in deep trouble. Because some of us know our history. So when the Haitian guy said, "Hey man, I was born here," I'm like, "What does that mean? You were born here? So that means you know about Black?" No, bro. You gotta. And sis, when you said it's an ongoing thing with the language, I use this language. I say we have a living language. We have a living culture. We're an ever living people. That's why we don't have a set dance like merengue or salsa. That's a set dance. Our dances be popping now and be old tomorrow. We have a living culture. It does not stay stagnant. We're living people. We don't stay stagnant. We keep improving. And we keep getting better. So I call it a living language, living culture. We're living people. Everything about it lives and keeps going. Yeah. So so for the guy, he's still here. For the TV thing, that was their way of justifying vitriol, disdain, and jealousy and envy for founding Black Americans. He was, which y'all do, because the dude who called in, you tell the truth. That's all y'all claim. Y'all all claim, because we still trying to find out, why do y'all have these thoughts, these negative thoughts about us, right? Because they'll say, hey, man, we come to this country and we view a certain way. Then we'll say what way you view us. And then the way they view us is their real life in their country. It's like, well, you can't see us as criminals because you're in, again, Jamaica and Nigeria, right? They've been number 1 and number 2 for the worst countries for the last 60 years. Like, they talk about a small city, Chicago. I'm like, well, Jamaica has been the Chicago of the world for the last 60 years. Matter of fact, I keep saying 60 years because that's when they got their independence. So when they were under the British rule, Jamaica was the safest country in the world. When they got their independence, when they governed themselves, they became the most violent country in the world. And they never not been the most violent country in the world. Them and Nigeria have been 1 and 2. So last thing is this. So when they view us as something negative, it's like, how do you do that when your entire country is seen as negative? Look at it, sis.
Yeah, it's astonishing to me that when you think about it, no matter what our crime stats are here in America, and we travel, unlike what they think, we do travel, and none of our crimes go outside of America and our communities. You
Right.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I mean, not to brag or not to act like that's something to brag about, but I'm just saying that a lot of our crimes are, as we know, has been exonerated. So let's be clear on that. But the ones that they try to focus on, we never travel abroad and commit those same type of
right,
crimes.
right.
You see what I'm
That's
saying?
a good point.
Jamaicans and Nigerians, no matter where you find them, they are committing the same or multiple crimes in all the countries that they travel to. That's a big difference. You know, they want to pretend that we don't, they have the opportunities when we call them out. Oh, you a fleer, you fled. When we call them out like that, they always say, you guys don't leave, y'all don't have passports, we're able to travel, that's our given right. The real reason is that they travel and know all these languages because all of them, they want to be everywhere
Right,
Africa.
right, exactly.
I don't consider myself FBA, but I understand the gist of it. I'm a Black American, and McCoy is my lineage name, you know, so if I got to go by my lineage, then I'll go by that. But I'm just saying that they're everywhere but Africa. You know what I'm saying? And it's not a flex to be in everybody's country committing the same crimes. So they can't talk about us and our crime stats. I'm sorry, or nothing about us and the people they compare themselves to. The majority of the people that have come here, like you said earlier, you said if they're not with the elite of their class, the 1% of their countries, the highest of their countries, if they're not part of that, the scammers and the schemers are what's coming over here. We're not getting a good crop of people that talking to us. Exactly. You're going to school off of our dime. You're no better than us when you talk about your college education. And this president in office right now is gonna start digging and diving into that. But yeah, I want them to calm down with that. You are not the brightest and the brightest of your country when you just come over here and live your daily life. You were the bum of the bum. Your family either fled for asylum and then been over here for years and never got their paperwork right, so they had to have you, a baby.
Right.
I mean, like, let's not paint this picture that they all came over here on they bootstraps and a prayer. No, the Haitians used a lot of their voodoo individually, and they didn't use it for their country in a whole. They used it amongst each other, and that's why they're not doing good, because they should have been using that voodoo like they did in 1804 to help save their country, not flee and one of them come over here by the grace of their voodoo. No.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Individual. Selective voodoo. Yeah, you talk about being divisive. Then their voodoo was divisive. But let me say this. Let me say this first, and you can come in, Q. So I want to say this: there's no such thing as our black stats. So let me make that very clear. So when they read off the black stats to us, some of us might not be paying attention. Right? Black is a race. It's not an identity in this country. So when you say black people in this country, you are speaking to anybody from Africa, anybody from Haiti, anybody from the island, the Thousand Islands, anybody from our ethnicity, our lineage. So when you read a black stat that's talk about marriages or crime, I asked the tether, what percentage of us makes up that black stat of that negative crime? Now, there's no way to answer that because that's the point of delineating and disaggregating. The stats are indistinguishable. There are stats based on race, not individual ethnic groups. So whatever stat, whatever negative black stat a tether reads, he's actually involved in that same stat. So it's like, so I can say, hey man, I believe this stat is speaking to all tethers and nobody from the lineage. How can you say it's not? There's no way to prove it's not. So the black stats don't speak to black Americans. It speak to everybody in as considered part of the black race in America.
Yeah, I can specifically testify to that because I know the Haitians from the ones that I ever encountered or I knew of, they was coming up to upstate New York from Boston to recruit people for wire fraud scams. So I specifically know that to be true. Just agreeing with Takoy. And also like a lot of times I encounter in the farmers market here where I live, I encounter, tethers in there walking around like they have a program for the people that receive food stamps, where our farmers market will give you like extra food stamps or whatever, or something like that, double food stamps or whatever, for one price or some weird deal they got going on there. But you be seeing a lot of the tethers walking around trying to sell food stamps. I'm like, how are you over here begging for help and you walking around selling food stamps when there's some black American somewhere that could be using those food stamps for real?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Not even using it.
So like just looking around that most of my friends and family, people that I know personally that are black Americans that get benefits is because of a need. But I've seen a lot of people outside of our community take advantage of those and not necessarily need them. So that's a point that I have discussed before with my husband, and just opened up his eyes to the fact that you can have perfectly middle class, upper middle class, all the way to the upper class people from other countries getting the benefit of Medicaid, SNAP, whatever, and not necessarily need them. But I rarely see that in our community unless it's a real need.
Yeah. So here's the issue. The liberals, they literally give out food stamps so easily to people, like we're saying, and this is a fact. They give out to people so easily. Like it's not really hard to finesse food stamps. So you could be a wealthy white tea Karen food stamps, wealthy hyper selected Indian man food stamps. It's really given out recklessly. And I don't know if that's intentional, but you have administrations like Trump, the DOJ, who sits there and look through that stuff and see how recklessly it has given out. Then you kind of force their hand to like repeal it or make harder restrictions. So people who actually need it got it, but they got it recklessly. Like they didn't get it the right way with the right credentials. Like they did it with just saying, "Hey, I need it," and it was given to them. So what happens is they come back, and if this actually happens, they come back and they're gonna take it from everybody who got it recklessly, and they got to file it for all over again and get it the right way. Like that's what's been going on. A lot of things like that has been going on because it's been given out recklessly.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people claim they're, single, they don't have any help, and these people be perfectly married. But, their spouse on the application,
Right.
and I've seen people working the oil field. I mean, upper middle class, and they trying to get stamps.
Yeah, man. It's the cold world.
I'm sorry, host.
No, go ahead, Victoria. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want us to move away from feeling bad about whether or not our people get food stamps or any kind of benefits that our ancestors have provided for us when they in a time of need. These are what these people in these other countries do. Their government do not provide for them, and they do not blame their own leadership in their government who neglect them in their face. That those leaders in those prospective countries, they do business with all the colonial masters around the world. They are aware that they can set up systems in those countries where Ghana and Nigerian can have better plumbing, stuff like that. There should not be signs of where you pooping or throwing your plumbing down there. So for them to come over here and talk about what Black Americans is on any food stamps, it's a benefit that our ancestors have provided that we have been denied to even get, and we see that it made it accessible for all of others from YT in the majority. A lot of fraud from them and a lot of them. Let's not forget Brett Fry, whoever, he's a football player down in one of those little towns. He's he was known for doing a lot of food stamp fraud, and he's a multi-millionaire, but he's a YT. You see, what I would educate any immigrant, whether he's my husband, a friend of mine, or anything, is always when you talk about me, I'll always remind them of 5 white tea people and the crimes that they committed that is not always advertised on there. I know I go off and on, but to bring it back to this food stamps, I don't want our people to ever feel or have any immigrant make us feel bad about public transportations. Other immigrant countries do not have those things. Shelter for for refugees in their own country. If they're fleeing from a WAR from a neighboring country, these people are on their streets. They don't have nowhere to go with their babies and everything. And the reason how I know, I took a trip to Ghana, Accra, Ghana in 2020 years ago with people that I worked with. And I'll make this story short. The company that I worked with was very exclusive. I did a little welding for 747 blowing planes that went out of business. And that was the year that I lost that job. But it was nothing but immigrants in there, foreigners. I met a lot of them. The one thing about me being a Black American, I'm always interested in other people's culture, whether it's different than mine or not. And though they food may look funny, smell funny, and they may talk funny, I met a friend. And long story short, we ended up going to Ghana. They ended up taking me to Ghana with them. And one thing that I noticed, no matter I was with them and they all looked at like my skin complexion, but when I got over there in that country, they knew exactly who I was because the prices went up every time. Every time they always wanted to charge me more because
I'll tell you, just don't say nothing. Just don't open your mouth. Don't let them hear your accent.
Damn.
Sometimes they can tell just by looking at you. And don't speak. Exactly, and I did not speak, and it was just my look. It was my look. I wanted to help everybody that I seen over there, and the people I was with, you got to be careful. You can't do that. You know what I'm saying? I tried the food. Which was I tried to embrace everything, and I stayed over there a month, being a first. Just traveling first out the gate, first experience over in another country, a whole month.
I was there. And once my food ran out and my water ran out that I shipped over there previously before I got there, I did ship some of my stuff there. I was ready to come home, and I was grateful to be here. And I started appreciating America a little bit more than I did before. And it made me want to see what I have not seen here before. They had us always looking over yonder to Africa, when right under our nose is some fabulous places that we have not yet seen.
Yep.
They got 55 countries, and they're all different and all melanated, but we got 50 states, and they all different. Each one of us speak different languages and lingo, and we have a sense of unity when we come. I got people in Chicago, family members. I got people in Ohio. I met a friend in my childhood that took me to Cali. You understand? And when I had a chance to visit all these states here with all the people that I do know and the family that I do know, I realized that we are unique people, and it runs deep in our vein. We talked about Miss Mary Mac.
Oh, okay. Clap. Yeah.
Exactly. Ain't nobody that lets me know that we are unique here. We can't go 250, 400 years back and talk about Africa where. I'm got the land real quick. I just been starting to do my genealogy and all that stuff, right? I didn't hit a still point. But one of the things that I know for sure, I got all the way back to the from 1895 to 1919, my first great grandmother. Not one time, even back then, did it say African nothing. Yeah. I wonder why. If we got off the slave ship, shouldn't they have called us African back then? It should have always been African back then if those who got off the slave ship. But why did from 1885 to 1919, my folks was called Negro.
Yep, and color.
Nothing about African, nothing. Or colored. Nothing African. And I have farmers in my people, so I know that we own land, and I'm here to get it back. Peace.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree with her. I agree with everything she said, and yeah, I'm just quiet, but I'm just listening for right now. But I agree with everything she just said very much.
Yeah, I do too. The brother, you want to introduce yourself and Legend? I think your name Legend.
Yes, I'm Legend from Liberia.
Okay.
I think that if you're just a foreigner, even if you're Liberian out of the country or African out of Africa, and you go to a lot of these African countries, they are going to jack up the price. They're not jacking up the price because you are American. They're going to raise the price because you look good and they feel like you have money. It is not because you are American. That's just a perspective I wanted to put in there.
All right, so can I say this? Isn't America the richest country in the world?
Yes.
Okay, so if you have citizens from America that's in your homeland, and they're coming from the richest country in the world, and you got other folks from other parts of Africa, and they're coming from the poorest parts in the world, it would make sense that if I believe this person is American, then I'm a definitely target this person over everybody else and raise it up more for that person because I think they're more richer than the other person. Is that possible? No, wait. Hold on. You just said it's now. So here's the problem with a lot of these low IQ people. He just said it was a perspective, right? So perspectives are plausible. They can vary. So now he said it's not a perspective. So which one is it? Is it a perspective? If it's a perspective, that means it's also possible that they are looking at Americans as more richer, therefore more money. So let me definitely boost the price of this person. And you just said that perspective is impossible to have, right? I just asked you that. I said, was it possible? You said no. That means it's impossible. You know. Wait, hold on, wait. Before you do semantics. If I say something is possible, and you say no, it's not possible, doesn't that mean it's impossible?
It don't mean it's impossible.
Okay. All right. Have a good day. Get that. Yeah, well, what I'm not going to do is this won't be that type of morning. When you say something is not possible, you are literally saying it's impossible. Okay, so what I'm not going to do this morning is talk to these slow IQ people. I'm good. Let's move on. Please, y'all learn to listen, stop disagreeing because we're FBA. Just listen to what we're saying. If it makes sense, it makes sense. He just conceded that we live in the richest country because our labor, we live in the richest country in the world, right? So when we go places, the world know we live in the richest country in the world. They know who we are. So the minute they have a scent that we are American, they're going to cater to us over anybody else that's there. People who travel to Africa or different places will tell you that. They will say Americans are usually treated as like God or some type of something special over other people that's there. That's a fact. That's people experiences. When they go places and they say they're American, they usually get the high treatment, royalty treatment. That's a fact. So we're not going to pretend that somebody who just pooped in the street is given the same price as somebody who been using a toilet for centuries. Like, you got to stop. You got to stop. Like, people recognize gold, my guy.
I'm like Eeyore.
Right.
What's going on?
Yeah, no, we are definitely not doing that right there. We're going to have an honest conversation and you got to get off or you got to get off. But yeah. So he tried to play it down like the world don't look at us as just great people. No, they don't see you guys as priority. They look at everybody as I'm gonna raise the price up. Stop it. Stop lying. The hell out of here. Like, nah, we get the preferential treatment most anywhere we go. So now let me speak to the sister to court. I think it was to court. To court. When they say we don't travel and speak languages. Well, the people who the travelers are the nomads, by the way, and the people who speak different languages are the nomads. So when you live in a first world nation, superpower, those people typically travel the least and they speak the least languages. Okay, because you're where everybody wants to be. So I don't need a passport. I don't need to go to a third world country. I'm spoiled. I love right.
I've been saying that.
Right. I'm spoiled. I like what my ancestors produced over here. Right. So
Uncomfortable when you travel out because I don't care even if you go to where they feel like the land of the origin of white tea people. You go anywhere in Europe, it's not going to be okay. I want ice when you serve me a drink. I don't understand why you don't have AC everywhere. It's like we're kind of spoiled.
yeah. So and also I'm spoiled with our regulatory systems. Right. We have something called the USDA and the FDA, where they hold people to wash their goddamn hands and have a sanitary kitchen. Right. I'm not going to no third world country where nobody's inspecting that third world kitchen. Like that, I just cannot see myself eating food from one of these places where it's not regulated by the FDA or USDA. I'm not doing that. I have high standards. I'm picky as hell in America, and traveling to Miami is better than going to somewhere outside the country. I was just in South Carolina with the Gullah Geechee last year. I was in Georgia with my family. So really, for me, I like to travel in my homeland amongst my people in different states and meet them and dialogue and have those Black American experiences. I think those, to me, are more important than having those foreign experiences with foreigners.
Personally, and I'm not talking about any one culture or country, it gives me an instant headache. And I can't help it. So I can't be asking everybody I come in contact with to wear deodorant. And I'm not just talking about the motherland. I'm talking about, I've heard a lot about France and Italy. You ride that bus, you'll pass out. So I can't take it. I say we musty in the U.S. We got some musty folks, but that you ain't gonna come across that often. Especially not in no middle class environment. I can't speak of other environments, but just walking around the mall, you ain't gonna pass out.
How you doing? Yes, how you doing?
So well, how's everyone there?
You know, we're chilling. Yes.
Yeah, actually, I heard about some of your talk, okay? I'm from Middle East. I'm from Saudi Arabia.
Okay. So Saudi.
Yeah,
Okay, you're from Saudi Arabia. Got it. Go ahead.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I heard that you were speaking about traveling outside from the United States and go to other places, other culture, especially in food or something like that. Am I correct?
I said I don't want to eat from third world countries that don't have a regulatory system equal to the FBA or USDA. Yeah.
Yes, well, it's a very great thing. We have here in Saudi Arabia the McDonald's, KFC, Pizza Hut, Domino's Pizza,
Right.
and the food
Those are yeah,
is
yeah.
state, you know.
Right.
Our dishes, the kapsa, you know, the kapsa is meat and
Yeah. Well,
rice.
look here.
Sorry.
Well, hold on, sir. Here's my problem. I don't believe people outside of the United States are as hygiene aware and sanitary aware as us, right? So that's why, because yeah, because I see people that, hello, okay. When I see people in this country, right? So for example, we have inspections in America. So when you guys come over here and establish restaurants, you have state inspections, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay, watch this. Those state inspections are on YouTube. There's people, they're videotape. We watch them. I shared them on my channel, my YouTube channel, right? And we see that the foreigners, when they have the inspections, they get flagged the most, and it'd be disgusting kitchens, right? Because they live a different life, they have a different code, different lifestyle. Like sanitary ain't number one, to some of them, like it is over here. Right. So for us, like even to eat from another Black American kitchen, a lot of times we want to see that kitchen. Like, hey, can you take a picture of your kitchen before I order some food? So it's not about just you guys. That's our standards. Period. It's very high in certain kitchens, right? So like I said, I seen the mom and pop shops from the Middle East, Africa, China, over in America, and even like Hispanic, and they be disgusting. And I'm just okay not ever eating it.
I understand that. Yeah, of course. Yeah, if you talk about the standards and everything, okay, it's going to be reasonable now. You have to get something, it's healthy and good for your health and not make you sick, of course. But you know that I just want to tell you that even in Saudi Arabia, we have the very high standard also. For example, you're in the United States, you eat pork, I think. If not, I'm sorry to say that, but having a lot of problems, and you still eating it because still, yeah, of course,
yeah, we eat pork over here, but y'all also sell pork over here, and that's all I have to say.
I'm sorry.
I thought y'all are also not supposed to sell pork. Saudi Arabians in America are not supposed to sell pork over here. They sell it. So just so you know.
Maybe that for other foreigners, okay, coming from other places, okay, to be comfortable about their culture and everything. So maybe because of that, but we don't serve it here and we don't eat. Comfortable to eat it, it's okay, no problem. Okay. In Saudi Arabia now we're open for everything. Everything. We have the way we can drive now and other people or other families from all countries coming to Saudi Arabia, they can force to wear the hijab or everything about that. So is moving out so much, okay, to the countries here. So about the hygiene of food or something like that, maybe in us, we have the very high, standard for that, okay? I'm just saying that because one of the time I don't serve. Yeah.
In America, y'all are the worst ones. I'm sorry. As far y'all are some of the worst ones as far as
Worst one for what?
in America, as far as cleanliness goes, and your food establishment.
Yo, I'm sorry to say that, but it's social media talk, okay? If you come to Saudi Arabia, I absolutely tell you that you're gonna love it.
Sorry, I'm not talking about Saudi Arabia. Okay. I'm talking about Saudi Arabians and other Arabic nations or that are over here, and they run their businesses in black neighborhoods. They don't have the most cleanliness. They sell out of date products, illy prepared food. They'll sell something with mold on it at the drop of a hat. Yeah, so I don't know how it is in Saudi Arabia.
Sorry
about Saudi Arabians over here.
Okay, maybe it's from other countries, if I'm not wrong, okay? But Saudi Arabia, I don't think they have a business like a small businesses in United States or something. If it's invest, okay, maybe big investment, investing, yes, in other countries, but we are not poor, okay? We're good. We are good in Saudi Arabia, fine. Maybe it's from Egypt or from other countries. I don't know for sure. Maybe there's a Saudi people there, but I don't think they have small shops or something like that, okay, in the neighborhood or something. I don't think so. If you check, I think they are from Yemen or from Egypt or from Algeria or other countries. But from Saudi Arabia, I don't think so. Maybe. I'm not sure because I never seen that thing.
Yeah, I've asked, and that there definitely have been some from Saudi Arabia, but you're right, they are from all over the place.
Yeah. So I welcome you to Saudi Arabia to see it and eat kabsa. It's so delicious and hygiene.
No, thank you.
So perfect again for you all.
No, thank you. We had enough of you over here. I've had enough of immigrants over here in America. I don't want to go to no immigrant countries, as well as like the other panelists were saying that they don't.
I'm sorry.
I'm not interested. I'm not speaking on behalf of nobody else, but I'm not interested. Thank you.
Saudis. We have
And the
Saudi Arabia. Saudis, America. Are you sure? You know, Saudis immigration there. Your country. I don't think so.
No, thank you. I'm done talking. You know, you can continue to say what you have to say.
I appreciate that.
I wanted to
respect you.
before you go. Oh, before you go. So Saudi Arabia is different from when I talk about Arabia, or is that the same? Saudi Arabia or Arab, or I'm sorry, excuse my ignorance. What is the difference? If I was to call you an Arab, if I was to call you an Arab, would that be offensive? Would that be your name?
Arab?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Arab.
No, it's not thing, okay? Yeah, it's Arab, yes. Arab is for all Arabs, okay? But Saudi Arabia is a culture, having a own culture. It's a country, okay? Saudi Arabia. We are called Saudis. Arab Saudis.
Okay.
But the Arab is for all Arabs, okay? For example,
from Morocco, from Egypt, from Nigeria, from all this Arab. Okay, they speak Arabic. There's because of that they call Arab. Okay, but we are Saudis from Saudi Arabia, and because Arabia, because we can speak Arabic. Okay, because of that. So if you talk to say anything, any kind of word, it's not a problem. We expect it. It's respected, no problem.
Okay. I was asking that because before there was a transatlantic slave trade, there was a Arab slave trade previously. Are you familiar with that? Are you part of that?
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar. I don't know what this means. I'm not familiar with that.
Oh, so
I don't know how.
Okay.
What is this?
So I'm just asking a question. I want to get my people correct who I'm directing this just a question for. I just want to know who am I speaking with, because you came up on the panel, you overheard us talking about food, and I just never met any Arabs that are in our country outside of gas stations, or I don't know the difference. So I don't know, are you the ones that have the gas stations, or are you the ones that are in the corner store? And I want to know the family line. So you say you're not familiar with an Arab slave trade over in Africa that did 1 million of Libyan people as slaves over in Africa, because we always want to focus on transatlantic and not focus on who was doing it to the Africans before we got there. That's why it's big business. That's why it's big business. A lot of y'all get your money from a lot of that. You would agree?
You know something? I will agree with you on some of what you said. Okay, it's not all Arabs is just like that. And let me give you one very important point. Okay, my name is Yasser. I'm from Saudi Arabia. Okay, and as you can see, my picture I'm putting down here. Okay, it's Malcolm X. You know Malcolm X?
Of course I do.
Yeah, this Malcolm X, who is my favorite figure, okay, my favorite figure in United States, okay. He is one of the greatest speaker and uniting the black people. I'm a black person, know that, okay. So I like how he unit the people there in the United States. The way that he reads this kind of things, okay, which is there is Martin Luther King also, okay, they are together for that thing, okay, to unite all the culture there, you know. So this is one of the things you have to know about me. The second thing about Saudi Arabia, if I speak about Arab and Saudi Arabia especially, okay, Saudi Arabia is just like a desert. We have oil, yes, but the thing is, we don't have any slave there. We don't have any kind of, the thing that is happening in Africa and everything. I come from Africa originally, but never rise to Saudi Arabia and become Saudi. So the thing that you are saying that maybe I don't know nothing about it very well. I know that there is a lot of problems happening in Africa, the slavery and that things, okay, which is very bad thing happening in the human. So I think I have the same ideas, okay, and the thing that unite all the people together, okay. Yes.
Yes, I appreciate what your answer is. Thank you for acknowledging Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. It sounds like you appreciate them for the unit.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, Black Americans, at this point, Black Americans have, we all unity out. We're all unity out because though there's been an opportunity for different immigrants to travel to the United States, we are still suffering. And we have not yet seen other immigrants step out or speak on our injustices that continue to happen. And so there's going to be a day where a reckoning is going to come, and it's not going to be just little individual, you know, I wish we could all get together and And, you know, if y'all never did it before when we were suffering, you know, it's going to be hard for us to see it later on in the evening. Later on, whenever it happens, because we've been too good of a people. We have not been over the world all over, taking and pillaging from other people, right? We haven't. But we realize that our culture has been all over the world. For you to even speak on Malcolm X, that means that just an anchor of our ancestors have been able to touch people over in Saudi Arabia. I don't know not one person in Saudi Arabia that I can look up to. I don't even know their name. That is what I'm talking about, the influential of our Black people in America. So there's going to be a time of reckoning, like I said, that you know, people that seen our suffering and acknowledge that it's bad and have not been able to do nothing but prosper off of that, whether you know nothing about it or not. It has happened in Saudi Arabia and all of those countries over there to other darker melanated people. You know, you say you are dark, but that does not mean we share the same culture. You know what I'm saying? You're from Saudi Arabia. Your skin may be dark, but there's a difference when you come here to America. Thanks for your time. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Can I do something? Just tell us something. Small thing, you know? You don't know how you are.
Wait, I'm sorry to cut you off one more time.
You don't know.
Sir, why do you have a picture of Malcolm X?
Yeah.
I just no, I don't know why I just noted that.
Yeah, it's a Malcolm X. We know. You don't know that we know everything about Malcolm X, and we know about Martin Luther King, about all the culture you have there.
Yeah, you still come and exploit it.
We love the debate. Debate that is happening between, the debate is happening between the rap debate. It's with I forget that thing.
You said a
rapper? The singer and the rapper. Yeah, between
Kendrick Lamar and Drake. Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah, we have all these things. Yeah, we have all things. We love Kendrick Lamar because of what he done, man.
Please, somebody. You're not like us. Man, I can't articulate right now. Please, somebody.
You're not like us. You're not like us. You're not like us. You're not like us. Yeah.
You're telling me or what? I understand what you're having here about there, okay? I understand that. I understand, but we know that you don't know that we know a lot of what you are doing there, okay? The suffering and everything. We can see that, okay? We can feel that in ourselves, you know? You are just a picture for us. You don't know what are you doing, you know? There's a lot of things you're doing. You don't know that other people are inspired from it, you know? All the singers, all the rappers, all the thing that's happening in the United States, especially for our people, the Black people, okay? So we are feeling it, and we can see it. And this kind of the benefit we are having, taking it from the culture you have there, okay, is on all of us, okay? And we see it when we go outside. There's a lot of respect there because of you. Okay? But you don't know that. It's all the picture that it's landing on us, okay? As a plan. Yes. You know?
Okay,
I
so
can see it.
sir, why did you come? Why did you come? You just came to talk about food and say you like rap and Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah, just talking, okay? Just that's all. Never thought that just going to be so deep like that.
We appreciate it, Joe Jack. Thank you. Okay, have a good day.
Thank you so much. And thank you for having me. Bye.
Yes, sir. Take care. Alrighty then. Yeah.
Hey, I don't know what you guys have seen in your own lives and experiences, but most of the Black Americans that I've come across, they generally are Pan-Africanists, and they like the idea of us coming together collectively, but I don't know how possible that is, because from my personal experiences, the reaction of even forming FBA is just, we're tired of the disrespect and the cosplaying of Black American society, and you're taking the best of us, but not necessarily contributing back.
So
Let me say
this to you. What state you live in? What state?
Texas.
Ma'am, I went to school in Texas, Dallas, Texas. I lived in Dallas, Texas. There is, ma'am, the Pan-African representation in Texas is like 0 to none. Okay, I lived in 5 southern states. Pan-Africanism originated in up New York, New Jersey, Philly, and that's usually where it stayed. That Pan-Africanism idea does not spread in California, the Midwest. That stays right here in New York, New Jersey. It don't even go to Florida. Okay, the Pan-African presence is so tiny and small that my immediate family, outside of me bringing it to them, they would have no clue what the hell's about. All right. So when you said that Black Americans are, we affiliate ourselves with Pan African, like that is the first
experience and my friends and my family.
Right. Okay. But listen, no, not personal experience. Pan Africanism itself is minute, it's tiny, it's irrelevant, it's barely talked about in all Black circles, Black America, the true Blacks, Black American circles throughout the 50 states. This is not a topic. The Marcus Garvey never comes up in topic ever, in topic. Like unless you're in New York, New Jersey, and Philly, his name would come up here and there. But my point is, Pan-Africanism has never had a large influence on Black America. The church down south. You say you're in Texas, whatever. The church is so heavy down south. It's on a whole. If you're from New York, New Jersey, Florida, you couldn't fathom. The church is so, like, if you talking about getting Black folks out of Christianity, good luck. Because down south, the church is everything. And whatever that's not church, they not with. And Pan-Africanism is not church. They go against the church. All right. So the church is where most of us are in. We're not majority in Pan-African. We're not in Islam. We are more, the majority of us is in the Christian church still today in 2026. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you that right now. I don't know what you personally experienced, whatever you talking about.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I
but I'm saying as a whole. I got you.
Interested by saying.
Okay, but I don't want to. Right? Yeah, but it's a lie though. But yeah, it's a lie though. Yeah, let me get you out of here. Yeah, let me get you out of here. Right. Cause you be saying some crazy stuff. Let me get you out of here. I'm not saying my personal experience. No, Andy. I'm saying the experience. The Black American experience is so far from a Pan-African ideology. Stop lying to us. And I don't even believe. I'm gonna be honest with you. That I kicked off. I don't believe you're FBA. You keep saying we like you Haitian, like you speak Creole. I don't believe you're FBA. So I'm tired of cosplaying with you. I don't believe you're FBA.
Yeah, Pan-Africanism is BS. That's my personal experience. If she's still there.
Now I kicked her off.
Oh, okay, it's BS and it don't work. That's
Well, yeah, but check it out. What I'm saying is the average Black American, even in New York, New Jersey, have no idea what it is and don't have a concern for it. Like it's not even a talking point in Black American tables, the barbershops, nothing. We barely talk about it ever. Like I'm somebody who's been in many different Black American theologies, right? I've been in Nation of Islam, I've been a 5%er, I've been this Hebrews. Like, yo, we never talk about Pan-Africanism.
But no, well, in that one of the camp that I was in, their doctrine was we was all connected. We were connected to Haitians, Jamaicans,
but
Islanders,
and look,
some West.
That's okay. That's okay.
Biggest freaking Hebrew organizations they got right now. But
that's okay though. But what I'm saying is, Pan-Africanism is an ideology. Like that's something we can again. I know the origins of Pan-Africanism, right? Like so, when it comes to history in the United States, like I'm that guy, white tea and black, right? So I know the origins of Pan-Africanism. Matter of fact, they used to call in here. They used to call in here, and I asked them, hey, what's the origins of Pan-Africanism? And none of them know. We're talking about Pan-Africanism. They don't know. They just guess and guess because they want to talk about the conference over in London, right, led by W. Du Bois. Then they'll say Marcus Garvey, and then they'll say somebody like Martin Robinson Delaney. So like they'll give you 3 different origin stories of Pan-Africanism.
Yeah,
and I'm like, dude, go ahead.
I just want to say we kind of Black Americans kind of became Pan-Africanist as a default, like just because us of seeing somebody with melanin,
but you listen. What I'm saying to you,
it's wrong.
But what I'm saying to you is that you're using Pan-Africanism loosely and incorrectly. Pan-Africanism, according to some people like Marcus Garvey, it means you have to repatriate yourself to Africa somewhere. For example, are you familiar with CARICOM?
Not exactly. Okay. I've heard it mentioned, but not exactly.
So CARICOM is the West Indies reparations claim, right? That their claim is through CARICOM. Part of their reparations claim is repatriation to Africa. Okay. That's in their reparation package. So they want money and they want right. So that's Pan-Africanism. When you talk about repatriating back to Africa, what happens is like you got modern Pan-Africanists that want to redefine Pan-Africanism and make it something else. But originally, everybody wanted to take their butt to Africa and live there. That was the original origins of Pan-Africanism. You had to go live in Africa.
I was on that at one point. I really like I've come a long way because I've been at that point before.
Right, but what I'm saying is that the average Black American has never considered repatriating to Africa. This been a concept that didn't start with Black people. It started with white people. Okay, we're talking about the ACS.
I know, I get it. I know what you're talking about.
We're talking about the ACS, the American Colonial Society, the Colonization Society. They wanted to get people out of America to Africa, but it wasn't everybody. They wanted specific Black Americans out of Africa. Out of America and Africa, and those specific Black Americans were their status was called free Blacks. So they didn't want enslaved Blacks back in Africa. They wanted free Blacks back in Africa because they felt like they're going to inspire either a rebellion or they're going to inspire enslaved Blacks to seek freedom other ways, like meritorious manumission, bottom slaves out of slavery, get bought out of slavery, or the finesse that we were doing, which with Biddy Mason was successful, but Dred Scott wasn't. It was when your slave master bring you to a free state, you're free. So so they wanted to stop that because the Dred Scott and Biddy Mason was taking their slave owners over and over and over to court to be free, and they were winning and losing, winning and losing. Everybody didn't lose. Biddy won, Dred Scott lost. Right. So they wanted to stop that. So they said, all right, listen, let's get these folks back to Africa. So white supremacy, had set up Liberia. It wasn't no damn Africa. It was white people set up a colony and they bought it and they named that region Liberia. They owned that region. That was their colony. And they set it up where there was going to mass influx a lot of free blacks to Liberia. It failed miserably. Why? Because we didn't buy the concept. We were African. We said, nah, that don't belong to us. I'm American. You dig? So we didn't fall for that back to Africa foolishness. So only about 2% of the 500, oh, by the way, there was 500,000 free blacks. I failed to mention that. At that time, it was 500,000 blacks. And all they got to go to Liberia was 12,000. That's like 3%. Also, during that time, a couple of us went to Haiti. So you got a lot of tethers like to brag about that. Well, let me talk about that. About 12,000 of us went to Haiti. And guess what? 80% of us came back. So only about 2,000 FBAs went to Haiti and stayed. But the majority went there, seen it was they eat mud cakes and animals and dogs, and they came right back to America. They said, "Nah, I ain't about that life. That bushmeat life, I'm good." They came back to the hog mall and got to their chitlins. But Africa was nothing we ever embraced in our time in this country. We never embraced Africa. We always said, "I ain't African." All the way back to Frederick Douglass, or go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna say you're right. I agree with everything you just said. And I was aware of everything you just said, not down to those specific details, but yes, I was aware of everything you just said, and I just agree.
Yeah, so I'm trying to say to you, and not just you, because I'm live on YouTube as well. I'm reiterating because my YouTubers already know this, but so that's what I say. When we say Pan-African, we got to be clear because Pan-African has 10 different definitions. It depends what you're asking. They got a whole different definition of what a Pan-African is. But you could take the word pan off and you could just say, hey, we always felt a connection with melanated people globally. Like now that would be more accurate. But to call it Pan-Africanism is a wrong term to apply that. So,
you're right, and thank you for correcting me on that. Thank you, because thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, because Pan-Africanism, Garvey's a Pan-African. Wait, go ahead.
Was a Pan-Africanism, but he was a Jamaican native. But he tried to get that stuff started off in his own country, and they wasn't rocking with him. Then when he came over to America to convince the black originals over here to jump on that shit with him, we came to find out, number one, we didn't want to do that. Our ancestors didn't buy into that. The media blew Marcus Garvey up. We didn't want to be considered no Africans back then, and we didn't want to be considered Africans now. The difference is that they always use our plight, our revolution, our thing to get us off of this country. So they'll always have different tethers that'll come up and act like they part of our revolution to take us back to their motherland, not mine. Like I said, I stepped foot on Ghana, Accra, and I was glad I had a chance to do that. But this is my motherland. This is where all the fruits and berries that milk and honey is over here. That's why people want to run to here. We got to start thinking logically. Like, they wouldn't be treating Africa like a shithole if it was the motherland. We wouldn't do that. Why would you give a title to a country like that and people are treating it the way they're treating it? You understand? Another point that you had mentioned was darn, I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. Damn. My bad. I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought.
Maybe I can so I was saying like the way Pan-African is used today is used very loosely. It's like almost like it's like a finesse. They're trying to expand or broaden the definition so it's like safe. Oh no, you can embrace it. It's a safe way to this is safe. It's not safe. Okay, so Pan-Africanism has an origin, and some of the leaders were the biggest scammers in the world that led Pan-Africanism. So yeah, I don't want to be attached to nothing that starts with a P and ends with a M or ism. And I'm good with that. Because like I said, I know the origins all about that. It's a finesse. They scammers, and that's just that. And that's the. And they got a history of scammers. They ain't just one. They got a whole bunch of Pan-African scammers that push that be pushing P.
And I just feel I thank you. I just feel like they should be the example of Pan-African over there first, right? You know, why come millions of miles away over to these Black Americans when you got your neighboring people that you don't even claim look like you, don't come from you? I would think if y'all all on the same continent over in Africa, that you will find somebody that looks more like you over there than trying to say that we look like y'all over there. The Pan-Africanist revolution had started a little bit over here in the early 80s in New York City. We were all on that one blackness, right? And I don't know if we called it Pan-Africanism. We just figured all melanated people went through the same things. But we always bigged up Africa. We were wearing the earrings, the African earrings. We were we repped Africa more than they did.
Exactly.
And that was during the time where they said that was during the time they were saying, "Oh, you're not African. You don't know where you're from," or "Me no black." That was during the time where they were really, letting us know that we were just some old regular Africans. Even though we had African bambata, we had songs that had African stuff in there. Like, we were really doing our just due. The change happened, I believe, even more frequently. I would say more frequently, is this last election. This last election, when the Democrats basically, we were over the code words, people of color, minorities, and black and brown. We were over those facade terms, and we realized after this last election that everything was about the immigrants coming over here, and our party just left us on the side. Our party said, fuck us, excuse me. And from that point on, we started delineating about who we are. And that's how FBA came in terms. We had to start somewhere. The grassroots had to start somewhere. We have been voting because our parents said vote. And we decided to do that. But we realized after this election that Pan-African shit wasn't gonna work. When they tried to undercut us with hip hop, immigrants were saying they created hip hop. When they undercutted us on the BET Awards, and they undercutted us on the Essence, just like the host said, they only try to get us involved for the money and co-op or stuff. They're not trying to really be Pan-African with us, and we caught on, and that's dead, unfortunately, ma'am. So there's, her and her Nigerian husband. There's no more of that.
Yes, out. And now let me answer that question. Yeah, let me answer that. You said, why don't they do that in Africa first? They tried. So let me explain that. So the West Indies Federation, okay. So, and think about this, all of their unity is never theirs. That's why I say white people are the originators of Pan-Africanism. Okay, so now those tribes in Africa, in West Africa, they never seen themselves as one until the British got over there and said, yo, stop playing. Y'all all better get out there and get this oil together. I don't care about your differences, work that thing out, but I need y'all to work. And y'all, from now on, y'all just Nigerian. All this Hausa, Fulani, Igbo, stop that. Y'all Nigerian, get to work. So it was whitey people who unified them under one umbrella name. It was the British. The British came to the West Indies, did the same thing. They said, hey, man, y'all got all this Trinidadian, Jamaican, St. Croix stuff going on. Why don't y'all all just get together? Stop trying to come over here and live amongst us. Why don't y'all just get together and come under one name, one flag? They tried that. It's called the West Indies Federation. So that's 1960s, right? So the 1960s, the islands came together under the West Indies Federation to become one people and one nationality. They said, hey, we're no longer Haitian. No, not Haitian. We say we're no longer Jamaican, no longer Dominican, and all the other crazy islands. We are all West Indian. And this is the West Indian flag, and we are all one people. That lasted 3 years. They became divisive, xenophobic, and it went away. And the West Indian Federation turned into CARICOM. All right. Then you got in Africa, same time. What it's 1960s. It's actually called the African, liberation period, 1960s. Kwame Nkrumah and couple other muddy people out there try to get together. Same thing. They could not get along. Same time. 3 years. They say abandoned each other. Said the hell with it. We all be independent. And you had ECOWAS. Had a whole bunch of African nations there. And then what did Mao, Lee, Eber, and Trey them do? We're out. We're gonna form the AES. So all they know how to do is divide from each other. Divide, divide, divide. And like you said, they have no proven concept of these guys uniting in any way, shape, form. Nothing they ever done, nothing has ever got them to unite. It was always a white team man making them unite, or they'll unite to get some more tangibles. But amongst themselves, they got no interest of ever uniting with each other. It'll never happen. And they tried it 3 years, they became divisive, and history is where it is now.
Basically a scam. So they couldn't get it popping over there, and they are not willing to try to get it popping over in Brazil and all the other country islands over there. But they weren't going to try to get to Black Americans because of our money, our spending power that we have. Because when I named Essence Festival, and they tried to undercut us with that, creating a competition, Jollof against Jambalaya. That was so weird to me.
Hey, T-Coy, do me a favor. Can you follow me so I can add you as a mod?
Sure.
Because I'm inviting people on, and I want you to be able to control, in case it get too crazy, you can invite and boot off as needed. Okay. All right. There you go. Okay, so I got you and Rain Check as moderators. You can invite people on, kick them off as you please. Okay. Toye. Hey, what's going on, brother?
Hey man, look, give me 1 second here. Let me get back to you, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep, so Pan-African, no way, Jose.
Yeah, that ship sailed, man. That thing sailed with Garvey when he got deported.
But just like we stopped wanting to identify, well, some of our people, African American, we said RIP to that during Jesse Jackson. And when you go under Jesse Jackson obituary or anything, it labeled him as a Cherokee Indian.
Oh,
isn't that funny? But he promoted us to be African American.
Right. I always
his run.
Yeah, I always believed the dude was an agent. You feel me? So that right there makes sense to me. Yeah, complete agent. Everything about him. First of all, to even push African American was not a grassroots introduction like FBA is or Black or ADOS. This was imposed on us. So he had the small hats, he had the liberals invited in, and they used their media, right? LA Times, New York Times, to push African American. This was a term that white people were more comfortable with as opposed to Black. They seen Black was tied to rebellion, resilience, you dig, reconstruction, business districts, right? Successful ones. So they seen it connected to power, love, unification. So they say, listen, man, let's get him a more favorable name for us. It's too much power in that name. And they had Jesse Jackson, a Cherokee guy, introduce African American, which made no sense. It's literally calling us an immigrant. And right now, it's a term used for immigrants. So there you go.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Perfect. So let me
going to introduce myself here. My name is Emil Thierry, as you can see. And I just landed in my life like just randomly, right? And right now I'm actually in the middle of something, so I might not be able to stay for too long. Okay? So I am originally from Burkina Faso. I am Burkinabe, right?
Right.
At the moment, I'm staying in Cyprus. I'm studying computer science, and I want to say that I've come to a very crazy realization, and I want you guys to, rather, I want to share it with you guys and make, hopefully, you guys can understand it, and hopefully also put some light on this whole Pan-Africanism. I can also, I mean, FBA, I think I came in when you were talking about like how you understood Pan-Africanism and where it comes from and everything like that. And I'm going to be very honest with you. Like I said, there's a lot of new information that's coming into not the most person that's out there, you know, still trying to reason.
Right.
And the question I'm going to ask you all is, are you all believers? Are you all Christian?
No, I'm not religious at all, my guy.
You're not religious at all?
Yeah.
You're not religious at all?
Yeah.
You don't believe in the concept?
Hey, bro.
You don't believe in the concept of a God?
Hey, bro. Listen, my bro, my guy. You said, aren't you Muslim?
No.
Okay. Well, so, okay. Wait, what?
I don't believe.
Okay. All right. So look. Okay. So look. This is how I'm gonna do this. I'm not religious, but a lot of my people are. So in my spaces, I don't talk about it because it gets too sensitive. It gets too mushy. No. Yeah, no. Right. No. Stop. So in none of my spaces do I talk about religion. I just don't, because it's not needed. We that's not a core. My God, you gotta stop cutting in. Okay, because that's a personal choice, my guy. You heard me? Just like you might like strawberries or strawberry ice cream. Okay, right. So look, all right, look, do. No. I heard enough. Get out of here. Okay, yeah. So don't let nobody bring up religion in here, because a lot of us are Muslim, Catholic, all type of stuff, Mormons, Nation of Islam, and all that's going to do is cause infighting within the lineage. So I stay away from like religion, because that's a personal choice. You don't have to be an FBA Muslim, FBA Christian. No, you just got to make sure you're FBA, and then you brought into our talking points, which is delineation and reparations. Everything else is just personal, right? So politics, personal; religion, personal; where you want to work at, who you want to date, all that stuff is personal. I got nothing to do with our major talking points, and I don't get into those side divisive talking points either. So he came with confusion, tether babble, wasting time. Get up out of here, bro. Get up out of here. Anyway, let's continue where we were at.
Yeah, once he brought up religion, I just feel like, there was no real basis that he could stand on, honestly, to kind of make us understand what Pan-Africanism, I don't know what his attempt was, what they were trying to do.
How did he go from religion to Pan-Africanism? I mean, how come the connection? What was that?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out, and I try to figure out a lot of these immigrants who so-called have these degrees and they're educated, they're studying right now. They feel like they have enough information on us to come and talk to us about whatever history and religion. They don't want to go there with us
at all.
Like, they don't want to go the religion route with us, honestly. I really feel like no matter what education they get, I still feel like they're dated in their approach with dealing with us. They're not, they might take up Black American studies in college, and it's from a white perspective.
Right.
And they think they have enough information to kind of dialogue with us on a daily basis as if they know us. And that's the kind of approach that they come. They come with an approach as if they know our history, and they're going to regurgitate it back to us. And one of the things I always let them know, I said, for our name to change so many times in our timeline, there was a purposeful reason of why we will want to know more than what the textbook tells us about our history. There's a underlining desire to search more, and when we start searching more than what the textbooks taught y'all. Because number one, you can't speak English good,
right.
So you don't know our dialect to kind of even come and try to say, "Oh, you guys are not educated." There's a strong, in-depth nature in us to find out the truth. We have every reason, and y'all don't have that. Y'all only are equipped with colonial textbooks knowledge. We have that plus more. So that's a difference. And I just want them to start coming with the talking points as if we do know our history, not as if they're telling us something.
Right. And matter of fact, since he took that route, I'm gonna go ahead with him. All right. So are you back, sir? Wait, no, wait. No. That's not how that works, my guy. You don't come to my space, start babbling. You're gonna talk about okay, sure. Okay, sure. Okay. Hey, bro, but you're talking right now. Be quiet. I'm trying to talk to you, my guy. Damn, man. They come and start just babbling. I'm trying to talk to you. Don't give me none of that praise. I don't want none of that. All right. So let me just talk to you. Now, you said you are Bikini Bay, right? So make sure that's understood. Come off mute. I'm gonna have a little dialogue with you. So you're Bikini Bay, right? Cool. Nice to meet you. So you recognize you're not black, right? Just what I said. Right. So right. So why do so many Africans like to cosplay and say they're black?
No, it's just a general term, isn't it?
No, it's not. No. Wait, stop. Slow down. No. Wait. Right. Yeah, but you gave the answer now. I'm trying to get somewhere with you, my guy. No. Ain't no let me nothing.
Explain to me why.
Yeah. Because you said something. Wait, no. Yo, these babbling bastards, man. Oh my God. Dude, you said black was a generic term. I said you're a liar from hell. And I want to respond to that, and you trying to babble over that. So come off mute and let's deal with that statement you said about black. Okay? So now I asked you a question, my guy. You gave an answer. Stop. Let me respond to you. This is how you dialogue when you're educated. You speak to what each other are saying, right? But I understand the IQ, the standard IQ for Burkina Faso is low. Now listen, got you. That's a fact. Anyway, I know.
Bro, just go to your freaking point, bro.
So why do so many Africans, knowing they're not black, why do they say they're black again? What was your answer?
Look, I'm gonna say they're probably delusional. All right. I know my truth, and I know.
Yeah, it's not what I wanted. I didn't want to lecture. I want to get into the psychology of a fell tether. You dig? I agree with you. What you're saying is right. That you're not black. And I'm trying to get to the psychology of some fell tethers. Why are they cosplaying desperately, trying to say they're black? Like they're rejecting their African identity to cosplay as the most successful melanated people ever on Earth. Is that true or false? Are Black Americans the most successful melanated people on Earth ever in history?
Oh,
Now, is that true or false?
oh my days.
Hey, now you see, these tethers are so jealous of us, they can't even admit an obvious truth. Now, you got Thomas Sankara, you got Ibram Chire. I'm gonna raise you, Frederick Douglass, Booker T, but now I'm gonna add one, Dr. King. So name a third Burkina Bay that's like historically known for doing something great.
questions
All right, all right,
don't hold
all
any
right,
value.
right. I got it. So because I made a bold statement. I said bold truth. I said Black Americans are the most accomplished, successful melanated people ever in history. You act like I was saying something incorrect. So I named your two top people of Burkina Faso, Thomas Sankara and Ibram Touré. I matched you with Frederick Douglass Booker T. Then I raised you. I said, Dr. King, name me a third Burkina Faso. You couldn't name one. And family, that's almost every last one of them, no matter where they from on this planet. The Haitians could only name you Toussaint and Dessalines, no, not a third one. Jamaicans can't even name one. Ghana's going to say Kwame Nkrumah, can't name a second one. They're going to say Patrice Lumumba of the Congo. Like, they only got like one or two names, and that's it. So all of them combined still can't compete with the small people in America, small minority in America, 13% of the population. All of them combined can't keep up with us name for name as far as accomplishments, groundbreaking in discoveries, inventions, innovations. All of them together is no match in a conversation with us. All of them together. But then they want to admit that we're the most successful melanated people in the world. And let me explain why. Because what happened over here was unique. It never happened in human history ever before. In 1808, when the British said, okay, slavery is now illegal, right? The Americans said, all right, well, we're going to do it here. And what they did was they did something called eugenics, where they took the strongest, wisest, fastest, fertile, and put them together to come up with a super being, a super ethnic group. That's a fact. Y'all can Google it. That's what happened in real life. So as a result, when we come up with the innovations we have, the inventions, a lot of that has to do with that. Like we were literally like that's called eugenics. When you make a people, right? When you take the best for the best, like they do with vegetables, they do with certain species of let's say like certain species. They do the same thing with them to create a super species of whatever. So to fight off like wolves, they'll create a super canine you dig, that a wolf can't beat. But it was eugenics that made that super thing because they compared the best traits with the best traits and they purged off the worst traits. So they wanted a super duper human slave in America. They wanted somebody who don't get tired, who's weather resistant, disease resistant, strong, intelligent, wise. And they did that. They made just that here. So it's no surprise that we end up doing the most in a short period of time. Like we were literally created to be that way. So that's a fact. But I get it. Burkina Faso education a little slow. They don't know that much. I don't blame them. I don't blame them. Now, if you want, you can talk to him, Corey. If you want to come back up, I'm just gonna go on mute. I don't got nothing to say to the old boy. But did you want to talk to him?
Hearing him out. So he's Burkina Faso.
Yeah. I'm gonna go on mute.
Okay, go ahead. Hey, go ahead, El. Go ahead and ask your simple question you said you wanted to ask. I'm unable to hear you.
Sorry, give me a second. It's because, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I'm moving around a bit.
Yeah, I can hear you.
So I'm not going to be able to be on this live for long, but I still want to go back to the question of religion. Do you believe in God or not? Do you believe in religion? And I want us to have a very honest discussion. And I want to ask you this question. Do you believe that slavery was ever good? Right? The question will obviously be no.
Do I believe slavery was what?
Was ever a good thing? Do you think it ever brought... I know it's kind of like a rhetorical question, but I just want you to answer that for me. I know it's rhetorical, but I'm trying to land here. Do you believe it was a good thing or no? Just say yes or no.
That is a really rhetorical. No, it's not a yes or no question for me. So whether I say whatever I'm going to say, I want to hear you out, whether I answer that. Just go ahead with your question if you're able to still answer it without me giving you an answer to that yet. I want to hear you out before I say what I have to say.
I need the blanks to be filled in. I want to hear you. I want to see how you reason what I'm about to tell you. That's what I need you to answer.
I don't believe in religion at all.
Okay, fine, that's fine.
I don't believe in religion at all.
I want you to answer my question. Do you believe that slavery was a good thing?
Of course not.
Okay. In the Bible, it says that. Okay, I'm coming. Give me a second. In the Bible, do you know that it's written in the Bible that slavery was condoned? So you believe that anyone who condones slavery is obviously someone who accepts slavery. In the Bible, it says it's said rather that slavery was condoned because men were basically what is it? Do you know about this passage that says that slavery has been said in the Bible and it's been condoned?
I don't think so.
What I'm trying to say is this.
Look,
religion was brought. Okay, listen. This is what I'm gonna let it go. This is my last point. Religion was brought into Africa to divide us, to split us, and to put us to a mental slavery. What I mean by that is that because of the religion that imposed on us, they brought a fake God, a God that they wrote up, brought it here, and made us believe in that. And through that, that's why also the slave trade. I think the time of the slave trade happened.
Hello. I don't know how to operate this mind thing. Let me tell you something really quick. I think you. I think you need to speak that to your tribal people over there. Get them to understand what religion is. I think my people over in America, the reason why we're so revolutionary and so advanced mentally is because we already are equipped. We realize that religion has like you said, been a spell, but we're past that now. Now we see everybody for who they are. We see the games and the traps that has been laid out. And I think the only people that need to focus on waking up from religion is you all. I've been to Ghana. And I could tell you with the majority of the melanated people that are over there in the country, they have so many white Jesus hanging up that psychological warfare needs to be worked out before you can talk to American people about religion and what we need to wake up from. I think we, in our situation, is a little more advanced because we are a first world country. So our level of advancement when it comes to that, we're going to be first on escaping that religious game. So I think it's so imperative that you take the knowledge that you learned, Eli, and spread it to your people to let them know that if they're walking around with a white Jesus, something is mentally wrong with them. And I think you need to start there first. And whatever you have to ask, I'm good. Thanks.
That was basically what I'm trying to say is, it feels like I've just come out of it, It feels like I've been under this spell. Let's go. It feels like I've been under this spell for so long that I'm finally waking up, and it's actually upset. But yeah, it would have been nice to know what the next steps would have been, but I guess it is what it is. Go figure it out. Thanks for having me, yeah?
I think you need to, Eli told, I think we're going to end this conversation. It was nice talking to you. I think that you could find some other people in your same productive community that has woken up, and you all start your own little thing, and you start gathering people as you start waking up and start listening. Just go to other panels that are talking where what level you on. It's people that's talking that level where you on, just waking up. This live is a little advanced, but we appreciate you on the live. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, no worries, man. But I mean, if y'all don't mind me just staying and just listening to your conversations, you know.
That's fine. Just go on mute because you got some airplay that's loud. Hey FBA, if you want to come back on, I don't know. I appreciate him trying to wake up, and he's waking up and realizing that religion has been a stronghold, not just on him, but on the masses. There is a certain level of spirituality or some kind of morality that an individual can take. Just doing the right thing and having empathy, that should be the start. I think we all been programmed with dogma and a lot of passed down stuff that doesn't always make it right when it's passed down. That as we get older, we got to put more of the pieces together, if you will. That Bible and Christianity, it has a lot of hidden gems and a lot of different knowledge, speaking in this term and speaking in that term, it can be persuasive on a lot of things. So I think, like the host said, we don't want to dive too much into other people's religion and politics. For our American people over here, we've already kind of surpassed that. We're now focused on our lineage. We're focused on making it clear on who we are in America. There's a difference between other melanated people that come here, and there's a difference to the Black people that were already here before some of the white tea. And I want other immigrants to realize, especially white tea immigrants, don't get it twisted. The reason why we talk about melanated immigrants is because y'all have the capabilities of hurting us more by so-called looking like us. You guys can pretend. When you have a pretender, I know when I was coming up, my grandma said, always watch a liar and a thief. Both of them bad. You got to watch out for both of them. But when they come in the same color as you, it's hard to kind of vet them. So we're doing the vetting now. We're getting that out of the way because we've been so lax with people just, hey, using our slang and, dressing like us, putting us on as a costume. And it's been becoming a problem, not just for us, majority for us. Y'all are the highest in y'all crimes. Y'all bring a lot of y'all evil doings. The ones that get over here, the ones that do their best to get over here, to go the right way is different. The other ones that, skip over shit, those are the problem. They bring crime. They bring a lot of theft. And just like the host said, y'all get mixed up in our numbers when it comes to crime being called Black or African American. That's a problem for us because when we look at it, it's really y'all doing the crime in our neighborhoods, not us. We're still trying to fight the power, something y'all don't know too much about because y'all leave half of the time. Y'all flee. When I looked up the majority of African men that leave their countries versus African women, guess who's the highest that leave? You're right. The African men. They leave their women and kids in droves more than they do the women, more than the women do. The men leave. So the fact that y'all talk about fatherless, we don't know our father. I know my father, and I knew his father. So the stereotypes have to end. I don't know, Rain, did you want to say something? I don't know. I could ramble on. I'm getting ready to cook and all that good stuff.
No, I'm not. I don't have anything to add. I agree with what you were saying. I was I heard you say that you don't know how to work the moderator thing. Me either, because I'm new to TikTok for real. So I don't know how to work stuff on here as of yet, as far as like being a moderator. And I'm really new to the lives or whatever. But I don't know where he was going. That's why I just stayed on mute. Yeah. And I didn't bring nobody up, but it's a Money Smith in the comments talking, and they couldn't, bring themselves up, request or whatever, because I don't know, they got a white profile picture, but their page is weird, so I don't know what they are. I don't know if it's a troll page or what, but they just talking a lot in the comments, and if like you have something to say, you could request up.
Yes. FBA News, are you there?
I don't know. Maybe he stepped out for a minute.
I don't know how to bring them up, but they,
Yeah, me either. Like, I'm just requesting them. They can make he can make the request himself if they have something to say. Because he just got a lot of talking in the comments. But anybody has anything to say, you can request up, or anything to add. Any do they want to rebuttal anything that anyone has said? They can request up. I'm not sure where.
Well, FBA, I know he probably went to do something, but I don't, I could be long drawn out, but I was trying to give Eli a chance. I don't know how old you are, Eli. How old were you? How old are you?
I'm 25. I'm 25 is this April.
You are from Burkina Faso.
Yep, but right now I'm in Cyprus studying computer science.
Oh, can I ask you a question?
You where now?
So I want to ask you a question. I'm not sure. Sorry if it's wrong. But since you left Burkina Faso and you're somewhere else, you just mentioned that. How do you feel about how like the things that is happening in your country and you're not there to experience it because you fled?
I mean, hello. Can you please hold on question for 1 second?
Yeah, good question. I was gonna ask about that too. I still couldn't hear where he said he was from, but he's not in Burkina Faso right now. Right. Yeah, he's young.
I don't know if it's me. I think I might have an echo in the background, but yeah, I didn't hear where he said he was at. I think he said he was studying or something. But Cyprus. He in the comments saying he's in Cyprus. But and what are you doing in Cyprus? What's in Cyprus? Hello?
He said he had to go do something real quick.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I would definitely know and if like there's any Haitian people in the comments, like y'all should stick around for the answer because I definitely want to hear this. Like because Burkina Faso is doing big things over there, and like you left, at the, you fled when times got hard, and now that they're turning over a new leaf, how do you feel about that? And are you going back?
That's a good question. That's a good question for him because, you know, one of the things that gave us pride is knowing the history, finding out who the leaders were, and to have young Torre over there trying to make changes should be very inspiring. You know, he's actually trying to build infrastructure. You know, I don't know how good it was with him getting out the French and getting Russia and China in his mix. But I think the attempt to try to bring some kind of structure to their country makes sense. The one thing I see Africa as is that they try to hold up to this image, but it's like they're faking it to their make it type of thing. And that's how their leaders are doing. You know what I'm saying? Their leaders are so individualistic that they only care about them and their family, and they have the whole country in their hands, and they're not doing nothing for the citizens. So that's, you know, that just says a lot about how their own leaders look at them. We got our own shit that we're dealing with too. We call them out and we fight it. Right. But yeah, they got leaders over there robbing bankrupting the whole country. You know, the leaders over there. So yeah, I don't. Yeah, they got a lot. They definitely got a lot to deal with. Than to be worrying about our issues, being over here cosplaying us. They have better things, you know, bigger fish to fry, and that's what I think most people should focus on. I don't really understand. I don't know. He's answering he's responding to everything in the comment, but can you come off of mute and explain the questions that I asked? You said you can bring back what you learned, and I don't. Can you just come off of mute and say and answer the question? His background might be loud, or he might, I don't know, but yeah, they hold down places corrupt. So, you know, it is. Hopefully, you be the change that they need. You know, that's the thing. A lot of people that come over here has already been over here, and how much they've been sending back to their country. It should have been built up. They should have real homes to go to, real pavement to walk up on. You know, and so if you don't, and so what is computer science? Like, how is computer science gonna help your home back home? You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you get into schools, you could, you know, teach the kids computer science. But I think I would be worried about fixing up the infrastructure, trying to, I don't know, get in the lumber or how to build. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Miss Sweet said they never going home. They always lie. Yeah, that's what I see happening. The doctors and things like that I see coming out of these other countries and engineer, they don't take the engineering degree back to the country and build it up, or the doctorate or anything back to the country and build it up and care for the people. I actually was in one live like last night that they were saying some very positive things. I think it was North Africa and South Africa. I didn't know that, like, the North Africa and South Africa. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I believe they beefing. And the South Africans are sound like us. You know, when they're talking to the rest of Africa. Right, yeah. Yeah, they sound like us. Like, you know, no, we had enough. You know, no more unity. No, y'all gotta, you know, and I guess the Northern Africans are upset because they feel like South Africans have like are allies with the whites or whatever, whitey or whatever. So yeah, and that's what's going on in their community. So
Yeah, but they were. Yeah. Speaking of going home, and I was actually happy because it was one Haitian lady, and she was like, "Ain't y'all tired of begging? You know, ain't y'all tired of begging?" She's like, "Don't y'all feel humiliated enough? Like, we have to go do something. We can't, sit here and talk about, white man this, white man that. Everybody, we know what the power, we know what it is, and nobody don't have to be reminded. But that's why we were on this mindset of allyship with the other melanated people. But again, they wasn't on that mindset with us. They were not on the same way with us. And that's
that's South Africa and West Africa is beefing, and South Africa totally feels what we're feeling. The thing is, it's not actually, and we're not behaving like South Africans are behaving to them. Like, they actually going up to their businesses, they're going up to their homes. We're just speaking our vices on the internet, and if you claim you have a friend that you don't see it in the streets, if you ask them the right questions, I'm sure they will feel a way and tell you right then. But I was gonna say, South Africans, it's not xenophobic. A lot of people look on the outside. It was like, why is South African treating other Africans like that? You are fighting white tea within your country, though the country is, trying to get better in South Africa's point. And they're trying to get themselves back, the dark South Africans, because the coloreds over there, get a little better treatment. They have the same kind of stuff going on similar to us. And so the darks are finally getting a little breathing room. And here come a flood of other your cousins that came over at the house and want to crowd up on grandma's couch too. I mean, it's only a little bit of space for, us. Damn. You eating all the popsicles. We only bought that for us for the rest of the week. We'll share, but I mean, you know what I'm saying? We wasn't expecting you to hog up our benefits that we just got a little breathing room to get, a chance to get. And that's all people are saying. Instead of you fighting as hard as you are trying to leave the countries, you need to fight just as hard to make your leaders do something for you. Where is the money? Ask questions.
Yeah. Yep. And that's the I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought that quick. That's why I need to quit doing what I'm doing right now. I'm not even gonna say what that is, but stuff that make you forget. I ain't even mad at you. My bad. But yeah, I just felt like. Tico, are you muted? I just want them to start asking questions, start fighting, putting up a fight, when just how I believe we give them the spirit when we fight oppression, or if we march, they make fun of our marching, right? They make fun of that shit, right? All y'all do is march. Y'all don't have no power. Or they really rag on us. And I be tripping about how they rag on us about our marching and shit, and we lazy, we ain't nothing. But we the most talked about. If we ain't nothing, I don't be talking about motherfuckers who ain't nothing. Excuse my language early this morning. I don't be, you know what I'm saying? They never duplicated all the time. Exactly. The imitators that imitating the originators. That's it. And I just feel like, they force us to talk about the situation at hand, because now our eyes is open. We did not have allies in y'all because
we came from a different struggle. Your struggle was different than ours in America. You know what I'm saying? And not different based on, we went through some stuff and still going through some stuff on first world levels. They're preventing us from, they convince themselves that we're lazy just so they could feel better about why they're coming over here fleeing. It's our money that is making you want to get a job and do better. It's our spending power is what make this world go around. Our ideas, our creativeness, our music. But because we don't control those things, we have our struggle is different than theirs. You see what I'm saying? The people that's controlling us is giving them an opportunity to finally get out of their countries. Finally, here, give you a chance to go to school, here. So you're not gonna fight them like we have to fight them. You know what I'm saying? Right. They're uplifting you while they're still tearing us down. And those two fights are different. They're not gonna never see it that way. They're happy to be able to live in here. They want us to shut up. Y'all should be doing more. You don't think we made those colleges opened up for us? They wasn't trying to let us go to school. They wanted us to still keep books away. We had to push those doors open for us to go, and everything that y'all are benefiting right now, those doors was pushed in by first Black American first.
Right.
I mean, let's be clear on that.
We from here, and as I think I mentioned it already 2 times, but earlier, I mentioned like my grandparents or some older people from the South not being able to read when they migrated up north. But the thing about that was like they had to operate like immigrants within their own country. Like what y'all don't, because y'all come over here and y'all don't know how to read, and y'all have to get y'all children to help y'all read documents and things like that. So we had to live an immigrant experience within our own country, and y'all don't understand that, and y'all are still trying to come over here and add to that. Like, I just don't know what they don't get about this situation, but I understand.
Right. I'm starting to understand it as I'm talking it out. As I'm talking it out, I understand that they can never understand how we're trying to fight more than just having a roof over our heads. We realize and understand that we are owed much more than that. Our intellectual properties is what we need to be charged for and given reparations for. Our intellectual properties, everything that our ancestors had, they have a problem of, giving that to us. But if all the immigrants are getting benefits, then that's where our reparations have went. It's into all helping all these other people just to even get on our level, to even make them even civilized and understand how it feels with air condition. We want more than that. We've been living with AC. We've been living with all the amenities that American can have. We know we worth more than that. So we're not going to just be, I got a job. I'm a director at the blah, blah, blah. You don't think there was no first Black director before an immigrant got there?
Exactly.
I mean,
they don't get it.
I just don't. Right. So it's like, yeah. I just want us to kind of make sense, and we don't boost and brag like that. All this time, y'all been able to get it how y'all live because we just thought it was kumbaya. All this time it's been kumbaya up until we decided to self-identify. We're starting to self-identify. Okay, you. Okay, we no longer. Okay, you say you ain't Black. Okay, we respect that. Cool. You. Okay, you. Okay. Oh, we ain't African. Oh, you said we what? Okay, we don't know who we come from in Africa. We don't know. Okay, you right. We right. We Americans.
Before I forget, I just want to interject real quick. I remember you earlier. You had said like you were getting a block when looking for your genealogy, and I'm gonna send you a screenshot that I took of this other lady's live, and you probably follow her, and she's like delving into that. It's like 12 websites off the muscle that you can use to check besides, ancestry. She gave like 12 other websites, and what a method I'll be trying to use, because I keep hitting roadblocks too, and then I'll rest for like a couple of days and then go back to it. But you have to like do a lot of like comparisons. Like even if you find a relative, like even if you don't add all their siblings, like because I know we using a lot of census, right? Even you see your ancestors' siblings in the house, even if you don't add them to your family tree, it's kind of a good idea to add them, because you can find out stuff through their names that you can't necessarily find out about your particular ancestors, if you can understand what I'm saying. I do like a lot of cross referencing on the different paperworks and the different websites. I use them all to like cross reference each other. And I got through another blockage today, because I was like, for like the last 4 days I couldn't go back to it, but I just went back and I found some more ancestors to the point. I found pictures, like, and I was so like it just awakened something in you to be able to find pictures, not only to find pictures of some of my ancestors from the early 1800s, also to find that one of my ancestors, I didn't even get to the part, where we're talking about the indigenous lineage, but one of my ancestors on his census, his nickname is Jim the Indian. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at his 3 different censuses throughout 3 different decades, and on every census he was a different race. He was mulatto, he's white on the last one, but he went from black, or no, he went from what did he go from? He went from mulatto from white to mulatto to Negro. I think he went in that order. Through 3 decades of 3 censuses, he went from white to mulatto to Negro. So that just goes to show you he was just a light complected indigenous person. Melanated, but one of the lighter complected ones, because he was able to get classified originally as white. But his nickname on the census, the several censuses that I went through, he went by Jim the Indian. But they got him classified 3 different ways on paper. So yeah, I just wanted to tell you that if it helps you out in any way, like, don't give up, because I be getting frustrated. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. Send me the link. I want to get over that. And it's so crazy. When I started, the rest of my family was so excited. Everybody calling me, telling me what they remember and who name and stuff. And I'm like, oh Lord. So I like my process, but yeah, whatever you got, I'm willing to get over this little hump where I'm at.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah. I'm just trying to like I said, I'm really new to TikTok. I'm trying to learn the ins and outs. So I have a lot of information. I can see reposted stuff, but I have information like on my own that would be helpful to people, but I'm not ready to be like posting and stuff. not ready to be going live and all of that right now. But yep, I will definitely forward any information that I have to you. And I don't know what happened to FBA. You think he fell asleep or something? Because I've been up really for hours. I've been up for hours, and we've been on this live for pretty long. Pretty long. So I don't know what happened to him.
I'm about to get my day started, so I don't know what FBA is.
Yeah, same thing here. I gotta get my day started. I don't know what's going on. So yeah, I gotta.
I'm gonna follow you. I'll follow you, but and then just send me the thing. Thanks, chat. Thanks, everybody. I'll talk to you. Yep, thank you. It was great talking to you. It was a great space. Thank you. And thanks everybody in the chat. Yes. I guess FBA will be back when he can, if for those that want to remain in the chat.
Hey, my fault. My family. How y'all like these live stream? Did y'all catch the TikTokers? Did y'all catch the TikTokers? I had to play a little ball. Forgive me. I was hoping that the TikTokers would stay long on, cook for a little longer. Uh, you go ahead and finish the video I was playing before. All right, hold on with Tariq. Oh yeah, so all right. So Tariq was talking about the new Ghana finesse, where they're trying to do some fake DNA back to Ghana, and here you guys are really Ghanaians. And by the way, Ghanaians, that term came through Kwame Nkrumah. That is not an ancient term at all. Okay, that's a relatively new term. I think that thing is like 1960, like 60 years old. I'll fact check in a second. All right, but let me finish the video I was playing earlier about these Ghanaians trying to backdoor their way into the lineage by trying to act like we're Ghanaian. Like, if y'all don't stop with this goofy stuff, man. So let me finish up on this.
Y'all seeing shit, not getting up, man. Y'all get on up. Y'all get on up. Ain't nobody, you're funded to come in the room and try to dissipate the energy of the delineation movement. We see some of you ops have been funded to come in here under these Finster accounts.
Yeah, I can't stand my gas gauge, yo. My gas gauge is crazy. Like, I'm in the car now, that thing looking like I'm about to just go nowhere. But when I got to the park, I had like some room, you know what I mean, to go to the gas station. Right now it's showing, dude, you about to be pushing. Weird gas gauge, man.
Because this delineation has you in a chokehold. We see you. We know what you're doing. This delineation has you in a chokehold. So yeah, we got the alphabet boys who got their operatives that they're paying to come in these rooms and just say shit in the chat. Like Casey and Andy, whoever that person is. Yeah, we see you. Your family, raise your hand. Let me get y'all on here. Let's get the family. I want that Yandy person, whoever that is. All right, Yandy, hop on in. Yandy, you're going to have to make a request to get on, or we're going to get you out of here because you're not just going to troll in the chat room. All right? We're not going to have you just trolling.
Yeah, and like, you know what I mean? Like individually, we could have friends from other ethnic groups, but collectively, like, we just got to stop, man. It's never going to happen. Yeah, we over here cooking on factual stuff. And right, I was on YouTube and TikTok, right? So TikTok, somebody's typing in TikTok, oh, it's so xenophobic. I'm like, yo, what? So history is xenophobic. Like, yo, and I'm like, yo, can you like invite yourself up and explain what was so xenophobic with anything I said? Like, unless you're just making a claim, history is just xenophobic. You feel me? Just saying words like white supremacists. I make the comparison, and I'm gonna start sharing the videos on what I saved on IG. I want y'all to see how white people were talking about Black Americans who rights are finally being respected enough where we can live where we want to live. Right? We can no longer be overcrowded. We can step out and go where we want to go. These white people was saying like their version of xenophobic. They were saying if we move into areas where they live at, we're just going to be troublemakers. So white people would call us gaslighters and call us troublemakers. And these tethers, like their term is xenophobic. So we're calling out racism, systematic racism, and we want equal rights and we want to be respected according to the Constitution, right? And we want to be federally protected. And white supremacists said we're being troublemakers. And we're saying, hey, we don't want to be lumped up with tethers and data stats and tangibles and all that type of stuff. We want to be recognized as our own ethnic group. And the tethers, just like white supremacists, they're twin. You know, tethers and white supremacists, they're infraternal twins. They're twins, but they're infraternal. Okay, they're twins. They'll call it xenophobic.
In the chat room, we're going to get you out of here. You got 5 minutes to make a request to get on, or you're going to have to get in your defense stick on. What's up, Chris? Yo, Chris. Yo, Chris. Okay, we got Chris in here walking in the mall right now. All right, let's get, y'all raise your hands. Let's try it like that. All right, Kaylin. Yo, Kaylin. All right, Kaylin ain't saying nothing. All right, y'all raise your hands if you want to get on. Yandy, you got 5 seconds to make a request, or I'm going to personally block you. You're going to have to log on your Finster account. All right? Let me see. Who's this person? He has a dot for his name. All right. He has a dot for his name. I don't know what that name is. All right. Let me see. What's that? TikTok. Okay. Let's get Mr. TikTok, and then we'll get General. All right. What's up, TikTok?
Yo.
How you doing, TikTok?
Yo, what's up? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, TikTok. What city you in, bro?
I'm here, right here with you. I'm right here in LA. I'm in Burbank.
Oh, cool. What's going on with you, bro? What's your ethnic background, by the way?
Man, let's go, man. I'm glad you asked me. I've been listening to your lives, and I started doing my history, and thank you for everything you've been doing.
Yes, sir.
I just found out that I'm a part of the Yamasee tribe.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, down from Georgia, and I guess they started in Florida. So I've been doing all my history and finding out. I just found out that I was I'm related to Elwood Hickenbottom. He was hung by down in Mississippi as well, but I'm from Indianapolis, Indiana, originally from there, which a lot of people don't talk about. And that was a question I was going to ask, but I want to stay on subject. Do you think that the United States have some sort of contract, some hidden contract with Africa? And the reason why they're doing that, like what you're saying about how they are trying to get us to just accept this guy.
No,
I
can answer that. The answer is no. The United States is not one monolith. Okay, they're divided, blue and red, guy. So now, if you said is a party in on that, I would say, yeah, I do think the Democratic liberals may be working something out with Africa, where they're trying to sell us out. But I do not believe that the red got anything to do with that. The red don't give a damn if we call ourselves African, FBA. Matter of fact, the red favor FBA more than African, because they're really they're the only party that speak to our delineation. They're the only people that speak to our ethnogenesis. So like, and you hear them. You heard a couple of them like sit there and say, "Hey, man, the FBA's got a great point about being heritage American and blah blah blah." Like, we don't owe Africans anything. We owe foundational Black Americans something. So you'll see that. So yeah, so to answer this question is no. The United States don't as a collective don't have nothing with Africa, but I can assume or guess that the liberals, they probably are working something out with Africa. And matter of fact, a lot of Africans are liberal, and they might be the main ones working something out with Africa. So I won't say the United States, some blind stuff. I'll say it's possible that there are Africans in Congress or in powerful positions, and they are the ones with contracts with Africa to sell us down the river.
Background or whatever like that. Do you think that they have some type of hidden contract with them, and they just trying to force us up out of here? Like you said, I mean, pretty much answered the question, but you know, thank you so much for everything you're saying. So.
Thank you, man. You know what I think? They're not going to force us out of here, but what they want to do is have us focus on Africa when it comes to reparations. They want to do a little card trick, a little sleight of hand trick. And if they listen, they know this is a chess move. They know if they link Ghana into this and we accept Ghana as like a representative or whatever, they know they got our ass. Because now all they're going to do is pull up them damn treaties that those tribes over there signed with the Europeans and say, hey, we've already paid them. Yeah, we paid them already, and we had to pay them rent for the Elmina Castle. So yeah, go talk to them about the money. That's what they're going to pull. So that's why we don't go for that. That's a chess move. That's a con game, I'm telling you. Yo, General, what's happening?
Hey, can you hear me, bro?
I hear you, General. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, General. What city you in, brother?
I'm in Wilmington, Delaware.
Shout out to Wilmington, man. Shout out to Wilmington. What's on your mind, brother?
Man, I just want to give you your flowers for one thing, man. Tell you how much I appreciate you, bro. It's my second time hitting you. You feel me? I listen to you all the time, bro. I've been listening to you for over like almost 2 decades, man.
Love that, man. Absolutely love that.
Like me and my wife, like we listen to you, bro. We respect you. We appreciate you, bro. You and your family, bro.
Oh yeah, man. I appreciate. Go ahead.
I ain't gonna cut you off, but yeah, I want to let you know because they ain't been making national news. I know we got a lot going on. It's definitely free Carmelo and free definitely many Carmelos that's like them. That's out here, man. Because there's plenty of them that's going hitting. But it's a 19-year-old young brother got killed out here by the police. He was running from a dog. They try to say he had a gun, but it's on video. He never had a gun. His name is what's his name? Like Kadir Skinner, 19 years old. Man, they shot him, and then it's on video. He telling you he's not armed, even though he got shot. He talking to him. They threw him on the ground, man, and handcuffed him. And they did him dirty. Then he died, and then his dad out there acting up as he should. They mushed in him, acting crazy like they wanted to do something to him.
Wow.
But man, we standing on business out here though, and they get mad. We don't care how many white supremacists get mad. They and I know we in the house and we should be in the house. We not march for nobody, but our people did march for him though. I wish it was heavier number. I'd have been out there because I ain't march for nobody but our people. If I'm gonna do it,
real talk.
Feel me? But I don't want to be long. But I just want to let you and the family know about that though. His name Kadir Skinner, man. It's sad, man. He was a good. What I heard, he was a good kid, man.
Wow. Okay, I'm gonna look into that, man. Thank you so much for that, man. There's a lot of stuff like that happening. Young California, what's up, Young California?
What's cracking, Tariq? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, brother. How are you?
What's happening, man? Long time listener, first time I'm talking to you, man. Nice to meet you, my brother.
Respect to you, man. Thank you so much.
I'm in Inglewood, California, about 15 minutes away from the museum. Me and the lady gonna check it out sometime soon.
Absolutely.
But I've been listening. First time I heard you was, you remember that family those 2 white women, I think in Northern California or somewhere, adopted that black family and they drove off the cliff. You remember that?
Oh yeah. Yep.
That's how I got hooked on you. But I wanted to just tap in with you. Have you seen that? I don't know if he's a moist brother or not. He's on Instagram and he goes up to, black dudes with white women and says, "You're diluting the race." What you think about that, brother? Forever Man, that's his name.
Yeah, it's kind of trollish. Yeah, it's just, I ain't feeling that too much, but it's
okay. First of all, we're not a race. We're an ethnic group. That's number one. We are not a race. We are an ethnic group. So this fool is going around telling people they're diluting the race. Dude, we're not a race. So what are you talking about? A race classifies many different people all across the world. I mean, it's just whatever. I mean, he's like a Chud the Builder. Like why everybody picking with us? Look. How about allegedly us, because he's going to melanated people. They're probably foreigners. And he's probably a foreigner. But listen, if you want to pick with people, go just pick with white supremacists. Okay, why nobody ever pick with them? Don't bother anybody who can be us potentially. Go pick with white tea supremacists. Okay, then we might laugh. All right, but going to people into interracial relationships and saying you're diluting race is goofy. Okay, because we're not even a race; we're an ethnic group. FBA is not a race. That's something I would never watch. I'm not trying to. I'm not nobody's leader. I'm not going to tell you who you can date, who you can't date. All I'm going to tell you is stay on code and keep the talking points alive, which is delineation and reparations.
It's just very trollish and low-key sassy. But thank you, brother. Yeah, I ain't really feeling that too much because it's just basically trollish clout chasing, and I ain't a big fan of that. All right, yeah, I ain't feeling that. That's sassy as hell. All right, let me see who we got. All right, y'all raise the hands. Let me get the hands up, ladies and gentlemen. So it's funny to you, that's kind of corny. That shit is kind of corny. All right, let me see who we got. Ladies and gentlemen, let me see who we got. Y'all raise those hands in the building. Let me see. I see a lot of people in the request queue. I see a lot of people in the request queue. I see Isadora, the Haitian French lady who was on the panel yesterday. Isadora, this is the French Haitian lady who was on the panel yesterday. All right. Isadora, hop on in, Isadora. With that damn accent. Yeah, she was on the panel. I'm on the panel. I came to the panel. She was on that panel talk. All right. Where you at, Isadora?
Yeah, she was funny.
She was in here.
The
All right,
panel
while
chick.
we're waiting on her.
The panel chick, I think she was trolling, y'all.
I don't know where she went. Let's get. Hold on, let me see. Because we got a lot of people in here, ladies and gentlemen. Request queue. Let's see. Golden Era. I'm just going to get a bunch of people. Adrian Mexican. Boaz. I'm just going to get a bunch of people. Boaz, what's up, man?
What's up, family? How you doing, Tariq?
I'm good, brother Boaz. How you doing, fam?
Man, everything is Gucci right now. I was just I don't know if you talked about it or not, man. I'm a long time fan, man. I've been listening to you for years, man.
Love it.
Seeing all the movies, man. I became vocal, man, when you got started with the Hidden Colors films, man. Man, it's all love, family.
Love that. Love that. Respect to that, brother. Respect to that. Let's get Too Funky.
What's going on, Tariq? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, brother. How are you?
Man, doing good. From Decatur, Georgia. Really a recent listener. I was put on to you during that whole Chud the Builder incident, and the amount of Haitians and other Caribbeans that was kind of capering really did throw me off, because I went to school in Daytona Beach at Bethune-Cookman. So, I was around Haitians for, 4 or 5 years, and I never really got those vibes. But the more I look back on it, they were there. I just kind of put it to the side because, we was in the marching band, was cool with them. But it's just too many incidents. Shabuzi, Chud, seeing how they how they kind of freak out with the TPS stuff and how they lash out at us like it's our fault that it ended. We had nothing to do with that.
Right.
But stuff like that. So yeah, I just wanted to land my plane there. Love what you do. Keep it up. And hey, keep going.
Thank you, that. Yeah, man. Because we've delineated people now, they have a lot of clarity. They see where a lot of foolery is coming from. So when a lot of these high-profile cases pop up, we see these melanated people sitting up here caping for white supremacists. Now people say, okay, where's that person from? And then you see that they're not from here. And then it starts to make sense. You dig? It starts making sense. All right. Let's get Let me see who we got. Let me see who we got. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all raise those hands. Let me get those hands up. Let's see who we got. Let's Golden Era. Let's get Golden Era. Golden Era, hop on in. Hold on. Golden Era. I see one of my player partners up in here. Hold on. I see one of my player partners up in here. I see my brother JD. Hold on. JD. JD.
What up?
What's up, player? I was thinking about y'all, man. How you been, man?
What's up, man?
You good over there, brother?
Yeah, man. Hey, you know when I saw you live, I was like, what? I couldn't believe.
Man.
I was sitting there tripping like, I cannot believe. I don't know why. It's crazy. The algorithm is crazy, man, because if you go live, I have never seen it live. I've never.
Oh, yeah. I go live damn near every other night.
Man, you know, I would have jumped. I'd have been jumped in. I got a few followers. I don't have that many, but
yeah,
you know, I'm working on
it. How's everything down there, Jay?
No, it's love. You know, I'm up in Cincinnati now.
Really?
Yeah.
Where the hell did you get up there?
I've been here now about a year.
Oh wow! Wow. Everything good up there?
Yeah, it's I've been working on basically a lot of this social media stuff, and I actually been doing a lot of writing, comedy, and of course, you know, B-Rock just moved back to Atlanta, so he's trying to get me to go ahead and agree to do this documentary.
Okay.
So
you still talking to Snow?
Basically having. Oh, of course.
Good.
Of course. Of course. Yeah. Everything is love, man. But that's crazy. I cannot believe that this is the first time I've ever seen that you were live, because you already know. You know, I would have definitely jumped in and put my 2 cents in. You know?
Absolutely. But hit me in the DM, man. Give me your number so I can hit you up, man. Because I didn't know you were in Cincinnati. So hit me up. All right, we'll chop it up. We'll chop it up.
Sure.
That's my player partner right there, man. That's my player partner from back in the day. This dude, man, looked out for me when I was in Atlanta. I'm telling you, that Southern hospitality, this cat looked out. Them Atlanta cats looked out. For real. Get some mule and tea. Yeah. I'm still trying to take shit. I'm still a little congested, you know. I'm still a little congested. All right. Man. Let me see. Yeah, that's my player partner, man. He looked out. Yeah, when I first moved down, I moved down to Atlanta for a couple of years, man. Atlanta, boy, y'all don't understand that 90s vibe in Atlanta. That's where everybody was moving down there, man. That 90s vibe and hospitality down there was unmatched, man. Man, those cats would look out. For real. Let me see. Let's get let me see. Kirby, hop in, Kirby. Kirby, hop in. All right. Let me see. Y'all raise your hands in the comment section. All right. Raise your hand in the comment section so I can bring you up, because I don't want to slow the game down here. All right. What's up, Jesse? I'm one of your favorite people. I respect that. Love that. Let's get Q, brother Q in the building. Q, and we'll get Q. Then we'll get Monsoon. Then we'll get what's up, Q?
What's up, Rick?
How you doing, Q?
Doing excellent. Yourself?
I'm great, man. How are you?
I'm excellent. I just wanted to ask you real quick. So, one of my favorite parts.
I'm sorry.
What the hell?
Okay,
one of my favorite parts about your kind of movie season when you start dropping movies is your. Come on, bro.
Okay, let me mute this. Go ahead, Q.
All good. One of my favorite parts about your kind of movie schedules are when you do the media / press junkets. When can we expect to start seeing that for HC6?
In August, definitely in August.
My
Yeah,
brother.
yes, indeed, because we're trying to get the movie out. Hopefully by September, we're taking care of some stuff. So, I'm going over the movie. My editor sent me a rough copy today, that where it's finished, and we're just getting everything together. So we're trying to get it out by late September, and we'll go on the press run all through August. Monsoon, what's up, Monsoon? Hold on. Or Miss Tay.
What's going on, Tariq?
How you doing, Miss Tay?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I am good. What city you in, Miss Tay?
Chicago, Illinois.
Shout out to Chicago. What's on your mind, beloved?
I just want to give you your flowers at the end of the day. I
Yes,
catch a
ma'am.
lot of your replays on YouTube, so I had to give you a shout out once I caught your live.
Oh yeah, love that. Love that. Thank you so much, Miss Tay. I appreciate you. Shout out to Chi-Town. All right, Monsoon, you in here?
Yeah, I'm in here.
What's going on, Monsoon?
How you doing, brother?
I'm good. There's a lot of noise going on over there, brother.
Yeah, you know what? I was actually listening to your channel, and then this other channel got crossed, so I got two people coming in on the same line.
Okay, yeah, let me disconnect that because that's real distracting. Okay. I don't know what kind of phone connection you got, brother. You got an Acer computer. I don't know what that is. All right. You need to take that shit right back to AutoZone. That's a computer you got from a damn car shop. All right. They just had some shit on sale as a bonus. All right. Family, y'all raise your hands. All right. Y'all raise your hands. Let's get you in here. All right. We got a lot of folks in the room. Let's get y'all in here. Let's get the family in here. Let's get FBA Shade Room. FBA Shade Room, hop on in. All right. FBA Shade Room, hop on in.
What's going on, Flex?
Hey, Shade, how you doing, fam?
Everything's well. Everything's well.
Love that. What's on your mind, brother?
So I got a question for you. I was in another room, and a couple Africans and white guys was like, "You guys should just pack up and just go to the Congo." And he got mad and called me out my name. I told him, I said, if 5,000 FBA went to the deportation office or went to go now U.S. citizenship, the U.S. federal government would stop it.
Yep.
Who would let 1.7 trillion leave a global economy to another one?
Mm-hmm.
So I said, you can leave before they'll let the military bodies leave.
Mm-hmm.
And he, of course they go, we was kangs. And I was like, I don't think y'all understand how an economy works. The top three imports are music and entertainment, followed by
sports.
And we already know who dominate those. So I stay out of these groups. These people just trolling and silly. And of course the Africans like, well, you wouldn't be an athlete if it wasn't for us. And I was like, all right, y'all have a good night.
Lord. Boy, they always want to take credit. Everything we do, we have to contribute it to them. Okay, where's your thank you, brother. Where's the damn African Michael Jordan then? All right, where's the African Kobe? 80s? What's up, 80s? How you doing, brother?
Hey, I'm all right. Just wanted to let you know, man, I definitely appreciate what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. And hey, I also wanted to ask you, is there any way that we can change this to where, like, like on applications, it be saying you mark Black African American? Is there any way we can change that where it stops saying that, where we can just have it foundational Black American?
Yeah,
across the board.
That's what we're trying to do that with the census. Absolutely, we can keep doing that with the census, right? The local and state and federal government, and let them know that we want to use our own classification, which is foundational Black American. We have to let them know we control that. We have to let them know that. Yeah, and out here in California, they already distinguish Black people who are descendants of slaves on some of the applications and some of the forms out here in California. They differentiate us from the African and Caribbean immigrants. They've already done it. We press that out here heavy. Yeah. We got to keep it going. We got to keep that thing going. Yeah. There's a reason why folks are acting a fool because of this delineation. This thing is real. This thing is really, really popping. All right. Let me see. Y'all raise your hands. Let's get you in here. Let's get FBA Liv. Where's Miss Liv? FBA Liv, hop on in, beloved. Let's get FBA Liv.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. How you doing, beloved?
I'm doing well. I pray all is well with you and the family.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. It is.
I just wanted to chime in on this topic real quick because I was on Instagram earlier and I done got into it with so many people over there because apparently Ava DuVernay has now announced that she is doing a Netflix documentary on the 14th Amendment.
Oh.
And so it's like, no, they're hearing what we're saying and they're going back to these circles to counteract what they're hearing we're saying on the internet. And she's basically saying that she's doing this documentary to shed light on why the 14th Amendment was created. She does give some type of credit to us, but then it goes negated when it's going
to go into immigrants. Yeah, I already know.
It says citizenship then and now was the right to have rights, to freely participate in our political community. Then she goes say the framers of the 14th Amendment extended this promise, like they told everybody that any person that was born here was free and was citizenship, should get citizenship. And that this is a promise that we keep today, and that she's doing this because of Trump trying to limit who has access to claim citizenship, which, like I said before many of times, I have no problem with that initiative that Trump is taking because too many people have come into this country and has taken advantage of that 14th Amendment. As you know, the lady who was in London 8 months pregnant trying to get over here and have that baby. Yeah. That is why he is doing this. So for her to come out with this initiative to say that, oh, the 14th Amendment is for everybody who's born here, it was not. It was not. So I just wanted to put that out there, that be prepared for the 14th Amendment documentary to hit Netflix soon.
Sister Liv, do you remember there was a documentary that they did about the Great Migration? Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Who do you remember who did that? Who was the producer of that thing?
I'm not sure, but in which one? Because I've seen so many.
Yeah, I think
I literally was just watching a documentary on the Great Migration about a couple of weeks ago. And it was more so, the families coming from the Mississippi, Alabama area up to the Midwest.
Okay, guy. Okay, so the people in the chat said it was Skip Gates. Right, it was Skip Gates. Right, there you go.
None other. Thank you. Have a good night.
Yeah, that's right. It was Skip Gates who did that Great Migration documentary, and boy, they did a sleight of hand trick. They were like, yeah, black people in the South, yeah, they were going through so much in the South, and they had to go to the North, and they kept saying immigrate. They kept immigrating to the North. They became immigrants to the North, and the same immigration spirit is for Haitians and Caribbeans and Africans. They tried to pull that bullshit, tie the Great Migration into some damn great immigration story. That wasn't no damn immigration. They're just moving to different parts of the country that we live in and pay taxes in. That ain't no immigration. I was very offended by that. See, we got to get in front of that stuff and call it out, man. What's up, Rico?
Hey, Tariq, how's it going, brother?
I'm good, man. How are you, Rico?
Good, thanks for asking.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Tariq, is FBA the same thing as so-called Black Americans saying that they are, in fact, indigenous to America? Are those the same things, or is there just some overlap there?
Dude, foundational Black American means one thing only. If your lineage was here at the beginning of this country and you were black, that makes you a foundational Black American. If there was an indigenous person who was reclassified as black, that makes them a foundational Black American. That's all it means. It is not complicated at all.
So it's not dependent on the transatlantic narrative or being indigenous. It could technically be either or.
Either or, because look, there were people on plantations who did not go through the transatlantic slave trade. We got that right? Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, I've read case studies after case studies. I've given so many names of people who were actually indigenous who got reclassified as mulatto and Negro, and they were put on plantations and they had to go to court and get their freedom. Sarah Chokum, that's one name. Sarah, Chauqum. Look up that case. That was a case out there in Connecticut, and they had to go to studies. I've given so many names of people who were actually indigenous who got reclassified as mulatto and Negro, and they were put on plantations and they had to go to court and get their freedom. Sarah Chokum, that's one name. Sarah, Chauqum. Look up that case. That was a case out there in Connecticut where this woman who was from a Native American tribe, they reclassified her as a mulatto and tried to have her enslaved for life. So she had to go to court to say, hey, I'm not African, I'm from this tribe, and I'm not supposed to be enslaved for life. There were several cases like this. Now, there were people brought over from Africa, and they had an ethnogenesis. There's no tribal affiliation. So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the people who had an ethnogenesis on this land, who were black at the beginning of this country. That, by definition, is foundational. Got it?
So the ones brought over from Africa would not or would also be foundational.
Yeah, because they had an ethnogenesis.
So you're saying they would also be foundational?
Yes, the ones who came over here and mixed in with the indigenous people, they had an ethnogenesis, sir.
Okay, cool.
Got it?
Have you been to that museum in Alabama where the brother goes deep into the transatlantic stuff?
Which museum?
It's a museum in Alabama where it's very detailed concerning the transatlantic narrative. I think it's in like Birmingham. It's somewhere in Alabama. Have you been?
I've been to the Civil Rights Museum. They got a beautiful Civil Rights Museum in Birmingham, but I don't know if that's it because they don't really go too deep about the transatlantic slave trade like that. They talk about, a lot of the history of Birmingham, the civil rights, slavery, stuff like that.
Okay. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man.
All right, thank you, Rob. All right. Let me see who we got, ladies and gentlemen. All right, raise those hands and let's get you in here. Let's raise those hands, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get fast. Marcus in here. Fast. Hop on in fast. I'm just seeing random names. What's up, Fast?
What's going on with you, man? How you doing?
I'm good, Fast. What city you in, brother?
I'm in Sacramento, California, the capital of Cali, man.
Shout out to Sac. I love fixing soul food up there, man. That's my spot up there in Sacramento. What's going on with you, brother?
Man, Fixes, they want to charge you $50 for 2 oxtails, but they good, though.
It's good, though. It's real good, though.
Oh, yeah, be going in. But I was calling, I just wanted to give you your props. You say things that my grandpa used to tell me back in the day before, I ever heard of FBA.
Yes, indeed. Where'd that from?
He was born in Alabama, and then he moved to Detroit as a teenager, and that's where he grew up at.
Oh, yeah, like my dad. Oh, yeah. Yes, indeed, man. Respect you. Go ahead.
But, he used to tell me that, the infrastructure was already in process, and we were building when the white people came over, started bombing us, and, trying to take over the land. Like, we built this from scratch.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. This is our stuff, man. And real talk, the elders know. Thank you, brother. Yeah, man, listen, don't let people tell us this is the white man's land. The hell it is. The hell it is. Yeah, if it was up to them, they would have flopped this place up a long time ago. We've always been the culture of this country. We've always saved this country multiple times. You understand? We've always been the secret damn sauce. Always. Yeah? Man.
I'm trying to.
Let me see who we got.
My phone.
Raise those
Can't stand
hands,
this phone,
ladies and
man.
gentlemen. Let me see. Black American Radio. Let's get Black American Radio in here. Black American Radio. What's up, Black American Radio?
What's going on? How you doing, Flex?
So anyway, just some context. So this video, Tariq was responding to a bunch of people, some doctors and geneticists and crazy people trying to tie us to Ghana, like with DNA and blasey, 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 right? I'm trying to find their website, actually, this Illinois branch thing, because I know for a fact, I told y'all this yesterday, or today. Yesterday, yeah, I played this yesterday. The fact that it's DNA, right? I know that these people had to put a disclaimer. The fact that they're messing with DNA and, you know, got some bull crap going on without even going to their website, without knowing 2 seconds of them. I said, I know for a fact that on their website, they have a disclaimer for entertainment purposes only. Okay. And I'm going to go show you that. I'm going to read it to the TikTokers, but I'm actually show the YouTube. At it. All these, scientifically, yeah, we're going to map the genome and see what happened was, and then Ghana, right? I guarantee you, in the fine print, all that fancy talk is going to say for entertainment purposes only. And this, don't forget, this is a new way to do DNA. They claim it. Oh no, we are better than the other stuff that you guys been exposed to. We are the new modern way of DNA. So now when we track people to Ghana, it's going to be official. So, you know, all this goofy talk. Let's just catch up there. So listen, I got to add this in there. Okay, so I got 2 claims, right, that I want folks to challenge me on. The first one is we're not African, right? That's the first one. Y'all can challenge me on that. And then the second one is you ain't black. We ain't African, you ain't black. We ain't you, you ain't us. Okay? We ain't you, you ain't us. So I got 2 claims. We ain't African, I'll debate that right now. And you ain't black. I'll debate either one. You pick your poison. All right. So you invite yourself up to speak to that. But we ain't black, you ain't African. No, I'm saying we ain't black and you ain't African. You look, their claim is we're African, we ain't black. That's their claim. They're trying to flip it on us. And they're trying to shed off African and take on black. No. You ain't gonna give us African, this destiny swap thing. No. You ain't black and we ain't African. Right? So welcome to challenge. Let me put the link into YouTube.
You know, I never speak long. I'm just in here to tell all of our people, make sure you're either writing in foundational Black American when you select Black or African American, or if you even decide to do other, make sure you're writing in foundational Black American. All right. Yes, so sir. Everybody needs to do that, because OMB, 200,000 of those, the government has to start writing it as far as us being able to do it on the legal side. So there's 5 different ways for us to get this passed. So what we can all do is make sure you write in foundational Black American, and that's all I want to say.
My man, good luck out, man. Very good. Let's get Penny.
Hi, Tariq.
Hey, beloved, how are you?
I'm coming up here to let you know I support for grandbaby. So but I did want to say he pushed to the limit when we got the FBA flag. He tried to hang it up in my living room. That was it. That was the
Let
last
that man
straw.
hang that flag up.
Street with it on the back car. We're not hanging up contemporary with the contemporary design. No, it don't. It didn't match the. It didn't match the design. But get you.
Hear me, family? My phone is going crazy. I don't know what's going on, but the phone is going crazy. Got signal, no signal, got signal. TikTok is good. I'm talking about YouTube. The YouTube connection, I have no idea what's going on. But give me a second and let me plug the YouTubers back in. Okay.
Sofa. She's like one of them. Like you can't. She got a china cabinet that you can't go in the living room. She's one of them. Lord, and she got a bowl of peppermints on the damn dining room table. She's old school with it, man. Let me see. Yeah, the one of them living rooms nobody can sit in. Yeah. Lord, you know some of them old school FBA families. In certain they had certain towels hanging up you couldn't even wipe your hands with. You ain't supposed to wipe your hands on them. You know?
Can't hear me.
What's up, brother? What's up, Joe? How you doing, brother?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? Thanks for letting me up with me having so little friends, man. This is my real account.
Respect.
Yeah, I got tuned in to you because I'll be talking crazy. And my boy Cuff from New York. I'm from Detroit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. My family from my family from a place called Stacey Hollow, Alabama. That's not a place no more.
Oh wow.
In the 1940s, it was a bad hurricane down there.
Yeah.
And some of my family members was in that. But yeah, I was talking crazy. My boy was like, "Man, you heard of Tariq?" I said, "No." You know, just how we be talking. I'm like, "No," but I tapped into you. Oh man, he looked like Marvin from Power. Have anybody ever told you that?
All the time. And brother London, that's
funny,
my guy.
man.
Yeah, London is my guy. He performs at the Hidden History Museum all day. He's a stand-up comic.
Oh, I did not know that. That's what's up, though.
Very funny.
But another thing I wanted to drop in, man, because you be speaking about the ethnogenesis, and the reason why my partner Cuff told me to dial in with you because I be fucking with him. I mean, sorry, I love TikTok Shop.
Yeah.
I be messing with him and telling him my line of lineage. I traced it back all the way to like 1472. I mean, back to names to where it's literally Wolf Killer, Fang. I don't even reckon, Running Stream. I'm literally my 14th great grandma is Pocahontas herself. So to all these people out here that want to try to Africanize us, but the thing is, what makes it so special is that I'm not the only one.
Yeah.
We all like that, and that's what make us who we are today. And I don't even think Africa itself today can even build us.
Yes, indeed.
And then another thing, they try to Africanize us, but I've never heard them tell not an Ethiopian, Egyptian that they're African.
Yeah.
It's literally on the continent.
Oh yeah.
You don't hear a whisper from the people from them people.
Yeah, it's heavy. It's heavy, brother. But thank you so much, Joe. I appreciate you, bro.
Program. And we have Dr. David, who is with us from the University of Illinois. She's going to tell us how you can unpack your past by using your last name. I want to welcome you to my St. Louis Live, Doc. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for inviting me.
No problem. We're excited to have you here because, I've done a really deep dive into my own family history, and I'm so excited to hear that people are going to have the chance to do the same. So can you tell us about the Illinois Family Roots Pilot Program and what it's designed to do for Illinois families?
Okay. Well, I mean, if you've taken a test with Ancestry or 23andMe, it's kind of hard not to see those commercials. In a lot of ways, it's similar to that. You'll take a DNA test, but in this one, the emphasis is on understanding the African ancestry. So we do the same type of autosomal DNA testing to try to help people recover some of that lost history. So it's particularly for our emphasis on people of African descent who need a little bit more assistance in recovering that family history. You talked about the past a little bit, and so we're focusing on the DNA in Illinois as well as in Ghana.
All right.
And
So here's the issue. So she's saying Ghana and she's saying recovering his family. So I'm believing she is saying recovering family in America and not Ghana. Okay, I'm listening.
Find those connections. So I kind of pause there and let you ask the questions, but in a nutshell, it is about recovering the family history using DNA.
Absolutely.
Right,
My next question is, why is it
where America or Ghana? Like that's the part that's kind of confusing.
so important to bring this event to East St. Louis, and what does this mean for the people that live in that community? I mean, I do know that when you're trying to trace Black lineage, you run into quite a bit of roadblocks.
Yeah, and so I mean, we're in this state, and so we want to make sure that East St. Louis and Carbondale, we were there 2 weeks ago. Just making sure that everyone in the state knows about the program. And so that's why we want to go to East St. Louis, as well as the history that is in the city. But yeah, you mentioned the brick wall, and that's something that many African Americans will face. That's an 1870 brick wall, where before that we were listed as property.
So she's using the 1870 census as a brick wall generic term. So she's saying a lot of Black Americans have a problem, I guess, getting up to 1870, or finding their lineage, their genealogical records past 1870. So she's saying a lot of Black Americans, I believe she's saying a lot of Black Americans have a hard time going past 1870 to find their genealogical records. I think she's calling that the brick wall.
DNA is that key tool to help us to recover that family history.
Now, this program goes beyond just a DNA test alone. Can you explain how genealogy, historical context, and family reconstruction come together in this work?
Yeah, so the research shows that identity development is a core task for any human. So in adolescence, it tends to peak, but it's something that happens across the lifespan. And so anything that disrupts this development, well, that is also associated with a negative psychological well-being. And so being able to recover this tends to be associated with a positive well-being, both how you see yourself and how you see others. And for African Americans, being able to place yourself in the story of humanity. So we didn't just think we're, on a slave ship, right? We came from families, communities, societies, and so forth. And so a part of what this is doing is also increasing that curiosity about our roots there, as well as imagining futures. So new families. So as I mentioned, people are finding relatives. And so what does that mean for culture as well?
Would you really quickly tell about the advantages how they what they do?
Yeah, so to the website is www.tyculture.ak.
Hold on. All right. So I keep getting kicked out of YouTube. I don't know what's going on, man. It's like weird. TikTok can hear the video, but YouTube, I keep getting kicked out of YouTube. This is like weird.
The kit at an event, and then hopefully I'll see you in person in The event is at True Light Baptist Church. So, see you there, or if you're not able to make it, you can request a kit by mail.
All right. Well, we will see you at True Light. I'm looking forward to it. And thank you for the work that you do, Dr. David.
All right. Thank you for having me.
No problem. Well, the program, again, is available at no cost to adults that are 18 or older with an Illinois address. For more information, I want you to visit the website that is on your screen right there, and it has all of the qualifications needed.
I want to talk about this Ghanaian DNA finesse that's going on. Now, some people have called in mentioning this little finesse that they have with Ghanaian DNA. Are y'all familiar with this, some of the basics of it? This is coming out of Illinois. It was some politicians out of Illinois. Yeah, man. What's up, Samantha? Yeah. We got to get it. Let's unpack this thing, man. Oh, y'all haven't heard. All right, look. There's this program that was basically an identity laundering mechanism disguised as a cultural healing project. So what they wanted to do was they would oversample specific West African populations, and the initiative basically mathematically engineers Ghanaian matches. They do some deep reach where they try to match our DNA with some DNA in Ghana, but it's such a reach. It's like mathematic jujitsu, because we don't have no DNA connections with people in Africa like that. We really don't. So they tried to crunch numbers and flip numbers and just do a real grimy little finesse to try to match us up with some people over in Ghana. So really what they want to do is, take, our ethnic group with a specific claim to reparations and then try to rebrand us as displaced international diasporas. You understand? So this little finesse involved a coordinated mix of local politicians, academics, some externally focused organizations. There was the Illinois House Resolution 0453, and it was a lady named Carol Ammons who was behind this, a Black lady. I don't know where her lineage is. Some people say that she has some foreign lineage as well. I don't know. But this data execution was administered by some Dr. Lakeisha David, and this is the founder of African Kinship Reunion Project. So they were getting state funds to distribute these kits and doing this DNA linking, trying to legally bind genealogical paper trails to Africa somehow. So basically, sharing a genetic marker with an individual living in Ghana, that don't prove that that person was actually trafficked over here. That doesn't prove that. Again, these people are relying on 1,000-year-old DNA markers. You understand that we would have more connection to Europe than some of these bogus little DNA markers they were kind of cobbling together. That's how flimsy it is. I'm just telling you how flimsy it is. You understand? And the woman, this Ammons lady, they publicized her. She was over there doing some ceremonies in Ghana. She was some kind of queen mother of some ceremony in Ghana. And she was already under investigation for some kind of political finesse over here. Like last week, she got indicted by a grand jury, her and her husband. They were getting hit up for wire fraud, obstruction of justice, making false statements. They had a multi-year scheme converting campaign funds and the cash kickbacks and all this stuff. So they were finessing already. And then they said she funneled over $100,000 to her daughter. So these people were known to finesse. You see? And this is what the ancestors are doing. When people try to use us and play a game with us and play a game with this lineage, things go bad real quickly. You understand? But understand something, man. The program was structurally biased to produce a specific outcome. If a project deliberately builds a database focusing heavily on samples from modern day Ghana and neglect comparable rest of West Central Africa, it's mathematically guaranteed to spit out a quote Ghanaian match if you crunch the numbers hard enough and find just traces of ancient DNA. You'll find something. It don't mean a damn thing. Again, you can do the same thing in Europe. The bottom line is the initiative attempts to kind of bypass the ethnogenesis that we had. We're not a displaced tribe of modern Ghanaians. We are a very distinct ethnic group here, forged inside of the United States, are situated here. So trying to attach us and our identity under a modern African national identity, that's the best, ladies and gentlemen. To project modern borders on ancient history. The territory we call Ghana, that's a modern geopolitical construct. Like European colonizers. But the bottom line is, I believe this is a reparation hijack. I think this is more of that reparations hijack. Every time it's shit with Ghana popping their head up. Y'all notice that? Every time we turn around, it's something with Ghana popping its head up. And hey, Ghana's just forcing us. This is hijack, family. Understand? The United Government and all this
Stop calling me, man. They're killing my live, man. And everybody know I like to text. Text me. Stop calling me. And it is blowing my life.
They want to insert themselves as stakeholders or intermediaries of our reparations claim, which is what Ghana's been doing. They want to come in and absorb the capital for themselves. Damn that. Damn that. Look, every moment the media and the political focus is shifted towards return to Africa narratives and all that, that takes the heat off the United States government, family. Y'all know that? That's why I say, man, Pan-Africanism and all that has always been funded by the government. If you look at Pan-African movements, when people talk about some shit funded by the government, that's been funded by the government. If you look at all those Pan-African movements, and hell, the whole Liberia thing was funded by slave owners. They wanted to free blacks out of here. You understand? The first so-called Back to Africa movement with the Liberia recolonization thing, that was funded by the white tea people. They've always funded stuff like that so that we don't have to make this U.S. government responsible. You see? So yeah, we're not going for that finesse. We're not going for that finesse whatsoever. See, all of that takes the heat off of the U.S. government when we do that. Programs that emphasize international DNA connections, that's a convenient distraction. That allows American institutions to subtly distance themselves from the localized, highly specific debt that they owe specifically to the foundational Black American lineage. You understand? And all that family reunion talk and all that, having these little ceremonies, that's all of finesse. And if we rely on foreign governments, these international pilot programs and these external universities to validate who we are, we're surrendering the authority of our own lineage. We're not doing that. That's why Tethers always call us trying to dictate who we are and who we're not, telling us what we're not and what our lineage is. That's a form of colonization. These people want to colonize us so bad. We don't let that happen, ladies and gentlemen. All of this is about capital extraction. These foreign governments, a lot of their aid has been drawn up, has been taken away from them. Ghana ain't getting aid from the U.S. government like that. The Trump administration cut off that paper, and these people recognize the immense spending power of foundational Black Americans. They understand the cultural influence of foundational Black Americans. They know the future reparations potential of the foundational Black American collective. Now, remember, these were some of the same people, these Ghanaians and all these West Africans, they were telling us we'll never get reparations. Remember? Y'all remember, they were telling us, stop begging the white man, nigga. You're never going to get nothing. You're not going to get anything. And we just stood on our way, stayed focused. We now, no, today, no. Straight up.
Oh my God. In that area I was in, actually, like, yo, what is about that area that is a tether out there blocking my internet? That area, bro. 3 times I lost connection. What is up? It's getting a little annoying, man.
Man, good grief. Who was this in the comments section? Cotton, okay, Yandy? Let me see. Okay, Yandy. I see Yandy in the chat room trolling. Yandy, you want to hop up, Yandy? We got somebody named Yandy calling us cotton pickers and all that. But you pick the cotton out your bussy. All right, from those clothes donated by UNICEF. All right, it has a lot of cotton balls in it that you have to dig out your Gucci cap. Right, Yandy, whatever your name is, hop on in here. Don't be all in the chat room saying stuff. Hop on in if you got something to say. Say it with your chest. Say it with your full chest. All right, that's what we do around here. But listen, you better understand something, family. the foundation of Black American delineation movement, that has disrupted that traditional political landscape. See, by us establishing a very strict legal and genealogical boundary around our ancestry, this delineation movement has forced the public to speak about a very specific domestic debt owed to a specific group of people. So what a lot of these other folks want to do, family, they want to blur the line that delineation is drawn. You see? They want to blur the line. You see? The power of us is our razor sharp focus on lineage. You are either a descendant of the foundational people who built the United States, or you're just not. This clarity, it terrifies the political establishment because it stops them from hiding behind broad catch-all categories like African American, minority, people of color, all that. So this Ghana DNA finesse, that's a desperate attempt to try to re-scramble the damn egg, all right? They're trying to attach a modern African nationality to us so they can dissolve that sharp legal boundary that we've drawn. And they want us to be a vague, borderless diaspora bucket that everybody can extract something from, and that's just not happening. See, Foundational Black American Reparations claim, that's a domestic legal claim. That's a lawsuit against the U.S. government and the sub-institutions for very specific crimes committed on American soil under American laws. Now, when these programs try to introduce these little janky DNA tests with these little janky convoluted matches that are real weak and flimsy to Ghana, they want to shift the narrative from a domestic legal injury to an international immigration or a human rights issue. Now, if they can successfully redefine us as a displaced foreign population rather than injured American citizens, that weakens our standing, ladies and gentlemen. You see, understand the play. Understand the damn play, ladies and gentlemen. You see? See, for decades, man, political establishment, they've used these broad pan-ethnic coalitions to dilute the specific voting power and economic demands of foundational Black Americans. Delineation broke that whole system by demanding separate and specific line items for foundational Black Americans. So now they want to come with this janky DNA nonsense. No, that's a scam African hustle. They're trying to breathe life into a top-down corporate version of Pan-Africanism so they can convince foundational Black Americans that our primarily political struggle is global and symbolic rather than domestic and economic. You see? See, they're trying to get America off the hook. We're not letting that happen. Yeah? True FBA delineation relies on rigorous paper trail genealogy, tracking your ancestors through the 1870 census, slave schedules, cemetery plots, Freedmen Bureau's records, vital statistics. See, there's a verifiable, legally binding process. That Ghana DNA stuff, they try to substitute hard historic data with basically generic trace ancestry that don't mean anything. You understand? So we got to understand the finesse here, man. This foundational Black American delineation movement, it treats reparations as a matter of cash, land, systemic protection, structural repair. This is a cold business negotiation. We ain't trying to do all that African dance shit and put on a kufi, none of that. See, that's a distraction. We ain't trying to do none of that. We're sitting up here looking at the U.S. government like, where's the damn check? Where's the crime bill? Let's stop playing games. We're not about to sit here and eat hottie-goosey and then roll fufu in our hands and dip them in some damn pepper stew or some shit. We ain't doing that. All right? And we ain't having Ghana represent us, nothing like that. We can represent ourselves. That's what it is. Let me talk to the family. Y'all get on in here. We got a lot of people in here. Y'all share the space. Tap the hearts, man. Tap the screen. Tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Is that Yandy people in here? Is still in here? KC, hop on in, KC. Okay, y'all saying shit, but y'all not getting up, man. Y'all get on up. Y'all get on up. Ain't nobody, you're funded to come in the room and try to dissipate the energy of the delineation movement. We see some of you ops have been funded to come in here under these Finster accounts because this delineation has you in a chokehold. We see you. We know what you're doing.
Good thing.
This delineation has you in a chokehold. So we got the alphabet boys who got their operatives that they're paying come in these rooms and just say shit in the chat. Like Casey and Yandy, or whoever that person is. Yeah, we see you. Family, raise your hand. Let me get y'all on here. Let's get the family. I want that Yandy person, who that is. We're going to get you out of here because you're just going to hold in the room. All right. Not going to have you just trolling in the chat room. We're going to get you out of here. You got 5 minutes to make a request to get on. What's no question?
Yes, I want to speak about this DNA finesse and let's break it down. So their website is takir.org. All right, that's the website, takir.org. Earlier on TikTok, man, we saw FBA women holding it down. We had a bunch of tethers to call in. Men, it was so weak tethers, weak arguments. I mean, what can I say? But the sisters were like definitely strong and holding it down, very articulate, witty, brilliant, strong, iron. You feel me? Exactly, what we do. So I'll break down this DNA thing. Okay. So as you know, DNA test is really it's there for other things specifically. They're not to identify you and tell you that you're African. That's not what they do. They map genes and things like that across the world, wherever they may match. But it doesn't identify you, right? So, but a bunch of Pan-Africans like Jabari will lie and imply that it identifies you. It tells you that you're African. Okay. But as you know, they have a big disclaimer. They have a big disclaimer that says for jokes only. Okay. They have a big disclaimer that says for jokes only. For she's and giggles. I can't say the word. Okay, here we go. Can't say the word, but yeah, I get it. Hey, who's calling in? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
What's up, my fellow African brother? How's everything?
Bro, it's only us two on the line.
I said, how's everything, my African brother?
Yeah, I don't know what. Can you define African for?
I mean, what do you think?
No, I'm just asking you. Yeah, bro, I'm saying you called me something. I don't.
Descendants of Africa.
Wait, hold on. Right, but I don't. Okay, so I'll help you out. Africans are what?
Lineage is a descendant of Africa.
That's what makes you African. So are Puerto Ricans African?
Why are you bringing Puerto
No,
Ricans
because according to what you said, yeah, but according to what you said, they will apply. So would Cubans and so would a lot of Colombians. But got it. Yeah, no, well, no. This is open conversation. Don't worry, don't worry. I handle you. So an African, can we agree on this? Okay, got it. Well, bro, right. You're chimping out, my African brother. Just relax. Well, I haven't said anything. I haven't said anything yet. Wait, I was playing a video. I said no words. We're talking now. I didn't say one thing. So now, we're talking now. So let me ask you this. An African, let's establish some facts. An African is from, got it. Cool. So an African is part of one of the 54 countries, yes? Wait, is that a yes or a no? Is an African part of the 54 countries? Yes or no?
Sorry,
There you go. There you go. Chimping out.
service is going in and
There you
out.
go. There you go. This is what they do, family. They have no intellect. His IQ is showing. His country IQ level is at 60. Yeah. No. You're no. America's at 100. Your fell homeland's at the 60s, my guy. So this is what they normally do. They normally hop on and chimp out. I'm trying to have a cordial, honest conversation. They can't have it, but they'll say that we are the ones that call names and be petty. Right there, a chimping out African. Right there for you. You got a chimping out African trying to establish some facts. He chimped out on us, which is my point, right? Which is my part of my which is part of what I set out here to prove. Okay. So I set out here to prove that many of these Africans, they have a standardized national IQ. Okay. Like every other country. There's an IQ standardization. His country is at 60. America is at 100. Okay. So let's start right there. He came in, called me African brother. No problem. That don't offend me. You're just lying. So now I asked him before I can say yes or no to what you called me, what is an African? Right? So we're just having a conversation. He goes on to say, in which whatever, by the way, don't matter how he defines it, it's going to be an L. Right? So he goes on to say, descendants of Africa. Oh, perfect. So Puerto Ricans are African. Oh, why you mentioned them? I'm talking to you. Chimping out, family. Chimping out. You gave a definition of what an African is. I don't consider Puerto Ricans African. I don't consider Black Americans African. But if your definition of anybody with African descendantry, right? Anybody, then let's look at the world. Let's look at the world. So I'm just curious. Do you also consider Puerto Ricans African? What about Dominicans? What about Cubans? And you see, chimped out, you want to answer. Most of these guys are just that. They are exactly how they present themselves. They come in here as asylees, evacuees, and refugees. They have little to no education, and we hear it every time they call in. Some of these places don't even have an IQ level because the education is so poor, it's pointless to even test them. It's pointless. It's like, yo, we know it's going to be like near zero. Okay, so I gave him an opportunity to dialogue, have a conversation with a brilliant FBA. Most of us, we come from a strong lineage. It's a privilege to share a mic and stage with us. Okay, but family, like Gigi said, they know. They know they can't hang with us. So they talk about toxic FBA spaces and blah, blah, blah. They get muted, can't get a word in. All right, I'm gonna let you talk. I'm not gonna be that FBA space. We'll let you talk. Let's match wits. He chimped out because he struggled defining what African is. All right. So bro, yeah, you called in. See, a lot of these guys find out really fast. Yeah, you called in the wrong FBA space to troll and try to act like you're smart. I'm gonna establish facts with y'all, and I'm gonna have you guys define the word you say. You say I'm African, define what an African is. He came up with some crazy definitions. Well, that means Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, And Cubans are all Africans. And he couldn't concede. Okay, he couldn't concede. And, got to get him up out of here. You're chimping out. Okay, and which normally what they do, they chimp out when it's an intellectual conversation. So, I got two claims. We're not African, and I invite anybody to challenge me on that. Anybody can challenge me on that. We got to have a dialogue, though. Can't just be chimping out. We're not African, and you are not black. So, sir, African, sir. Not only are we not African, but you are not black. So I'm gonna hurt your feelings both ways. It's a double-edged sword. It pins you just African, the identity you despise to put on yourself. You want to put on everybody else but you. You want to dress us up as African while you dress up as black. That finesse is done. Okay, the Pan-African stuff was clever. It didn't go nowhere. But it was clever. It was to dress us up as you while you come over and dress up literally as us. At one point, we out here wearing dashikis and poofies and all type of flip-flop, flip-flops, paws. And we like, yeah. Then we had a nerve to turn on the TV and look at a few tethers from Nigeria. They got a jersey on with 3 letters. They got a fake sterling chain on. You dig? FUBU sneakers and Paco jeans. And we like, wait a minute. I expected to see these guys in dashikis, all type of African imprint, and they are looking like us. So at some point, for the few tiny percentage of us who were cosplaying as African, who kind of like fell for it, we bit the fruit, right? We realized, wait a minute. Did they trick us? Did they trick us to look like them while they look like us? Those dudes be wearing jerseys with 3 numbers on them. Like, yo, what is that? Yo, Tatum number is 0, not 000. They had Kobe, all type of numbers for Kobe. Trae Young is number 11. They had 3 ones. I'm like, dude, what are we doing? Okay. So I want a foreigner. No, too late. No, brother. No. Matter of fact, no. Once I kick you off, you're not allowed back on. Matter of fact, I'm gonna block you so you can't come back on with this account. Yeah, if I gotta kick you off, you're not allowed back on. You get one shot for the Eminem song, Lose Yourself. You gotta go lose yourself now, Tether. You get one shot to talk to the king. The champ is here. The champ is here. That's our song. Your song is The Chimp is Here. Okay? You got the remix. The Chimp is here. We got The Champ is Here. You feel me? Yeah. So anyway, as I was getting into the whole DNA finesse before this tether wasted my time. All right. I tried to take them seriously. It wouldn't allow me to do it. Okay, let me tackle this DNA thing. Okay. So I noticed on the website, they made a lot of crazy claims, right? And from the video you guys watched. Matter of fact, let me just go back to remind everybody what was stated.
There's an old saying that goes, if you want to prepare for the future, you must first look to the past. And this weekend, you can learn more about your roots through the Illinois Family Roots Pilot Program. And we have Dr. Lakeisha David, who is with us from the University of Illinois. She's going to tell us how you can unpack your past by using your last name. I want to welcome you to my St. Louis Live, Doc. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for inviting me.
No problem. We're excited to have you here because, I've done a really deep dive into my own family history, and I'm so excited to hear that people are going to have the chance to do the same. So can you tell us about the Illinois Family Roots Pilot Program and what it's designed to do for Illinois families?
Okay. Well, if you've taken a test with Ancestry or 23andMe, it's kind of hard not to see those commercials. In a lot of ways, it's similar to that. You'll take a DNA test, but in this one, the emphasis is on understanding the African ancestry. So we do the same type of autosomal DNA testing to try to help people recover some of that lost history. So it's particularly for, our emphasis is on people of African descent who, need a little bit more assistance in recovering that family history. You talked about the past a little bit. And so
So I want y'all to catch. So this is what DNA tests do, right? When you, this is the whole point of them. The DNA tests are for medicine and like biological connections between a biological father or a criminal. Like that's what they're designed to do, medicine. Right. Now, the marketing part of DNA is to lie and tell you that. See, when it says for entertainment purposes only, that does not apply to medicine. And if you're the biological dad, you're the criminal. That does not apply there. That applies for people who are trying to believe that you're from a place that DNA test said you're from. Okay. That's first and foremost. So there's no African family. So now that's marketing. So her words, he, she, it, whatever this thing is talking. Look like they got a little beard under they got a feminine voice, but a little light beard under their chin. I don't know what this is. This is Pat. When I grew up, it was something called Pat. When you couldn't tell what it was and it was heavy, it was Pat was the default name. So this Pat is using marketing words trying to describe something scientifically, right? So they're blending marketing with science. So just watch the words that Pat is using. Okay.
we're focusing on the DNA in Illinois as well as in Ghana, and hopefully to find those connections. So I kind of pause there and let you ask the questions, but in a nutshell, it is about recovering the family history using DNA.
Absolutely. Hear that? Recovering family history using DNA. Now that's a lie. That's marketing. What Pat was supposed to say, what this big beast was supposed to say, was that they're, it's the same claim that DNA makes. Genetics. Finding if you share certain genes with certain people from Africa, and then her claim Ghana, but the relative part you gotta stop.
Absolutely. My next question is, why is it so important to bring this event to East St. Louis? And what does this mean for the people that live in that community? I mean, I do know that when you're trying to trace Black lineage, you run into...
When you say, okay, listen, watch their language. Black lineage. What the hell is that? Like, unless you're referring to FBAs, there's no other Black lineage. No foreigner is Black. Okay, the only Black people to ever exist are Native Black Americans. That's it. What we call freedmen. Native Black Americans, freedmen. We are the only Black people to ever exist. That you cannot be a Black immigrant. Those words are contradictory. They point different directions. Black represents nativeness here, and immigrant represents, excuse me, foreign relations. So you can't be a Black native foreigner. You can't be a native foreigner. Black, when you say Black, that means native here, native to this country. So you can't be a native foreigner. So you gotta watch these folks when they say Black loosely like that.
Quite a bit of roadblocks.
Yeah. And so, I mean, well, we're trying to bring this to everyone in the state. And so we want to make sure that East St. Louis.
Okay, so let me just say before they start lying. Again, they're mixing up science with DNA. So some of the scientific part is right, but the language she uses is not scientific, is incorrect, is false, and is marketing, right? She's trying to market this something like they do with the regular DNA tests. They market it to the consumer to say, hey, you can find who you were. Lies. It's for medicine. It's for biological dads. Is for you catch criminals, swabs, that type of stuff. I talked about the Métis people in Canada,
right? Right, that went through their own ethnogenesis, like we did, similar to us. Like they're like some of the closest people we can compare it to what we went through here as ethnogenesis. All right. So when we say ethnogenesis, we're talking anthropology. Okay. When we say ethnogenesis, we are talking anthropology. All right. I want to make that clear.
In Carbondale, we were there 2 weeks ago, just making sure that everyone in the state knows about the program. And so that's why we want to go to East St. Louis, as well as the history that is in the city. But yeah, you mentioned the brick wall, and that's something that many African Americans will face.
So ethnicity, right? Just to be clear, ethnicity is not science. It's social and historical. So you can't use science to refute ethnicity. You can't use science to refute ethnogenesis. Okay? DNA is a segment, right? That's inherited molecular, it's inherited molecular material, right? So DNA is just inherited molecular material. That's all. It's pure science. It don't define you. It don't do none of that. You are defined socially and historically. So when people have names, when they put on names, yeah, it's little to do with science. Like you don't take a DNA test to tell you who you are. That's not how that works. Who you are is determined socially. That's why we're social humans. We're social groups, and we're going to socially name ourselves anything we want, and we're not considering science when we name ourselves. But again, Africans are not black, and blacks are not African.
1870 brick wall, where before that we were listed as property. And so again, that DNA is that key tool to help us to recover that family history.
Now, this program goes beyond just a DNA test alone. Can you explain how genealogy, historical context, and family reconstruction come together in this work?
Yeah, so the research shows that identity development is a core task for any human. So in adolescence, it tends to peak, but it's something that happens across the lifespan. And so if there's anything that disrupts this development, well, that is also associated with a negative psychological well-being. And so being able to recover this this history in some way tends to be associated with a positive well-being of both how you see yourself and how you see others. And for African Americans, is be able to place yourself in the story of humanity. So we didn't just spring forth, on a slave ship, right? We came from families, communities, societies, and so forth. And so a part of what this is doing is also increasing that curiosity about, our histories there, as well as imagining futures. So new family forms. So as I mentioned, some people are finding living African relatives. And so what does that mean for people in the future as well?
Well, can you really quickly tell me, for the people that want to take advantage of this program, how they can reach you or what they need to do beforehand?
Yeah, so if you go to the website, that's www.takir.org, TAKIR.org. You can create a free account there. It takes a few minutes. Once you do that, you just join the Illinois Family Reach pilot program. You'll see that join button there. Then select to pick up the kit at an event, and then hopefully I'll see you in person. And the event is at True Light Baptist Church. So see you there, or if you're not able to make it, you can request a kit by mail.
All right, well, we will see you at True Light. I'm looking forward to it. And thank you for the work that you do, Dr. David.
All right, thank you for having me.
No problem. Well, the program, again, is available at no cost to a...
All right. So using words like bridging home, your bridge home, okay, that's loaded wordplay. Like I said, a shared DNA segment from a common ancestor 250 years ago is a biological fact, right? That's biology. Home, by the way, saying something is home, that is an identity claim, family. That's not science. Okay? So let's say if I hypothetically had a distant genetic cousin in Ghana, somehow through her little autosomal BS, that don't make Ghana my home. No more than it makes America that person's home. Okay? So genetics can locate a molecular thread, but it cannot relocate us to Ghana, so-called home. We became a people over here in America. This is our ethnogenesis. And Tether is like the dude that hopped on will deny that, and then we say no, that's a fact. And they'll say, hey man, you guys are a HATE group. The guy had no smoke in him to sit down and just talk to me. Like he would have learned a lot, right? But they be chimping out. Chimps don't learn. Okay, and all right. Anyway, so she said bridging the home. That's marketing. She said reunification, right? Reunification. Oh, here we go again. And she said long lost family members. Here we are. Oh my God. Um, Marketing. Hmm. So she's using science and then she's using wordplay to pretend that somehow this means that we're Ghanaian. You dig? And I need to talk to somebody. I want somebody to invite themselves up that think I'm African and think they're black. Like that's like the most hilarious thing I've ever heard in my life. We're the real black people. They're the cosplayers. They're the real Africans. We ain't African at all. But they would actually say we're the Africans and they're the blacks. Punch. The next chimp call in, I'm gonna ask him like, yo, do you believe Foundation Black Americans are African? They be like, yes. I'm gonna say, do you believe you're black? Do you believe you're black? They're gonna say yes. There you go. Destiny spot right in your face. Um, okay. I'm at the website looking at it. Okay. Let me look at this. Yeah, so it's the wordplay within the science that they're doing, right? So they're using marketing verbs. I'm looking at it. So they're saying home, reunification, long lost family, right? And all that inflates distant statistical cousinship into felt family. They're trying to get emotional attachment. And even worse, they're pretending that's a homeland. If there's a homeland claim, uh, that's ridiculous. And the homeland claim, when you say that's our home, that's like that's like one of the most disrespectful claims you can say to us, because then you're ignoring our ethnogenesis. If that's home, then we don't have ethnogenesis and we're not American citizens, we're immigrants, a whole bunch of stuff. But Tether's going to tether. They definitely gonna do that. Yeah. So in short, like when she talk about the DNA, the 250 DNA segment, that thing is molecular, right? But it's not home. So just because somebody, let's say hypothetically it's true about the markers and DNA that we got some genomes in Ghana somewhere. That has nothing to do with who we are today. It's like that's why you got to talk to these people. You got to say, or you got to get them to like make the claim or not make the claim. So I bet you she don't make that claim. She don't make that claim. So genetics, what they do is they trace a thread back across the ocean for us, right? But it does not undo our ethnogenesis. We're not lost Africans living in America, waiting to go back to Africa. That's not what's gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen. Let me look at some of this on the website. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking through the website. It's a bunch of foolishness. Yeah, they're trying to bridge centuries of separation. Separation? You call that separation? You mean sold? You mean sold? Yeah, that's the thing, man. They won't even keep it real. Anyway, I'm looking over the website. Um, yeah, so DNA cannot reconstruct 40 years of missing genealogy. It can't. It can't. It can't. Recovering family narratives. No, ma'am. DNA cannot recover narratives. Genealogy, document oral history, church records, plantation records, family Bibles, newspapers, and blah, blah, blah. Oh, you got a living relative and blah, blah. I was like, oh, boy. Okay. If you were to point out a living relative, okay. Maybe she's so he said shared DNA proves relatives. And that's the part that like really rattling me. She keeps saying relatives, like trying to show a connection. Oh, what am I doing? I ain't got nothing. Let me level up on FBA side. Say forgive me and allow me to cosplay. Okay. Anyway. And yeah, so there's a few things I want to talk over before I end the live. So, like I said, everything is in the wordplay. That's why like, when I talk to people and I want to have a dialogue, I make sure I hear them clearly. Oh boy, so a bunch of crazy stuff she's claiming. Can't. Wow. I said, why my mouse not working? Yeah, I can't. I can't go with that. And then nobody's listening to her. Um, let me see what the chat talking about. We might wrap this one up and go live a little later. You dig? I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm sleepy as crap. Leaving that gym or not gym, the park. Thank you, Will Chatter, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate you very dearly. And we got guys and gals getting timed out. And let me put the link in the chat so these folks start chipping out and just calling. Okay. Oh yeah. Let me go right here. Oh, the chat. All right, look, I forgot what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to put the phone number, that link in the chat. Hold on. I'm so tired. I forgot what I was doing this for. One second. And thank for other super chats as well. I seen like $10, $15 in the super chat thing. I appreciate that. The Cash App. No, it was Cash App. I'm sorry. Cash App. So people actually they look me out this month. Oh. So I'd be confused with certain claims. Yeah, I don't know what they got going on. All right, well, this is what I'm gonna do. Love you guys, appreciate you. I really dearly appreciate you, but I me take this nap, play ball. When I play ball, normally sleep is inevitable. Normally. If I fight to sleep, I'm just gonna have a bad day. So normally when I play ball, sleep is inevitable. All right, so let me get well rested, be more cognitive when I talk. All right, family, love you guys. I'll be back on in a minute. You dig? All right, so once I take my son to the indoor park, I'll go live there. But TikTok, I can't go live TikTok in there because it's too noisy. All right, so